intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friend, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a waste runner.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soul? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. Bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would stalk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronic from Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Girl, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your email. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, let's skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you guys.
Pumpkin. I love you, Tim.
I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got rigor today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, dude. Can you hear him?
Yes, your dog is orange.
Damn it, dude.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy too? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, B.Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Happy Sunday. Y'all ready for this? I don't know if you guys are ready for this. I don't know if I'm even ready for this, but we're going to get this party started. So the link is pinned in the chat, and we have B Thug Thizzle over representing. He's over right now on the glare, so he's going to debate the glare on the Karen Read case. Justice for John O'Keefe case, okay? Now, he says he's got it down. He's got it down. I told him, now, look, first of all, any rude, anything like that, don't even deal with that. Just, pop yourself off. What you got to do. But I think everything will go great. I really do. I think it'll go good. I think things will be good. And yeah, we're going to get it popping. So let's get the glare pulled up here. We'll get his stuff. You want the chat on or you guys want it off? I mean, you want to watch the chat or you want it big? You want the screen big? How you want to do it?
I'm not ready. You gotta wait.
Okay, so he's still doing his thing. He's still doing his intro. All right, we'll let him do his thing for right now. And then when he pulls B.Tim up, yeah, I'm gonna stream it straight through, no commentary, so we don't fall behind. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop it. I'm gonna stream it straight through. Yeah, no. So I don't want to fall behind. I'll just commentate through it as we go. No, I'm not gonna stop it. No, we're just gonna watch them because I don't want to get behind. Actually, me and Glare, we were gonna link our streams. Like do the dual stream, like the dual link. But I don't know if I didn't really have time. My phone died. The one I used for YouTube died. I couldn't get it to turn on. So I finally got my other one to turn on and linked it through. And then my phone turned back on. So I was like, great. So, yeah, so I just started it and we just went on. I'll just stream him straight through though. So it's no big thing. It's all good. Right. B.Tim, B-Thug Thizzle's got our support. That's for sure. The things I do for Queen B. B-Thug Thizzle. Hold on now. Hold on. What you have? What the hell? You guys better show out and show some love. You guys better show some love for sure. For sure. Happy life. Got the first super chat. This one's for you, that girl. I know that's right. We got that's what I said. We got that girl. That's man. We representing. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got another one too. I seen there was another super chat. Let's see here. Cash sent the first super chat. Cash got it in first. Cash got the $1.99 super chat. Mitten Mama, love to all my friends in the hive. Member for 1 month. Thank you, baby. Happy life. $20. Oh, motherfucking Queen motherfucking B and B.Tim. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Happy life. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. You guys coming in strong, showing them who's boss over here, huh? That's right. Now, my legal fund is rotating through the chat. You don't have to donate to it. You're not obligated to do any of that, but it is rotating in here. And I did tell him go ahead and keep his supers on. I'm gonna keep mine on. Doesn't really matter to me. I don't care if he does his super chat thing, memberships, whatever. That doesn't matter to me. So I'm cool with it either way. And I don't think B.Tim cares either. I asked him. He said he didn't care either way. So we're both in, you know what I'm saying? We're both, let's go B.Tim. That's right. Member for 15 months, swing 0. All right, let's do this. Let's see. Is he on? Oh, he's on. Okay, he's on. When B.Tim jumps up there, we'll pop it on, okay? Let's see. Here's our fair use. I might have to play my little music back there. Oh shoot. Clever joins the Glare family. Look at him. Clever's ass. Big boy. All right.
God, I'm so in love with this little dude.
I think he's still doing his intro thing. I think his intro's still going. We'll just keep this up or whatever until he's finished up with his stuff. Or we'll wait till B-Thug Thizzle gets up there. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, Daisy. Hold on, Daisy Jones, member for 8 months. B.Tim. That's what I'm talking about. And anybody that wants to jump up and talk shit with me, you're welcome to do so. The link is pinned. Uh-oh. Hold on, I missed some here. Tribal Gal with the $2 super chat. We always show love to B.Tim, but he hates us. Yes, he hates all of us. What can I say? Holy shit, you guys, I got up for 1 second, and you guys popped this on me. Here we go. Brittany says, member for 3 months. Let's go, B.Tim. Katrina gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for supporting the hive, baby. If you got one, make sure you guys tell her thank you. Chapped ass member for 2 months. This might chap someone's ass. No, that's right. Cocktail Dress says B.Tim, throwing up the hearts. Nicole B said, go Lions. Fuck a B.Tim. I'm cracking up, girl. Valerie T said, go B.Tim, go. Member for 10 months. Layla, member for 4 months. B.Tim doing it so we don't have to. I know he's taking one for the team, huh? B.Tim. Boston Nick says, B.Tim. Katrina's shaking the bushes today. She said, hello. Tribal Guy with the $2 super sticker. We always show B.Tim love, but he hates us. Tracy Scholler, member for 8 months. Go B.Tim. Let's see here. Tia, hold on. Tia, member for 12 months. Sending much love, B.Tim. And last breadstick. Show him how a tomato debates, B.Tim. Show him how a tomato debates. Jacob, member for 14 months. Throwing the tomatoes at the B-Thug Thizzle. Colleen says, member for 19 months. Go B.Tim with the popcorn. Carol, member for 8 months. Go B.Tim. See, you guys support B-Thug Thizzle. They're showing you love, B-Thug. B.Tim. That's what we're talking about. Katrina, member for 15 months. Go B-Thug. We hate you. Yeah, now, I mean, who really needs a 5-minute intro? Come on now. Duh. Come on now. Is he done over there yet or what? I think his intro is like 15 minutes long. I thought mine was long. Shit. Is his intro still going? I hope it's not. Holy shit. I mean, come on now. Jen gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you supporting the Hive, love. Kelsey gifted 10 memberships too. Dang, y'all. Shit. Talk about shaking the bushes. Fuck. Hell to the yeah. Look at y'all. Irish Heart 1999. Love B.Tim. Throwing some love for the B.Tim. B-Thug. Go B-Thug Fizzle. Misty Dawn said. Look, Patty FM, member for 6 months. Go B.Tim. We got your back, man. YouTube Duckery, member for 5 months. Just joining the train. Choo-choo. That's right. Let's see here. Happy Life. $5 super check. Love y'all over here in the chat and the mods. Not good at tagging. That's all right, girl. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. We're just waiting on B-Thug to join the panel, and we'll drop this. I mean, we can drop this at any time. Don't get me wrong. We can drop this at any time, but it's just Glare talking, so it's not really, you know what I'm saying? We know what we're doing. We know what we're here for. We know what's going on, yo. We're waiting on our B-Thug Thizzle to get up there. Running with Scissors, member for 8 months. Remember, B.Tim, all the Glare has is at hominem. Let's see here. The Good Tiffany, member for 13 months. I had FOMO, so I had to join in. B-Thug, you got this. Uh-oh, look at this. Turtle Boy's Taint said, go B.Tim. You even got Turtle Boy's Taint out here cheering you on, B-Thug. Cupcakes, member for 7 months. You got this, B-Thug. You go. Bama G, member for 12 months. Go B.Tim. Let's see. Glare is stating how passionate he is about the case. He puts on such a show. You're passionate about getting those turtle riders to your chat, bruh. Shit, we know what time it is. Tank Gate 2024. Bridal got his ass into a bind, baby. Let's see what he's talking about here.
That is a slight dispute with all of the documents from so-called witnesses in this case. So he's free to reference them. I'll probably reference them myself. Again, this is not a test to see who knows more or anything of that nature. The idea here is for two very disagreeing people to basically kind of chisel off the fat and control the narrative of misinformation that's being spread on this case. So that's my intention. But without any further ado, he's been waiting patiently backstage for quite a while. B.Tim.
Yeah, what's up?
That's right.
So what do you want to get into? You want to get into talking about what you believe is the case? What do you believe?
How are you feeling though? Are you comfortable? You got something to drink, coffee or water or anything like that?
He said,
I'm fine.
shit, I'm ready to jump right in.
So I guess the concept is maybe you can give me your position. We both our positions on the subject. So what's your position?
My position is that I believe Karen Read to be innocent.
Here we go.
But my overall position is that
Here we go.
if this were to go to trial, which I don't believe that it will, but if it were to go to trial, I don't think there is any jury on the planet that would ever convict Karen Read based on how
for
this
10 months said
investigation was
B.Tim, no
conducted.
big words.
So yes, Nikki, I did send him the spreadsheet. He has it. You have it, right?
Go be
Doug. Continue.
No, that's it. I mean, that's it. And
wow.
Turtle Boy is in jail because he's being railroaded in silence.
Well, do you?
Oh my God, are we gonna go Turtle Boy or are we gonna go Karen Read? Which one we going, bud? Which one we going?
They're connected.
I don't see them
my
connected. I two separate cases.
Well, that's why you're here, so we can discuss that, and I can explain how they're connected.
You can believe Karen Read's innocent and believe Turtle Boy is guilty, in your opinion. They're two separate cases. Yeah.
Sure you can.
So why are you combining the two?
Okay, we're getting into semantics here. I'm explaining because I can actually show you why Turtle Boy's case is absolutely connected to the Karen Read case. I mean, how could you say that they're not in the latest developments where it was Ken Mello, the special prosecutor assigned to Turtle Boy, not Karen Read, who managed to seize Karen Read's phones?
Yeah, because there's investigation.
So they're not connected?
Their investigation if there's collusion.
Okay.
So let's talk about Karen Read's case because that's a pretext
so if there's investigation that there's collusion, you would have to logically agree that they are connected, yes or no?
No, their collusion on whether witness intimidation is going on.
Oh, shit.
That's a separate charge for murder.
Which make witness intimidation for what case then?
For her case, for a murder case, but it's separate.
Karen Read case, right?
I don't think
so
Turtle
they
Boy
are
had
connected.
I don't think Turtle Boy had anything to do with the murder of John O'Keefe.
Of course,
so
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. We're talking about the prosecution. We're talking about the investigation and the investigators that are involved in both cases. We're talking about the same district attorney that are involved in both cases. They are connected. I mean, they're absolutely connected.
Are we going to get into the Karen Read discussion? Or are we going to just?
We are.
Well, we're not really because we're talking about what the evidence.
You said they weren't connected, and I just explained how they were.
Well, that's your opinion, but I don't believe that. So we can disagree.
It's not a matter of opinion. If the special prosecutor who's assigned to the Turtle Boy case is seizing Karen Read's phones because she believes that they are colluding in order to intimidate witnesses, then the cases are absolutely connected by those two things.
They're separate charges.
Of course, they're separate charges. We know they're separate charges.
So they're not.
Karen Read has separate charges in the same case. Of course.
But anyway, my positions. Let's move on to the Karen Read thing because that was what we were here to discuss. Thank you.
Why do you think that she is guilty?
I think she's guilty based upon the evidence. I think she's guilty based upon the Green Report. I think she's guilty based upon the fact that there was glass fiber found on the back of the bumper. I believe she's guilty because there's microscopic plastic that was found on his cloth. I believe she's guilty based upon the Waze that basically disproves the Apple Health data that actually with the Green Report. I believe she's guilty based upon
what exactly disproves the Apple Health data.
Well, according to Waze, according to the Waze, it says that she according to Waze, they basically at 12:20 from Dedham Street, they arrived at 34 Fairview at 12:24, and it's a mile and a half. Meanwhile, if you look at the Apple data, it says 12:21 to 12:21:14 to 12:24:37 that they ascended and descended flights. That's not possible if they're punching into Waze at Dedham at 12:20.
Okay. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, sure. And that's at the Green Report. I got it from Yellow Cap and Tails. He basically went through the report and the Waze.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
I mean, basically, he was in the car at the time, so most likely he was going slow enough that it was like not that fast, and it was recording as like a walking thing. That's one of the reasons why I believe that
Okay.
That's all. Hmm. Are you going to explain about the microscopic plastic on his clothes as well?
Well, yeah.
Okay. How did that happen?
Who knows? It's a question of
well, you're not going to
chain of custody of evidence. So, I mean, when the victim's clothes are just laid out on the floor in the emergency room where they're trying to revive him, anything could have happened.
Do you believe Proctor went into the emergency room and sprinkled microscopic plastic on his clothes?
I'm saying who knows. I'm saying that if I were a defense attorney, and well, if a defense attorney were to explain this to me and I were sitting on a jury, then I would say that would create doubt, because if the chain of custody is mishandled, if the evidence is mishandled, which it clearly was, then anything could have happened to that evidence.
Can you explain how was chain of custody mishandled?
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't bagged. It was just thrown on the floor. There are items of his clothing that are missing. So when you look at the photograph, the still of the footage inside the bar at the Waterfall Grill, you can see that he's wearing a belt. One of his shoes is missing. His shoe was
recovered. His shoe and hat was recovered at the scene with a black straw and broken glass on the side at the scene.
Oh, the belt and hoodie. Excuse me, the belt and hoodie.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the belt. I know that the hat and the other shoe fell off because he was hit by the car. That's a common thing with being hit by a car. And why would a black straw be placed there as well at the scene? There was a black straw, a broken glass, cocktail glass, a hat, and one of his shoes was missing, found by another officer at the scene. A couple of days, I think, a couple hours later, I think.
Right. So why wasn't the scene secured immediately?
Well, first they were investigating if it was an accident, and then basically it was death, and they went to the investigation. What's the problem? It was secured.
Well, no,
I think another team wasn't the evidence collected by a special, team. I think they collected the evidence. A CERT team
that didn't show up until the next day.
It says located in the morning. The Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team CERT also found pieces of plastic, 2 red and 1 clear, in the same facility at the body. Items consistent with the broken tail light on Reed's Lexus. The document noted that officials seized the car and found that it had a broken glass embedded in the rear bumper, a deep scratch and a dent on the right side of the rear tailgate, and 2 scratches plus some chips paint on the right side of the rear bumper. And it was the CERT team. The emergency response team. I mean, Massachusetts Special Emergency Response Team. And that's what I'm just saying. There's other. I mean, like, you have to think about it too. Like, there's other things.
Actually, his hat was recovered on February 3rd, which is 5 days after the morning of the incident.
Okay.
So
let me write that down.
On February 3rd.
Thank you. No, thank you. I'm writing down February 3rd.
And it was when they went to interview Nicole Albert.
So it was still recovered at the scene.
Right.
Okay.
But why wasn't it recovered the day of?
Because it snowed.
You don't think
you have to wait for snow to melt?
That's how you preserve and investigate a crime scene, is you just wait for snow to melt?
Well, you don't see everything. Do you think they have like a flamethrower to melt all the snow in the backyard?
I mean, no, actually they used a snowblower. You think that's standard?
Not at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, they looked for it and they found it. What are you talking about? Eventually, you have to wait for snow to smelt. Yeah,
5 days later.
How about the black straw and the other shoe being missing? That's consistent with being.
So you don't find this to be? Oh, hold on a second, because my issue now.
Okay, go for it.
My issue is how the investigation was conducted. Okay.
Okay. You believe chain of custody was broken. That's what your basis of your opinion is.
I'm not saying that I never said that it was broken. I said that the evidence was mishandled.
And how was it mishandled?
Because items of his clothing weren't recovered until 5 days after the actual incident. So that makes me question. That makes me question the the integrity of the investigation altogether. That's just a drop in the bucket of the things that make me question the integrity of the investigation.
I don't want to, I'm asking this question so you can deny what my question is. Do you believe that officers came and grabbed his clothes and bedded plastic and then other pieces of clothes and went back to the scene and buried it in the snow?
I'm saying if I were a juror and a defense attorney presented that and explained to me that it wasn't recovered until 5 days later, then I would have to doubt that it was recovered at a timely fashion. I would have to doubt. I would have to say that there could have been anything. There's 5 days for this, for these pieces of evidence to be tainted in some way, shape.
I mean, the black straw, the broken cocktail glass, the shoe, the phone, all there.
Right. The all recovered late. All recovered way later.
Yeah, it's called investigation.
Why would Michael Proctor not log 5 different searches?
Because
5 different searches. Hold on. Why would Michael Proctor? No, Michael Proctor found these pieces of taillight, some 32 pieces or 34 pieces of taillight. He found them on 5 separate occasions and undocumented searches.
They found more pieces when the snow melted.
So if anybody wants to see the chat, watch
other
as it goes.
So is that standard? Do you think that that's standard? That
are you a cop?
To investigate? No, but I follow enough cases.
I'm not a cop.
I follow enough cases to
How many years have you been following cases?
At least 5.
Okay, so when you do 20 years, come to me.
So you explain to me. Any other case, reference any other case where the police waited for snow.
Hey, chick, I see you back here. What's up? Let me pop this over here. What you doing, girl?
Nothing. I'm enjoying the show.
You want to come up and hang out? Or you got something to add?
I can come up and hang up.
All right. You want to keep the camera on or off?
I can keep it on. It doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and you want to mute or you want me to mute you?
I'll mute myself for right now.
Okay. And when you wanna chat or something, just unmute it. But I'm trying not to stop it so much.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So if you want to just talk over it, but I mean, we can always go into like 1.5, but I just don't want to miss it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I see Sleuthy Goosey's in his chat right fucking now. So
of course he is.
For her timeline too. Yeah.
He's waiting for all his Turtle Boy riders to help him with the commentary.
Yeah. So okay, here we go. I just want to make sure. You know what I mean?
Melt.
All right.
In investigating the death of a Boston police officer or any police officer anywhere, you explain to me.
Can you reference a case?
No.
Why are you asking me to reference a case like that?
Because you're acting like it's standard operating procedure.
You don't know what is standard operation procedure for an investigation like this? Tell me.
Well, I mean, I would have to have a police officer up here.
Thank you. So why are you sitting here saying you don't understand? Like this is not standard operation procedure when you don't know?
Because it's fucking plain and simple.
But you don't know.
There's no investigation where that has ever happened.
Right, but you can't expect
like, if you want truth, why don't you invite a Boston police officer or want to do an interview and discuss?
Doesn't have to be a Boston police officer.
I think that would be very educational to people if you invited a police officer to talk.
Sure. No, I actually have one lined up.
Good.
I actually have one lined up.
I bet he does.
I mean, don't you think you're spreading misinformation right now by like not having a police officer talk about the
not even in the slightest bit. No, I'm not spreading misinformation. I'm stating the fact.
But you said you didn't know, but you kept on
stating. It took 5 days to recover evidence from a scene. Why wasn't the scene checked?
But you don't know the procedure.
Why wasn't the scene checked?
You don't know the procedure.
I've heard police officers. I've heard Jennifer Coffindoffer herself. Jennifer Coffindoffer herself say that mistakes were made.
That agrees with me. The person agrees with me. That's
right.
Okay.
Right. Let me finish, please.
Sure. Sorry about that.
So Jennifer Coffindoffer herself has said that mistakes were made in collecting evidence, such as the red Solo cups from a neighbor to collect blood samples from a scene. That doesn't happen. That's why you have forensic teams, okay, to collect blood samples and preserve the blood samples properly. This is not done by red Solo cups from a neighbor, okay? Secondly, you do not take a snowblower to blow away the snow. Or not even a snowblower, a leaf blower to blow away the snow away from a crime scene, away from evidence. You also tape off the area the day of, which was not done until the next day.
Okay. So how does that go together?
Well, I don't need to be a cop to know that that's standard procedure.
I mean, how do you
I just need to have common sense.
Well, common sense is not common, sir. So let's continue. Yeah, it's not. But you haven't explained how the microscopic pieces of the taillight got on his
I'm not
shirt.
supposed to explain that. The prosecution.
Aren't you spreading misinformation? If you don't?
Not at all.
Why hasn't the defense done that?
The defense it's not their job.
The defense is not their job to prove how what got on his clothes.
No, it is exactly not their job to do because the burden of proof is on the prosecution.
Yeah, that's true. Burden of proof is on the prosecution, but they're making this theory that
you
speed up.
So you explain to me how the microscopic pieces got.
He got hit by a car.
How exactly?
He got hit by a car.
Explain to me exactly how those microscopic pieces would actually end
Well,
up
when
in
it
his
broke,
clothes,
when
piece by
the
piece.
taillight broke, it got
What part of
onto
his body?
shirt.
What part of his body?
Sure. I mean, I'm not. That's what it said on his shirt.
What bone is dense enough to break that taillight in order for them to end up on his shirt?
Bone? We're talking about what are
Any
you
bone,
talking
right?
about? This is
that's
science.
your job. That's right. What's the science?
Not my job. I don't work for the police department, sir.
What's
Nor
the
the
science
defense.
that would explain to me the science?
Do you
that
know
would
the
explain
science?
how?
Why are you
No.
asking a question you don't know?
No, I don't know the science.
Then why would you ask a question like that? It's a
all I
ridiculous
know is
question.
that all I know is that if that evidence wasn't preserved properly, those pieces of plastic could have gone on
So
his
you
clothes
think-
at any given time. Those
You
pieces
think-
of plastic
wait.
had 5 days.
I want to
5
get you
days
down
to end up on
this.
his clothes.
How do you think he did it? Just jump. Do you think Proctor or an officer came there and sprinkled an embedded fucking plastic onto his club shirt? State it.
I don't know how it ended up there, but I know that I know that I believe that
I told you how
that,
it
that
stated for
John
me.
O'Keefe was in that house.
Okay,
So
let's jump to
explain-
there. I'll jump to
let's-
there. Okay, we'll jump to that point. Sure. There's another point of contention. You bring up the fact that he went into the house, but the GPS data doesn't show that he went in the house.
It doesn't matter that the GPS data.
What do you mean the
doesn't show that he
GPS
went to the
data
house.
doesn't matter? It's an essential piece
Because
of evidence.
Okay, so the way the GPS data works, it does not pinpoint one particular location. It pinpoints
Wrong.
basically that's how it
No,
works.
you're wrong
That's
because
how it
GPS has usually depends on the signal. And at that time, the signal was like weak and then it got stronger and stronger and it went down to a radius of 72 feet that only meets up to the door. And he never moved. He never moved around in the house at that time.
So explain how he went up.
Explain also,
explain how he went up 3 flights of stairs then.
The problem with that theory is because he was in the car. The ways to say basically said at 12.
Wow, I'd love an SUV with a fucking staircase.
It's not a staircase, sir. It's how they basically presented it. He was in the car because it was impossible for him to go 3 flights of stairs. If the Waze GPS says at 12:20, he was actually looking for the address at Dedham. Okay, it's impossible. So because it takes you 3 minutes to get there. So the time he got there was 12:24.
B.Tim just mic dropped him.
In 24 seconds.
Happy life. Thank you for the $1.99 super
Okay, so
sticker,
do
baby.
you have an exact time in which he was struck?
I mean, the only thing I can think about, because this one is like a little bit of a theory.
How
to
is
me.
how is this timeline proof that she hit him with the car and that he didn't go?
No, Sleuthy wrote the timeline that he's using and that I sent B.Tim so that he knew. Glare wanted me to send B.Tim the timeline that Sleuthy has because that's what he was referencing off of and that's what he was using. So he wanted him to know. But you can see Sleuthy's in his chat. She's a mod for him. So I see. I mean, I'm not saying that she's like backing him up and supporting him, but she is a mod for him and he is using her stuff. So if that gives you an idea, you know what I'm saying? He is going off her timeline and with, you know what I'm saying? So that's where that's just my opinion on that. What the heck just happened? Okay, come on.
The stairs. If you don't have an exact time
Well,
for when
you know,
he was struck.
I have a question for you. If we're basing your analysis on the Apple data, why doesn't it show him being taken out of the house and put there at a later time?
Because it's a general vicinity right there.
Wait.
It's a general vicinity.
You can't pick and choose evidence, sir.
That's how it works.
You can't
That's
pick
how
and
the
choose
data
evidence,
works.
sir.
That's how the data works.
If we look at the Apple data, right? We look at the Apple data timeline, right? Does it show that he was put out there anytime after the last ping at 12? Let me see. The Apple data. Let me see. I gotta look to it. Apple Health data. Does it show that he is? Let me see. Sorry for that. Let me give me a moment.
No, please take your time.
No problem. If we look at the Apple data, what's the last time he moves before when they discover him? Which is 12/32/16, right? That's the last time he actually moved. Like that Apple data shows that he's moved, right? And then like before the 6 o'clock in the morning when they found him. So why does it show that he's been taken from the house, right? If you think he went down the basement, right? He went in the house, down the basement. You think Cullen and Brian beat him up with the dog, and then they left him there.
Oh, I don't. Okay, let me be very clear about something. I do not pretend to know what happened inside that home.
Oh wow!
I know that people.
That's
have
a
pretty
fucking
solid,
contradiction.
fixated theories as to what happened inside that home. I do not have one. I have always stood on the position that I don't know what happened in that house, but I firmly believe that he was inside that house.
Okay, so he got in the house and somehow he got injured. Can we agree on that? That's what you believe?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay. He walked down the stairs. Do you agree? Do you believe in that?
Yeah, I believe in the Apple Health data. Sure. Okay.
So why doesn't it show that he's moved again from 12:35? I got to look at the time again because my memory's not that great. 12:35. I think that is right. That 12:35. Why does it not show that he was moved again and like placed outside?
Because it's never been established who had the phone.
Well, the phone would have to move because it was under him.
Yeah, but who knows? I mean, who knows who put the phone there?
But it would still have to move. It would still have to move from the house to be under him, so it would record the Apple data.
Not if it was turned off.
So you think they turned it off after they beat him up and put it back on under him? But why was it on when he was?
No, I'm exploring possibilities. This is my point. This is my position. I want you to understand something. My position is that if I'm a juror, I have, and I always look at cases in the perspective of if I'm a juror.
Okay.
I have way too much doubt. If a defense attorney explains to me the same things and asks the questions that I'm asking you, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to say, well, I don't know. I don't know.
God,
I have no explanation for that.
Don't you?
There's no explanation.
Do you think he was moved? Another point. I'm a little confused.
So that means so that means that I have doubt.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take that. Well, let me ask you another question. We go with the snowplow guy, right? He says he never saw anyone. He saw a car parked in front of the last location where John O'Keefe was, right? Didn't see anyone there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? 2:15, 2:30? I'm trying to think. What was it? 2:15?
Sorry, my laptop's fucking up. Here we go.
After at 2:30.
Sorry, my laptop just froze.
Do you believe
that's okay? Kind of caught me off guard there a little bit.
Believe that. Then why did Miss Nagel state that she Miss Nagel stated that she saw someone and that she said Miss Nagel indicated that she thought she saw something she described as a dark object in the snow by the flagpole, but could not determine what it was. And it was 1:30 to 2 a.m.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm glad I did bring that up. I'm glad you brought
it up because then you have hold on, let me find it.
You have a husband who states that he drove by and he didn't see anyone next to him. I know what you're talking about. I absolutely know.
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
I'm talking about her brothers.
Hold on, we got to pull up Sluicy Cliff Notes.
Which I'm trying to find because I'd prefer to read it.
Sure, I'll wait for it. Thank you.
I'd prefer to read it, but there's a lot.
I'll wait. I mean, I'll wait.
Give me 1 second here.
But how do you explain her seeing something, alleging that she saw something? Do you think she's part of the conspiracy, or do you think she just
my laptop is shut down in the middle of this?
What I don't know.
Hell?
That I don't know because her brother's statement absolutely contradicts this. And I'll try to get to the meat and potatoes of the statement here. So
sure, I'll take your time, man. No problem.
I've got it pulled up, so it won't take me long. Give me 1 second.
He's got the meat and the potatoes.
Yeah.
And if you can tell me like which statement you're pulling up so I can pull it up myself.
I'm pulling up the here.
Convos with Crystal, member for 2 months. Will stutter.
He will stutter when he's caught in his shit.
Especially when he starts getting nervous, he will. Maggie Marie, thank you for becoming a new member. Blank Screen, member for 8 months. Happy Sunday, folks.
Give me 1 second here. Let me
firefighters get 10 memberships. If you guys got one,
I'm sharing the link with you directly to that statement in the private chat. So you can pull that right up.
Purple Addict says, go B.Tim. Heather B. BT gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm trying to slip them in as we go,
So I'm going to start at number 3 when you pull that up.
I already pulled it up. I'm reading right now.
Okay, so Ryan confirmed that he was contacted by Jolie's sister requesting a ride home. At the time, Ryan was with his friend Richie D. Antuno, who was driving his gray in-color Ford F-150 pickup truck with Ryan seated in the front passenger seat and Ryan's girlfriend, Heather Maxon. seated in the back passenger compartment. Ryan recalls Richie driving down Cedar Crest Road from the direction of the Kennedy Elementary School. As the F-150 approached Fairview, Ryan remembers seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction of Cedar Crest, which obviously would be Karen Read's SUV.
Yeah, agreed.
Subsequently, Richie yielded to the vehicle, allowing it to make the right-hand turn onto Fairview as their F-150 then followed, making a left-hand turn onto Fairview. Ryan told us that Richie stopped the F-150 directly in front of the driveway belonging to 34 Fairview and remembers the black SUV stopping along the right-hand curb towards the left side of the property as you look at the house from the street. This is very specific here.
Yeah, sure.
You got to admit, it's a very detailed statement, and it gets more detailed, which is why I find this very credible.
Who's seeing the glare
Ryan
information?
He
That's
did not
what I want to
observe
know.
any erratic operation by the SUV as it turned from Cedar Crest onto Fairview or at any point while in his presence. Ryan went on to say that their F-150 remained in front of the home for a period of time that was no longer than 5 minutes.
See, he's reading off Sleuthy Goosey's I have it. As a matter of fact, I asked her for it. It's on her Twitter. Anybody can go get it. If you guys go to Sleuthy Goosey's Twitter, you can go pull the documents that they're reading from right now. But I'm sure he's got people texting him, messaging him, and all kinds of shit. Like I tried to tell people, don't do that shit to B.Tim. I really hope there's nobody messaging him 100 million times while he's trying to focus, because that would be fucked up if they were doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's not that serious. It's really not that serious. So I really, really hope y'all are not blowing their phones down while they're trying to talk. Men are different than women. Literal Davis fam, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you guys say thank you. Here we go.
Minutes, at which time his sister Julie came out of the home and asked if the 3 of them would like to come inside. Ryan refused the invite, and Julie stated that she wanted to stay a while longer and would most likely spend the night at 34 Fairview. Upon conclusion, this is where it gets important. Upon conclusion of their conversation, Julie returned back inside the home, and Ryan noticed that the SUV pulled up a few feet to the far edge of the property line between 34 and the neighboring property, where the flagpole was located along with some bushes. Ryan stated that the SUV's driver did not appear to place the vehicle into park, as the rear brake lights were illuminated. Okay, this is important.
Yeah.
The rear brake lights were illuminated to include the third top center light at the initial positioning and after it had pulled up. Trooper Proctor asked Ryan if at any point he heard screams, yelling, or any noise coming from the black SUV while he was on Fairview, to which he stated no. Ryan added that as Richie pulled away, because he wasn't driving, so he was able to focus. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and he was sitting parallel, like he was the closest to the SUV.
Yes. Okay.
In the vehicle. So he had no obstruction of vision here. Okay.
Sure.
So he stated no. Ryan added that as Richie pulled away from 34 Fairview, their F-150 drove past the black SUV, at which time Ryan observed the interior light on and a Caucasian female operator seated inside the vehicle holding the steering wheel at the 10 and 2, looking straight ahead of her.
What time is this? Because this would be right when they arrived, right?
This would be when he arrived at the same time as
so you were stating like from let's say 5 minutes.
He would have arrived pretty much at the same time that Karen did.
So probably like 12. Let me see from the Green Report. Probably like 24 seconds. So 5 minutes from that, or 3 minutes.
I'm just trying to see on the document if there's an exact time.
It's not. They don't show an exact time.
They don't.
It's not that detailed, is it?
Well, no, that's
kind of important. If the guy,
I agree with you. I'm saying that's for the investigator to ask, is it not? That's on the investigator, right?
That's kind of important for the defense too.
It's important for the prosecution.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, but my thought process is that she hit him probably around 12:35 to 12:40, 12:35 or 2.
Well, this is a moot point because
not really.
I'll explain. Let me continue reading.
Go for it.
So, at which time Ryan observed the interior light on and a Caucasian female operator seated inside the vehicle holding the steering wheel at a 10 and 2 looking straight ahead of her. Ryan told us that he did not see anyone else inside the passenger compartment during his brief observations of the SUV as they drove by it. Ryan did not see the SUV leave and did not note any damage to the vehicle as he remembers. This is extremely important.
Yes.
So
But my thought process
when asked
is that
Ryan stated that it had just started snowing approximately half an hour prior to there was a coating of snow on the ground while present in the area of Cedar Crest and Fairview. So here's my point.
Okay, go
here's
for
my
it.
point. My point of this is if Ryan Nagel pulled up from behind in the F-150
Oh my goodness!
to Karen Reed's car and did not see any damage to any of to the vehicle at all, including her lights. No damage, no damage. All of the lights were illuminated, right? So all of her lights were illuminated, and he drives past and sees that she's alone in the vehicle. So if he's alone in the if she's alone in the vehicle, and there's no damage to the back of the SUV, she had to have already hit him. But if she broke her taillight hitting him, why was there no damage to the taillight?
Because she didn't hit him at that point.
So
Because she hit him. Wait.
The only two places that the only two places that John O'Keefe could have possibly been would have been inside the vehicle, which Ryan Nagel states that she was not, or lying in the driveway, or lying in the grass, or inside the home.
Or he just passed by and didn't see him, and she didn't hit him yet. She didn't hit him yet. She hit him after the guy passed her. Because the last time.
So why didn't she see him? Why didn't
she pass by? It was really dark. It's a blizzard, and he probably didn't.
It's not a blizzard. He said it just started snowing.
It's just started snowing.
And
it's dark. What time is it on that time when he passed by? Because that's very important. We're talking about details. What time did he arrive? How long did he stay? A lot of times witnesses will overestimate the time that they're there.
This guy, you're telling me that this guy could see that she had her hands at a 10-2 position on the steering wheel. He had all of this detail, could see that there was no damage to the back of the truck, and didn't see a 6-foot man standing with a gray shirt near the vehicle?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me he just didn't see it?
Yeah. Happens all the time. Just like how the snowplow guy didn't see him. And also, John, the last time the actual Apple data shows that he moved was, what is it? 12:32:16. So let's say he spent, I think he overestimated his time 5 minutes, because I've noticed with a lot of witnesses, like they'll be like, well, the accident happened a minute, or the accident happened in 30, you know what I mean? But it's actually like 20 seconds. So he could have been there a shorter time than 5 minutes. But with my theory is that she probably hit him after the guy left. That's pretty much it. That's my thought process. I think the snowplow guy the snow on the other side where he couldn't see him.
On the other side where he couldn't see
I'm giving you explanations. You just say, I don't know. That's up to someone else.
Couldn't see a 6-foot man standing. His head would clear the vehicle. He passed right behind. He got right behind her. He was right behind her.
Asymmetrical position. An asymmetrical
He was
position.
Directly behind her. He was directly behind her vehicle.
How do you know that?
Way he would not have seen somebody standing outside her vehicle.
That's your thought process. Maybe you missed her. Why is it that there's conflicting witness testimony? Why is it that this guy states that there's a car there?
That's exactly a great point.
That is a great point.
Why is there conflicting witness testimony?
Yeah, your own client. Oh, not a client. Karen Reed's got conflicting testimony. She changed the story 3 times.
No, she has no witnesses.
She is her own witness. She is her own witness. She basically testified originally during the call to Miss McCabe. She initially last remembered seeing the victim at the waterfall, and when informed by Miss McCabe that she had seen the victim and defendant leaving the waterfall. When she was confronted with that, using her nieces, and the niece also said she had conflicting, like where O'Keefe was. She had a conflicting story with that.
Why would the niece? Why would the niece know where John was?
Because the niece was using the niece's phone in the room. She was listening to Karen Reed talk.
Right,
she's one of the witnesses.
Why would she know where John was?
No, what happened is that she uses the niece's phone. Right? She goes in the room and she calls up Miss McCabe. She tells Miss McCabe she remembers last seeing him in the waterfall.
According to Miss McCabe.
Well, according to also the girl that might testify as well. Well, we'll see.
Have you seen a statement from a minor?
I've seen the statement. I did actually see that there was a statement from her that basically said that her story was inconsistent.
Okay, wait. So
yeah,
you
said
saw,
initials.
you saw a statement from a child in these documents. Could you reference that document to me, please?
Sure, I gotta find it. Give me a moment. Let me see.
Okay, well, while they're waiting here, let's see. Here, happy Easter, everyone. Member for 7 months says the glare needs a mega pint.
Yeah, I chat. I know. I mean,
well on his
I
way.
want to give him an opportunity to find this document that we all know that the laws, the laws prohibit such a document to be public because this child is a minor.
Boho gifted or gave $5 super.
Okay, it says here on page 22.
Could you share the link in the private chat for me, please?
Sure.
is doing
They use
amazing.
initials, so I'm assuming that they talk to her. Here, give me a moment.
Little Davis Bam gifted 5 memberships. If you guys got one, please tell her thank you. Thank you guys for supporting the Hive. I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, I got 2 pots of coffee, dude. I got 1 in a thermos. I'm ready to go, homie. We're good.
On February, I think on page 22 of that document, and it says here, let me see. On February 22nd, both the 10-year-old nephew, CF, and the 14-year-old niece, KF, of the victim were interviewed at New Fork Advocates for Children Center.
You said page 22?
Yeah, 22.
All right, let me get there.
And he said the 10-year-old nephew. Say it again, baby. Say it again. 10-year-old nephew.
It says starts at February 22nd on both the 10-year-old nephew and CF.
Okay.
And they use initials because they're children, obviously. They're not going to put their
Oh, come on.
real names on there because when you're
in the headlights shot.
It says, you can read it. I mean, on February 22nd, both the 10-year-old nephew and CF and the 14-year-old niece, KF, of the victim were interviewed in New Fork Advocates for Children Center in Foxborough.
Blair said it didn't exist.
The children indicated that they had lived with their uncle, the victim, for approximately 8 years following the passing of both of their parents. Both children indicated that the victim and defendant had started dating approximately 2 years ago. After having dated for some time before the distant past, they both indicated that the defendant would stay over their house, Meadow Avenue, several nights a day. PF stated that the defendant and victim argued a decent amount of time. PF recalled a recent argument over groceries and the victim expressing needing a break from the defendant. After this particular argument, the victim wanted the defendant to leave their house. However, she refused. PF indicated that he had left the home on January 20th, approximately 8 p.m. for a sleepover at a friend's house and was not present at the home overnight. PF indicated that neither he nor his sister had access to the Ring system, but believed the defendant did from a family computer within the home. Because remember, it was deleted, the actual pulling in, and only the front was there.
Sure.
KF indicated that during her interview,
and he's
that the
letting
defendant
him read
and the
that
victim
whole
had
thing. We
argued
told
a
B.Tim he
lot
probably
towards
wouldn't let
the
him
end,
read the whole
approximately
thing, but he is too.
She further stated approximately a week prior to January 29th, she was sitting on the stairway inside the house while the victim and defendant were arguing. KF stated that she heard the victim tell the defendant that their relationship had run its course and that it isn't healthy. She stated that the defendant did not want the relationship to end and refused to leave their house. KF stated that she had gone to bed approximately 11 p.m. on January 28th after the friend had left and was awoken by the defendant approximately 4:30 a.m. with the defendant screaming and acting frantic. The defendant ran into the victim's bedroom to retrieve KF's cell phone. KF then began texting and calling the victim with response. The defendant then had KF call Ms. McCabe and put the defendant on the phone with her. After speaking with Ms. McCabe, the defendant left the house and told KF to call Camarino to come and pick up her. KF indicated to her in the interview that the defendant changed her story several times while speaking to Ms. McCabe on the phone, with initially the defendant stating that she and the victim got into an argument and she dropped him off. So, what, she changed her story multiple times, and do you think the nephew's also into the conspiracy too?
No, that's what I'm saying is this doesn't say anything other than they argued a lot.
And they changed the story several times. She said, stating that she and the victim got into an argument and changed her story several times during when she was talking to her. When she was talking to Ms. McCabe. She corroborates what Ms. McCabe says, that she initially lied to Ms. McCabe to try to cover her tracks or she forgot. She was so drunk because she had like a fucking huge blood alcohol level at the time. And then she was reminded,
we know that they argued, though. I mean, but I don't understand what this supposedly proves.
That she initially lied to her friend to cover her tracks, that she tried to state that they were at the
No,
bar,
you're adding that she lied to cover her tracks,
or
All
she
it
forgot,
says-
or she
all
forgot.
It says that she changed her story numerous times.
I mean, what do you think of a witness that changes their story multiple times? Do you need to have a memory to have do you need to have a good memory to tell the truth?
What
No.
I'm saying,
The answer is no. That's the answer.
No, it's not. Because what I'm saying here is, how do you know the circumstances in which this is a third party saying this is what this person indicated to me. Someone who indicated to me, somebody who has repeatedly collected evidence in a very questionable way.
Oh my
is
God.
stating what a child said
That's not Proctor. That's not Proctor collecting the statement, sir.
Well, I mean, it could any of the detectives.
It's a child, sir. It's another service for children. It's the New Fork Advocate for Children Center in Salisbury, Massachusetts.
And
it's not
another
Mr.
one.
Proctor collecting the statement.
Patty gifted
Who wrote this statement here?
If you got one, make sure you
That's the statement that they got. The person who interviewed a New Fork Advocate for Children Center in Salisbury, Massachusetts. They're the one that got the statement. And he wrote it down what they copied, whoever they did. So unless you this is what the kids said. The kids said that initially she kept on changing her story. She changed her story.
No. Scroll to the bottom. It says respectfully submitted for the Commonwealth, Michael Morrissey by Adam Lally. The
interview was done by
who?
By the Advocates for Children Center in Foxbury, Massachusetts.
Right. The advocates did that.
They were interviewed by them.
Don't act stupid.
So are you saying that they're part of the conspiracy now? The lady changed her story. Then she changed her story again.
It doesn't say that anywhere here.
It says it on the top. It says here on February 22nd, both the 10-year-old nephew and CF and the 14-year-old niece KF of the victim were interviewed at the New Fork Advocate for Children Center in Frostburg, Massachusetts.
Right.
By who?
By a fucking doctor.
Probably an advocate.
How many times do we have to fucking spell it for you?
Or by the TA.
No, he's arguing semantics because he knows damn the fuck well those kids got interviewed. He knows where they were interviewed at. So he just wants to by who? Well, they're not going to put by who. They're not going to put a fucking, in-depth report.
No,
Patty,
and it's always the children forensic people that interview children, not the DA.
Right.
And like, what the fuck? I can't.
Yeah. Patty gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Patty. If you guys got one, please tell her thank you. I tried to say it earlier, but I didn't want to talk over the glare because I want to hear what he's got to say, even though it's nonsense. Layla gifted $5 super sticker. They like to change the goalpost and make a lot out of why Ellie didn't do X, Y, and Z when they don't know why, when they don't know X, Y, and Z didn't happen and they don't know Ellie didn't check. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I definitely agree. You can tell. I mean, you can tell he's getting frustrated. And I'm going to put this on 1.25, so we were not too far behind, but I did want to stop, so I'm not talking over him.
So you think they're just you think he's just making this kid's being forced to testify to fake information?
No, I'm saying who the fuck knows who
Oh
talked
my
to
God.
the kid or if the kid even talked
Is this a
at all.
debate about facts, man? Because I put a lot of facts, and you keep on saying, I don't know, I don't remember.
If you can't share with me a name, if I'm a defense attorney, I'm going to go, okay, well, who conducted this interview?
Well, that's going to be the trial. I can't give you names of like children advocates. I'm sorry.
So it's not evidence.
It is evidence in the document. It's like it's going to be evidence.
No, it's not. It doesn't prove anything.
Come on.
It doesn't prove anything. No, clearly it doesn't.
Okay.
There's nobody's name signed except
that's the first change of story. Then she changes the story that she dropped him off and didn't look at him when he walked in the room because her stomach hurt. And then when she was on Dateline, she changed the story again that she said she saw him go in the house. She changed her story 3 times, sir. 3.
Dude, she was drinking.
Here comes the cigarette.
She was drinking. She's frantic. She's screaming and yelling. She was fighting with him.
Oh my God! Like if this was your client,
that doesn't prove murder.
That proves inconsistency.
How does that prove?
That proves. I mean, like you're sitting here, you're analyzing witness statements and how they're inconsistent with this one and that one. But their own person can't keep her story straight.
But that's my point. Is if you're going to prove that she's suspicious because she can't keep her story straight, then why is everyone else's stories inconsistent? Why is
What's
everyone
three
else?
people? I don't believe that the whole snowplow person, because that story doesn't make any sense. Okay, and they have to look for that guy. Okay, I don't believe.
So when was this interview conducted by the Commonwealth's memorandum? When was this interview conducted?
When was the interview conducted?
Right.
Let me look for the date. It says February 22nd on the thing, on the first line.
Okay.
Why are you asking me silly questions?
It's not a silly question.
It's on the first line.
It's absolutely valid. So why February 22nd? You're going to tell me that a child on February 22nd is going to have this vivid memory.
Oh my God.
And you're going to tell me that this child had no contact with anyone, with no officers. We don't know in what kind of questions this child was asked and what manner the child was asked these questions.
Oh my God.
I mean, we have no idea.
So the cops planted the plastic.
I'm saying we don't know. If the cops
they're telling the children what to do.
If they had bagged the evidence properly in the first place and collected it in a timely manner,
Carrie can't get her story straight. She can't get her story straight. And
I wouldn't be asking the question.
He needs to light that cigarette before he busts through his tight
shirt.
shirt.
Actually conducted their investigation in a standard way, which is collecting evidence with gloves, putting it in a bag, and not leaving it on the floor with items unaccounted for.
Sure. Okay.
So, explain to me how that's proof.
What's proof? What's your question?
If the suspicion is that that the DA has greenlit an investigation that was conducted nefariously or negligently, right? If the DA greenlit this investigation to take place this way, then it is on the DA to prove whether or not Karen Read is actually guilty.
They go into trial. That's the whole point of the trial, to prove she's guilty.
But what I'm saying is how can they go to a jury with
what?
Clothing,
with
evidence that was collected in questionable manners, where that evidence could have easily been tainted within 5 days. 5 days.
Wait.
Could have been tainted.
Wait a minute.
Pictures of his clothing laying on the floor.
Wait a minute.
Laying on the floor.
I mean, are you saying that they're basically like that? How about the glass embedded in the bumper? That cocktail glass embedded in the bumper. Is that also part of the conspiracy that they just smashed that in?
Give me 1 second here.
I need to know. I mean, it says here the black SUV was seized from the driveway of the defendant's parents here in B.Tim. On January 29th, the vehicle was then transported via tow to the Canton Police Department on February 1st. Members of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Service Section, a crime lab chemist, a trooper Joseph Paul of the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section, CARS, responded to the department. They observed fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle. The rear right passenger side taillight was shattered, and pieces were observed missing from the red and clear areas. On the right side of the rear taillight, a deep scratch and minor dent were observed. On the right side of the rear bumper, above a small red light, 2 scratches were observed, as well as one area where the paint was chipped off. Troopers from the CARS unit performed a rapid acceleration forward and reverse test with the vehicle and noted no deficiencies with the vehicle braking system or other operations. The trooper placed a training figure resembling a human approximately 6 feet in height and behind the Lexus. The vehicle was operated by CARS. I mean, are you stating that there is like they busted the glass, like CARS is also part of the conspiracy, that they, embedded cocktail glass in the background and human hair on the back that they're still waiting to be announced?
Sure.
Oh my God.
Why not?
Is this a debate? I mean, is there any point? Like, you're not even like, this is evidence.
Hold on. I'm looking for, explain to me why the tow truck driver says that there was no damage to the vehicle when he took it off the property or when he took it off of Karen Read's property.
All right, show me the document.
My new point.
Show me the document.
I'm looking for the recording.
Thank you.
I'm looking for. There's a recorded phone call of this.
A phone call. Is it a document or a phone call? Who collected this phone call?
It's a recorded phone call.
Who collected the phone call?
Hold on.
I'm going to play your games. Who collected the phone call? Maybe it's a conspiracy. I mean, like, come on.
Could be. Could be.
God.
But what I'm saying is, the fact that the phone call exists creates doubt, right? Does it not?
I gotta listen to the phone call to see if I have doubts, sir.
Well, I gotta find it. It's in a long.
I didn't see this phone call.
thread of
Sleepy
DDM.
Goosey. This is a pretty important detail, I like to say.
No, I agree. It's a very important detail.
Mm-hmm. Very important detail. Because this guy's going to be called as a witness. Absolutely 100%. Because if he's going to sign a memorandum that said he didn't see any damage from the tow truck, he's basically accusing people of breaking it. But even if he did that, that doesn't explain it to be even in the scene. How did that glass come from the house of Karen Read to the location before he even, like, when he was taken already? Why was the same glass, like, embedded, like the same plastic stuff embedded in his, I mean, like, and your only conclusion is basically, well, they just eventually just took it and planted it later. Well, that's and you have no basis of fact to connect that. You have no evidence to connect that. This is pure speculation. This is pure, like, theories. Like, this is just not even theories. This is speculation at this point.
Right.
I couldn't even say hypothesis at this point.
The defense has the luxury of speculation.
Do you?
Hey, policeman, what are they going to do? Arrest you after they tell you? You take it. You're getting paid, right?
Yeah, I told it right to the police station, though. I didn't tell it to my shop or nothing.
No.
I went from that house right to Canton, and they were with me the whole time.
Nice. Wow. But no damage on the car.
There's more to that story than what they're saying, because I don't see how they're saying what, she backed into him or something?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, but and even if she did, would the window, the back brake near a brake? Probably not.
I didn't see no damage on it.
No, you guys inspect them like rent-a-car companies. You guys.
If there was any damage on that car, they would have took pictures of that car in the driveway before anything.
Amen. Yeah. Hey, this is great.
If you go to any kind of scene and there's a car there that's got damage, they should be able to put those pictures of that car in her mother's driveway with the snow on the ground, because it was snowing like hell that day.
Yeah.
They should have pictures of that.
I'm glad you're on my show.
I didn't see no.
This proves fucking nothing. Like, when was this recorded?
No, but Manny calls you, hey, grab a car from the auction. You look around, see what it's got on it. That way, when Manny yells at you and says, hey, you got a dent, what do you tell him?
So, are we done?
Yeah.
Hey, you would have a picture of that.
No, I'm not done.
You need to be.
If you saw a dent on a car you were towing, you would not take a picture?
What's that?
If you would call to tow a car, you would, if you saw a dent or any damage, you would take a picture, right?
Me to tow it, and they were there. I didn't know anything about the case or anything, and then I found out later about it. I saw it on the news.
Well, state policeman says, hey, tow this car, the Diamond Towing, tow this car, you want their business, but you're going to take it. The state policeman, what are they going to do, arrest you after they tell you? You take it. You're getting paid, right?
Yeah, I told it right to the police station, though. I didn't tow it to my shop or nothing.
No.
I went from that house right to Canton, and they were with me the whole time.
Nice. Wow. But no damage on the car.
There's more to that story than what they're saying, because I don't see how they're saying what, she backed into him or something?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, but
who is this guy? Is he a witness? Is this just for a YouTube clout? I mean, like, I don't, this is just a rando that you grabbed by some YouTuber called up, and he could be lying. Where's his signed affidavit? Why is the defense not going up to this guy? Where's I like to see it.
Boom, baby.
Here's the SUV being towed from the house.
He's just showing bullshit.
You can see the tail light.
I know, we can't say shit.
I don't see the tail light. I only see.
No, B.Tim, I'm glad he called that out. You can't show bullshit and just say that's evidence. No. It don't work like that, baby. No.
One side.
You can see it.
I only see one side. I only see one side. Like there's two sides.
I mean,
and it's not a great photo. It's not a good photo, bro.
But see, here's the thing: is if I was a defense attorney and presented this, and I was, you know what I mean, and you were a juror, you'd have to go, okay, well, I don't know. That's
your theory is that the cops.
I don't have a theory.
Then what the hell are you doing here? I mean, you don't have a theory?
Of course
Fuck
not.
you mean? What the hell are you doing here? What?
I don't have a theory. I have a theory that all I have is a theory that this.
Oh my God!
I don't have a theory. I have proof.
Oh my
this
God!
Investigation was conducted in at least a negligent manner, and that there was way too many mistakes made in this investigation.
No, there's more than mistakes because you're implying that the cops are implanting evidence. That's not a mistake, sir. That is a cover-up. Can you actually state like what your opinions are instead of like?
And you're sitting here saying that.
I'm glad he's finally called that. Thank you. You know what, Firefly? Look at this. She just gifted 50 memberships, y'all. 50 memberships. Holy shit. Talk about shaking them motherfucking bushes. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell her thank you. That is amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the hive, baby. I appreciate that. That is a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way to 1,200, baby.
This stuff, unless it's in a document that it's not proof.
It has to be a sworn statement. This guy has to testify. He can't just have a YouTuber call him up and say, hey, I got some information here.
Hold on. So explain to me why the defense presented the facts that Turtle Boy's investigations uncovered. Yes, two hearings ago, the defense presented evidence that the Proctors and the Proctors and the McCabe's were personally involved.
Clever's not liking this.
Clever's just a puppy that wants to chew on everything.
Clever ain't liking this shit at all. He said, Dad, you're going off the mountain with bullshit. Dad, I don't like it.
Yeah, he's banging his head off the wall like, let me the fuck up.
Give me 1 second. Go ahead.
No problem.
We will.
I'm going to have to message Sleuthy and see if she'll come up after this so we can chat.
Oh, she's going to be in her denial anyway.
How you doing, guys? Hopefully the dog is not causing any trouble for Mr. Glare. Hopefully we'll be back soon.
He's trying to escape.
Though.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hey, Mac, talking smack. Hey, little bitch. Yes.
I'm kind of shocked he let me just sit on this. We probably tried.
Me and the Glare talked yesterday, and he did say that I could stream him at the same time. Actually, we were going to link our streams. So, yeah, he knows he's being stream sniped. Fuck you think this is?
Who the hell's that?
You little sneak. Little
Trust
snake.
me, so I'm glad he trust me not to say anything stupid.
I have no reason not to trust you, B.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything stupid.
Talk about, did you know you're being stream sniped? Sit your ugly ass down.
Yeah, have a seat.
Yeah, you're talking about Albert's relation, the photos, the Facebook photos, basically. That's what you're basically talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if the defense is submitting these things as evidence to defend their client, well, it's got to be true, right? Now, let's also.
I mean, isn't the fact that he's Brian Albert's brother's wife's sister's friends? I mean, like they're like friends with Proctor's sister. Like they're like really far distance. I remember I saw on Court TV with Coffendorfer explaining the relationship 9 days ago. It's a pretty distant relationship. I don't even think there's blood relations at all or familiar relations. This like it
has to be a blood. It has to be a blood relation.
I mean, if I'm going to go to jail for you for 20 years, yeah, I probably would not need to be related to you or be really good friends with you. I'm not going to jail for you.
Well, hold on a second.
I mean, wife's sisters was friends with Proctor's. I mean, like brother's wife's sister was friends with Proctor's sister.
Yes, Pastor. He understood the assignment.
Perjury and planting evidence and go to jail.
The DA
That's pretty crazy.
The DA him.
B.Tim understood the assignment. Hell yeah, he did. Shit, he was on it. Let's see.
He understood the word debate.
That's right.
Self-lied.
Or I don't think the DA lied. The DA won't lie because that would be breaking of the actual rules of ethics. You probably didn't know. It's so distance. It's like ridiculous. It's like what? Brothers, wives, sisters, friends with Proctor's sister. I mean, oh my God. The guy met him like what? How many years ago was that photo? I mean, and he's going to plant evidence.
Let's listen to this.
Cool.
Hold on. I got to unmute it here. My bad.
No problem.
There we go.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my 7 years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Read is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence.
I mean, I agree with this guy so far.
The show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Campton the night he died.
I agree.
Location data from his phone recovered from the lawn beneath his
body.
Of
course you agree. He's the DA.
I agree with him. So that's how this is refuting me.
11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night.
Here, let me get to the.
A joint in taken by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is. Completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt.
Sounds like a smart guy.
I know you do.
I 100% agree with this guy.
State police trooper being accused of planting evidence outside 34 Fairview Road was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident. Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road. In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested.
Listen up here.
Proctor would have no motive to do so. Trooper Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation. Close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation. No close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation.
Play it one more time.
Had no conflict. And he had no reason to step out of this investigation.
That is a blatant fucking lie.
Oh, it says
that is a blatant
Brian
fucking
Albert,
lie. Now,
brothers,
hold on
wife,
a second.
sisters, friends with Proctor's sister. That is not a close relationship. That's the sister being friend. I mean, like, that's not a close relationship. You're acting like this is like close, like your family. I don't think they're close.
Dude, you don't think they're that close, huh? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you got the photo of him at the being at the marriage, basically. So.
No, he's pulling up the second family photo.
Dude,
I don't think that's close. That's not close to me.
My world.
I mean, how many marriages? How many marriages have you got? I mean, like,
look, Karen Proctor, the Proctor's second family. The Proctor's second family. That's not close. How is that not close, dude? How is that not close?
I don't consider it close.
It's right there. What are you talking about? Second family. How is that not close? It doesn't get any closer than that.
Doesn't get any closer.
Except for blood.
I mean, I don't consider that close, and I don't believe that guy lied. I mean, just like you say, I don't know. I think the cops planted it. I mean, like,
dude, and the defense plans on proving this.
Sure. And what are they planning on proving? That Proctor plant? You think that the defense is going to bring Jen McCabe up and then prove that she's some sort of evil sociopathic person that went home and plotted, like, researched ways to have?
Why did she delete all of the calls from her from her phone
because
and all of the texts?
Routine. I mean, like,
that's normal routine.
Mm-hmm. Why did Karen Read delete all her phone calls? Why did Karen Read delete her 2 cell phone data and waited 40 minutes before handing it?
Show me a document that says that she did that.
Oh well, it's a news report. It's from Twitter. Just like you went on TikTok to pull up that video.
Who wrote that news report and posted it on Twitter? Exactly.
Great Elliott. It's great news reporter. Great news reporter. What's so funny? Great news reporter. Better than Turtle Boy.
Where did Grant get that information exactly?
From a source. That's what he explained.
Okay, right, great.
Okay.
So Grant also thinks that attorney-client privilege isn't a thing. Grant also thinks that a lawyer cannot knowingly have a lawyer cannot have the information that their client is guilty because it's an ethics violation. He believes that. He said that out loud.
Wrong. He's wrong. I know he's wrong. Right.
I
know that. I mean,
do
you agree with everything Turtle Boy says?
He's such a great investigator.
Do you agree with everything Turtle Boy says?
Everything that Turtle Boy has provided proof of, yeah.
Oh, do you agree with everything he says?
No, of course not.
Okay, then that's the same with me.
course.
So why are you holding me to a higher standard?
But the thing is Turtle Boy has actually shown evidence of everything that he stated, but has differentiated his opinion from
Let's get to the 227. Like
you're saying that Grant is stating this as fact that Karen Read
I think it's
both of her phones.
Well, if she did, isn't that incriminating?
Not at all.
Okay, then why are you saying it's incriminating for Jennifer McCabe to do it?
Give him a second.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
No, sorry. I was looking at something.
Okay, I mean, getting help? I don't know.
Tons.
No, what was your question again? Sorry.
If you think that it's not incriminating to delete your information from a phone that a warrant gives you, then why are you holding the same standard from Jennifer McCabe?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. That's fair. That's fair. But I don't believe that. I don't believe Grant's position on that. Grant has given me no reason to believe that his recording is accurate.
Same with me with Turtle Boy.
But Turtle Boy provides proof.
Not all the time. He does not provide all the time. He screws up a lot. For instance, the 227 40-second thing is a misinterpretation of the data. I mean, if you read the actual document,
how is it a misinterpretation of the data?
Okay, the file parsed from the basically it's in a temporary file, and basically when they checked it, in addition to that exact same time of 2:27:40 a.m., there is a search located in a knowledge seed database that it was ozonebasketball.com teams. This timestamp is the last interaction of the Sephora tab in the iPhone to search the Ozone Basketball website at 2:27:40 seconds, and not a search of "How's longs to die in cold." This search would have been purged from the wall file, which is like a temporary file, once the tab was closed because it would have been committed to the database. At the same time period that the defendant highlights Ms. McCabe's cellular phone shows several unrelated searches that conducted and also showed deleted from a wall file for Canton Girls Basketball YouTube music video. The defense expert also located a picture artifact from Sephora cache records with a URL pertaining to how long does it take to digest food. When the URL is run, it will bring up the image of a person with a plate of food counter before them, cutting up said food.
That's the prosecution's so-called experts take on interpreting.
It makes sense,
right?
I mean, when Karen Read went there.
You want me to explain to you why it doesn't make sense?
Go for it.
Because now, if you set that precedent, now you're going to have to go back to every other person that was convicted based on Celebrite data being proof. You're gonna have to retry every single person.
If they're wrongfully convicted, why not? I mean, if this is like actually.
So Brian Walsh, who's actually in the same jail as Turtle Boy right now. Brian Walsh, you know.
I have no idea about the case. I will not comment on cases I have no idea about. Sorry.
Okay, well, Celebrite data dictates that he made all of these insane searches about how long, about how to dispose of a body, and so on.
Look it up.
No, okay. I mean, it's not necessary. The point is,
you're bringing it up. I can't look up things I don't have information.
Well, because because I'm making a point. The point is that if they use that as evidence, and you can challenge Celebrite's accuracy and how they assess these Google searches as evidence, well, then you have to reopen every single case that someone was convicted using Celebrite data.
Should people be wrongfully convicted based on faulty evidence?
So now there's this whole new precedent set based on this case, right?
Okay, but it says here that the search was done at 2:27:40. And also, it'd make more sense because Jennifer McCabe said, "Can you check how long it would take to die of cold?" When she was basically trying to go. And also, the person that brought the blanket to try to save John O'Keefe's life was Jennifer McCabe, and she was the one that called up 911.
1 second. Go ahead and go ahead. I have to show you something, but I have to find it first.
Okay.
I gotta save it to my phone first.
Do you have an explanation why she was looking up Ozone Park basketball instead? Do you have an explanation for that?
I will in a second.
Good. I'll wait. So, according to your theory, you think Jennifer McCabe is some sort of sociopathic, evil, maniacal person that watched her friend watched her friend. She watched her friend of 8 years, like someone she knew about 8 years, get beat up, then proceeded to just like go home and research how to kill him, to give ideas. And she never pressed on that tab, by the way. She never pressed on it and did a search, like actually did like read the articles of how long to die in cold. I mean, you're going to have to bring her on the stand and prove that this woman is a monster. Because anyone that can actually sit in a room, know someone for 8 years, and then basically like plan out their death, go with a grieving person, Karen Read, the supposed grieving person, to look for this, look for him, and just that would make you a monster. And why, if her plan was to have him freeze to death, why is she the first one to throw a blanket on him and call 911? That makes no sense. Sorry.
She wasn't the first person to throw a blanket on him.
She grabbed the blanket. She grabbed the blanket and put it on him. She was the one that was doing that. Okay.
Now this
she tried to save his life.
This is that's inaccurate. I have a
that's your opinion.
No, I have a phone call. I have a recording of her 911 call that totally refutes that.
Okay, well played.
So I will in a second.
Okay.
I was looking for the Celebrite data here. Now
I'm reading a document.
This is blurry. This is blurry. Sorry about that. But see on the top, it says how's long to die to
this
die.
This is the report from the defense, correct?
This is the Celebrite data, dude.
Yeah.
This is the Celebrite data.
What is Celebrite data, by the way?
Well, it's a company that is normally used in a lot of different cases. I couldn't explain to you in detail exactly who Celebrite is and what they do, but I know that it's been used in cases in the past, such as the Gannett Stout, Letitia Stout trial. So it says here, 129:22, how long to die in cold, 2:27 a.m. All right. Now, explain to me.
I can't see the document. Can you send me this document so I can read it? Because it's so small. Can you make it bigger? You can hit that that plus button.
It gets even more blurry if I do that.
Jesus Christ, man, I can't even read it. Okay, it says so let me see. At 6:23, it says 51. It says how long to die in misspelling that, and it says at 6:24. Okay, that's because Karen Read at the time screamed at her to look for how long to die in hypothermia.
You're overlooking a serious detail here.
What's the serious detail?
Is that they're spelled differently. The prosecution is claiming that it was the same search.
No, they're claiming the 227 was one of the same searches.
227. So why?
Did you look?
Why would she Google how long to die in the cold?
Because Karen Read asked her.
Can you let me finish a question, please?
Go for it.
Why would she search at 2:27 a.m. how long to die in the cold?
She didn't. She opened a pre-existing tab.
She didn't.
She opened up a pre-existing tab that she originally did. Okay, you want me to explain it, or do you want to talk over me?
Well, no, because I'm not done with my question.
Okay.
Why the different spelling at 6:23? Why the different spelling? In the search. How
if you actually looked at
a different spelling, and how could there be the same search if it's different spelling?
If you looked at Loosey Goosey, she actually has 4 separate accounts for the search, and one of them matches the same. One of the matches of the 227.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Okay, the 227, there was 3 searches at that particular time, I believe. Let me just go. And one of the matches, I believe, the same spelling. But let me just make sure. Because there was
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that one of them is the same spelling, but there's clearly a second spelling here taking place within a minute, not at the same time, but within a minute from the other search.
Well, it says how long.
What that indicates to me is that she's trying to cover her own ass.
No, what it indicates to me is that you're misinterpreting the data and you don't understand the data.
How can I misinterpret the data when there's 2 different times and 2 different spellings?
No, sir. If you look at 224,
it's right there.
If you look at this Lucy, at Sleuthy Goosey's post, you know, we're using that. Aren't we using that? It says it on 6/24/18.
This is a screenshot.
Oh, okay, so we're not
this is
using.
Why I can't send it to you.
Oh, okay. So we're using incomplete data. You're just not giving me the documents. Okay.
This is a screenshot of the Celebrite data, dude.
Okay, sure.
I mean,
yeah, but Celebrite data is temporary. It's not.
The only reason I picked this is because it's highlighted so that you can see it.
Bro, it's the same thing. What happened was she had a pre-existing tab open.
I mean,
and she did a pre-existing search.
I
and
can't
she used
explain it
to
any
search.
clearer.
When Karen Read asked her to search how long it takes to die of hypothermia or something like that, she asked that. She
to
did
cover
that.
her own ass.
Karen Read to cover her own ass. Yeah, I agree. Karen Read to cover her own ass.
No, Jen McCabe.
No.
It's right. I mean, Sleuthy Goosey's confirming it. You're asking me to use Sleuthy Goosey shit. She's confirming it right there. At
I was
2:20
going to die in cold at 6:24, and then in this exact same thing at 2:27.
Okay, what document are you?
I'm using Sleuthy Goosey's timeline of events. Aren't we using that? I mean, I'm at least looking at it.
No, I'm looking at the document.
Okay,
Are you looking at?
So we're using her and we're not using her. Okay.
We're using Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet for
We're
documents.
using rando guys get called up on TikTok as proof or something that's not verified by a cop. And we're using a document that hasn't been vetted. I don't know where this document came from.
Of course, but it creates doubt. And the company is that company, the tow truck company, is the company that towed Karen's car.
Okay, and I'm supposed to believe. Why did the defense not approach this guy?
You're not supposed to believe it. You're supposed to doubt.
I'm supposed to doubt? I mean, isn't it supposed to prove that she's innocent?
You're telling me right? No, it's not on the defense to prove that she's innocent. It's not on the defense.
Okay,
it's on the prosecution.
So you think she's guilty? You think she's guilty? Okay.
Who said that?
Then she has to be innocent or guilty. I mean, like, are we not realizing that she can be
innocent until proven guilty, dude?
True,
That's how the law works.
Yeah, what are your thoughts? You're like, reasonable doubt. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm insinuating corruption, but I don't want to really commit to saying it's corruption. Why don't you just go on that?
I'm insinuating. I'm stating the possibility of corruption is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm stating the possibility that Karen Read hit her hit John O'Keefe with the back of her car and then try to cover it up.
We know that. We know that that's possible.
Definitely
that's possible, but it's not fact. It's improvable. It's not provable.
It's going to be tried in trial. That's the evidence that they're going. And the prosecution's probably going to release a lot more evidence. And it's going to be, we're going to watch it.
Explain to me why this investigation is under federal investigation.
Why is this investigation? Because basically, I mean, I have to think because I'm trying to think.
No, please take your time.
No problem.
Yeah, you did too, so don't worry.
I think I watched the review of The Lawyer That Wants to Know, and it seemed to be like some sort of bickering match, and they were looking into the department. I believe there was some, I don't have notes in front of me about this, so I'm a little bit iffy about it. So I believe there was some sort of bickering between the two offices. I think they were looking into investigating the office. And it was very weird. I would say that much. It's a very weird situation. I would say that much. And I actually agree with the actual documents from the FBI to be released. That's simple as that. I agree with that. I had no issues with that. Okay. I answered your question. Suddenly quiet.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not running at your pace here.
Well, that's what the debate is.
That's why. I mean, come on.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. So you
think that the FBI, do you think the FBI is going to somehow exonerate, just basically throw out the trial based upon their investigation? Because I thought they didn't.
No, I mean, I don't know what the FBI has.
And you're expecting me to know what the FBI has. Okay.
I didn't say that. I'm asking you why you think that the DA's office is under federal investigation.
I really don't know. I have a very vague understanding. It seems very like bickering between the two parties.
Do you think that do you think that an agency that has a 97% success rate in their investigations for convictions is just blowing smoke?
Don't know. I mean, why is Donald Trump being investigated? Do you think he's guilty?
Oh no.
Okay, so I mean, if Donald Trump's not guilty, I mean, like,
I don't know, but I absolutely think that.
I mean, the FBI is investigating him. Is he automatically guilty?
I think that it's politically driven and a witch hunt, but we're talking apples and oranges here. You can't.
I mean,
that.
like, I'm just saying,
you
FBI is not always right.
Ridiculous points right here.
I'm not a ridiculous point. I'm
saying, but I'm saying that the feds have a 97% success rate.
Well, not with Donald Trump.
How do you know that? I mean,
so you think Donald Trump's guilty?
No, I'm saying I don't know. I haven't followed.
A lot of I don't knows. There's a lot of I don't knows in this debate.
What does that have anything to do? I'm trying to be very respectful towards you for coming onto this channel, and you're making it extremely difficult. So I'm warning you.
Okay. Take a drag, Will. Take a drag.
If you're trying to get me to just boot you the fuck off, then we can end this now. But I'm trying to have a healthy debate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is what happens when you get
acting like a fucking child.
I think someone else is acting like a child, sir. You didn't answer one question.
Yeah, no, I have.
I asked you how the plastic got there. You said I don't know.
I'm the one pulling these things up.
You asked. You had snow covering the back of that light. It was a terrible picture of the back of the taillight. Couldn't see jack with it. Okay. Then you got some TikTok guy doing an interview, some rando from a tow truck place that I don't even know if it's actually a vetted witness. And then like you're refuting the evidence in the memorandum. I mean, come on, man. What is this? What is it?
What is what?
I mean, like, for instance, let's go to what
are you
is
talking
it?
about what's on the screen right now? It's a fucking document, dude.
No, I'm talking about what is with you. You haven't committed to any answers. You're telling me to commit all these answers, explain things.
That's my point.
Your point is that we just don't commit to any answers.
No, my point is that we don't have any evidence that Karen Read is guilty. No definitive evidence that Karen Read is guilty.
Yeah, that's why we have a trial. But I can have an opinion. I can have an opinion. I think she's guilty.
Nobody's faulting you for having an opinion.
Kind of.
What I'm saying is, what I'm asking is, what are you basing your opinions on?
I just showed you multiple documents of evidence that why I based my opinion.
And I refuted your.
No, you didn't. You first tried to lie to me. You tried to say that the kids never got interviewed.
Who conducted the interview, dude?
Oh, but it's like. I mean, like, it's like everything I bring up.
Why is every witness statement not signed?
I mean, if every single piece of evidence I bring up,
show me a witness statement that's signed.
I mean, every single piece of evidence I brought to you, you says, I don't know. It doesn't, it's not vetted. It's not, but like, but then you grab a recording. Why is it signed?
Why aren't the witness statements signed, dude?
Well, I'm sure they're going to testify. So that's their statement, sir. It's a court document. It doesn't, I mean, what are you talking about?
Right, I know. And it's not valid unless it's signed.
Where's the signature on this half-ass?
I mean,
court documents are not valid.
It's a witness statement. It's no. That's
my
point.
Why isn't the judge throwing it out then?
Because it hasn't gone to trial yet, genius.
Okay, so there's no motion practice to have it removed from the lawyer?
I mean, they haven't gotten to that point yet, but they have been filing motions.
Sure.
They have been filing motions. Why did it take over a year to get so much evidence and discovery for the defense to be able to review?
Explain. I mean, Young Thug took a year for his jury selection.
What does that have to do with? What does that have
trials
to do with?
Take a while. Trials take a while, man.
Will you shut the fuck up for a second so I can finish?
It sounds like you're cursing a little bit at me. I'm sorry.
I'm absolutely cursing because you're acting like a fucking dickhead. So listen and shut up for a second.
I mean, listen, I'm having a conversation.
Shut up for a second. Answer the question, dickhead.
Listen, it sounds like you're losing. And now you're getting mad. Hominem attacks. Interesting.
No, I'm trying to ask you a question.
Don't be a little bitch, Claire.
Go.
Don't be a little bitch.
I'm trying to ask you a very simple question.
He needs to get in the fucking corner.
I'm trying to stay on task here.
B.Tim got triggered.
Now, are we good now?
I mean, I would like an apology because you cursed at me.
Why did it take a year for the prosecution to share discovery with the defense?
Reasonable. I don't know. Same as your thing. I'm not the prosecution.
That's not suspicious.
Well, that's suspicious to you, but trials take a while.
The trial hasn't started yet, B.Tim.
I mean, yeah, it takes a while to set up. I mean,
you're
laughing, but you
question?
I'm laughing because you're
the one that's
to avoid simple points. And
it's
yes,
not,
I curse
it's very
on my
simple.
channel.
I mean, whatever. I don't curse at people. So, how about the bite? How about the supposed bite marks and claw marks? Why don't we move on to that?
Well, this is going to get him through another pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
What's your question?
A whole other fucking
Do you
pack.
think it's bite marks or claw marks?
Being a little bitch.
Yeah,
I
just
think
go get the
that
fucking cotton.
could be either or. I don't know, but I know that Melanie Little had a dog training expert who absolutely dictated that he and other colleagues say without a doubt that those injuries came from a dog.
Well, why did they send it to a test lab in California and determine it was not dog DNA or basically?
That's a good question. Why was it sent to California?
I mean, because that's where the test was formed. I mean, I don't know what labs. Are you a lab expert? Do you know which is the best lab to test things?
Are you?
No, but that's what it was. They basically set forth that that it's not dog DNA, and also those are not uniform claw marks or bite marks.
Except they never tested it for dog DNA though, dude.
They sent it to California to test out.
Was it tested?
Yes, it was.
Really? Show me where it was.
Show me where it was. It's in the documents.
Show me the document that says that it was tested.
I have to show you documents. You don't have to show Jack. Okay, bro.
What are you talking about? I've been sharing the screen.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Here, dude.
Okay, bro.
He's ripping through them tonight.
I believe it was in an article. Oh, one moment. I got playing music on the background. Yeah, if you don't shut off that music, I'm probably going to skedaddle. I'm not going to be disrespected like this. You're not going to disrespect me like that. I want an apology.
I'm just waiting for.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to apologize now for that outburst.
That was a whole childish little fucking temper tantrum.
Because I'm not going to be disrespectful.
I know. Ain't nobody playing that shit when he's taking his 5 minutes to get his text together.
Apologize?
It sounds like you're scared and you just want to leave.
It sounds like you're being a little bitch and you're pushing the fucking line. How about that?
I'm definitely being rude.
Yeah, well, I don't appreciate that.
Been rude. You haven't been rude to me this entire time and talking over me this entire time.
I mean, I've been talking facts of the case, and you haven't. So I suggest
I'm waiting for this document that states that the.
You know what, sir? I'm done with you. I demand an apology.
You brought it up. You wanted to talk about. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. So, I mean,
hey, what's up?
Can't argue with stupid, can you?
I mean, like this motherfucker. I saw it.
What up, man? You did a good ass job. You killed it, dude. Fuck him.
I mean, this motherfucker plays. This guy is disrespectful to me, and then starts playing music.
First of all, he wanted to start calling you fucking names when he was losing. Then he wanted to turn on that fucking music when it took him 2 hours to find any goddamn thing you asked him for. So, that was a little bitch move.
I mean, like completely outrageous.
That was a fucking little temper tantrum, bitch ass move.
That's what happens when you get pinned in the corner.
Yeah, he had no idea. Obviously, he was getting pissed. You did good, though, man. You did.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wrote that in my notes. I was trying to find the note, like, the exact section, because I was, like, researching and stuff like that. And I saw that in my notes, and I wrote it down. And I was trying to find the location. This guy's playing fucking music on my background. Just ridiculous. I mean, like, I'm trying to have a discussion. And every time I bring up a point to this guy, it's like, reasonable doubt, I don't know. I think it's a conspiracy, but I don't want to commit to being a conspiracy. It's just ridiculous. I'm not going to deal with that stupidity.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
absolutely.
I wouldn't either. I mean, he was lucky you gave him the time of the day anyways. I mean,
I gave him like 2 hours
to do it over there. You were nice enough to give him the time of day. First of all. Second of all, you were nice enough to go over there on his platform and do it because we thought he would be able to be a grown-ass man, handle himself, even if he did lose, or even if he did, it ain't even about a win or lose, but even if he did get the lower hand, or even if he was losing his, you know what I'm saying? Fuck that. No, we, No, see, that's not,
Can we talk about how diamond towing went from a 2-star rating to a 4.75 after that?
Oh, did it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. When he plays it on the screen there at a 2-star rating, and then you Google him now, and all the turtle riders got him up to a 4.75.
Oh, shit.
And they're the worst towing company down in the Swansea, Somerset area.
I mean, he pulls up this video that has not been verified by the defense. If I was a defense attorney and this video existed, I would run to this guy and get a statement. Why the fuck did not the defense attorneys go up to this guy and say, hey, like, we need to test your information here. This is important detail. And he's playing some random TikTok video that's got an interview. And I'm supposed to accept this as a fact? No, sir, I am not going to accept that as a fact. I'm going to not accept it like that. It has to be reviewed by either the prosecution and defense to verify. Then he brings like this towing thing that has snow covering half of it, barely can see anything. That's his big proof. He questions me about the child interview. He didn't even know about the children being interviewed. He had no clue about it. He was like shocked. He was like initially saying I was making that shit up. I wasn't making that shit up. That happened. And Jen McCabe is not some sociopathic evil person. She's a woman that's being fucking attacked by a mob of people. And it's fucked up. It's absolutely disgusting. And Karen Reach changed her story 3 times. 3 times. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And the guy did that on purpose. He was just like being a complete dick.
That's when you're dealing with a man-child.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, the guy curses at me. First, he curses at me. Did I ever curse at him?
No.
Did I ever say an F you to him or anything like that? No. Absolutely not. And he says, oh, you're disrespecting me because you're talking over me. Well, excuse me. You want me to answer a question? I gotta sit there and answer your question, sir. And you curse at me. You're playing music in the background because that's what you want. You can't have a discussion about the facts of a case without bringing drama to it. And it's fucking sad, actually.
Well, he's only covering this. I can't even stand that guy. But he's only covering this because he's riding Turtle Boy's coattails.
Yeah, it's just
got to get them subs up.
Outrageous behavior, man. Outrageous.
Even the dog's trying to bang its fucking head off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, like, the guy says doesn't even know about the child's interview, about the Karen Reed changing her story, and then he's like, I don't know, reasonable doubt. They didn't handle. The cops implanted the plastic in the shirt eventually because they weren't handled properly. And so I'm sitting here, I'm like, are you gonna? I gotta explain everything, but you're just gonna say reasonable doubt? I mean, is this a discussion or is this just like reasonable doubt?
You know, I have to say. So I did catch a thing off of one of the posts that these people post about, and it was microdots. And I kind of do agree that in a big way, they kind of fumbled with that, you know, preserving the scene.
But there's a difference between like fumbling with preserving a scene and talking about a conspiracy.
Oh, yeah, totally. I agree with you there.
You know, you can sit there and say, well, I think Karen Reed's going to get out because they fumbled the scene, and I think some certain evidence is not going to be admissible. And that's a proper argument. And I would say, yeah, that could be very well true. I agree with you with that point of view. But that's not his argument. His argument, I don't know why he's afraid to state the fact that he believes that it's a conspiracy, that the cops planted evidence. He's just running from that. He doesn't want to admit that.
Well, he's only got Sloothy Goothy's Cliff Notes to run by.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. Cullen wasn't even there. He left at 12:10. He eventually got home like 12:30. And it's just ridiculous.
So they say, so I was looking back and reading some stuff too. And I was looking back and they were saying that Jen McCabe was texting John's phone saying pull up behind my car at 12:40.
Yeah.
Now, isn't the whole issue with the library video at 12:37? I believe they said there should have been video of her leaving, going by the library back to Meadow Ave or whatever to John's house.
Yeah, I don't know. About that. I don't know about the video camera, about the library stuff. Like, I don't know if that's passing by. I don't know. Just anywho, let me see. I don't know. I think it's just very sad that this guy just could not agree on anything. I mean, I was asking him, I'm trying to figure out his point of view. Because if he believes it's a conspiracy, you have to have basis of fact to believe it's conspiracy. You have to have a basis of fact where you say, you think Proctor planted the evidence. And he's like, well, this is a personal. It's like the guy's like brother, sister, friend. I mean, like, come on.
Well, it's not true if it's not signed by somebody.
Yeah. Just ridiculous. It's not true if it's signed by. It's a court document, but it's not true.
Yeah.
Just crazy to me. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable, man. Really is. That was not a discussion at that point. That man didn't even have an understanding of the facts of the case. He didn't understand that you opened up that the defense is talking about a pre-existing tab opened up and was searched at like that time, at the later time. At the time where Karen Read asked how long it takes to die in the snow. And he just acted like a fool and insults me, and I'm not going to be disrespected like that. Simple as that. If he wants to have a discussion, he better talk to me with respect. Doesn't want to have a discussion, then he can go fuck himself. It's really that simple.
That's it.
But anyway, how are you guys doing? What were your talking about with the play-by-play, guys?
I just thought, I mean, first of all, we all know he had to take some time to read his text messages. I'm sure Jennifer Altman and crew were feeding him his lines.
Yeah, there was a lot of quiet. There was a lot of dead air. I'm by myself. I read the documents, and like he wants to me to believe that there's this grand conspiracy, but it's like, listen, glass fiber being embedded in the bumper, I don't know. Cocktail glass. Evident, like the straw. I mean, he didn't even know there was a black straw at the scene. He didn't know that the shoe was there. He's like, well, it was found later. What are they supposed to do? Like, act of God, like remove all the snow? Like, I don't understand these people. Like, just weird. And he says,
yeah,
well,
but their position's always been that, okay, so they got him with one shoe on. They go back later in the morning, they find the other shoe. Oh, Brian Albert threw it out in the snow.
It's such a ridiculous argument. I mean, like you're trying to pin a cop for criminal activities, and you don't want to fucking do it. I mean, it's so crazy, man. It's fucking nuts.
No, he was a straight little punk after that. He did good at first, but I could tell maybe the oak leaf might have been kicking in. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think he did. I mean, did he like answer any questions I posed or any facts, or he just like was not?
Now he skirted off to a different area.
He didn't answer anything. Sad.
No.
Really sad.
Yeah, he didn't understand the whole term of debate.
Yeah, he said like he wants me to bring in facts of evidence and then refutes court documents, but he wants me to accept the TikTok video from a random. Oh, it's not signed, but I'm supposed to accept your TikTok video? Okay.
Gonna need to see that signature.
Then he's like, you could use Sleuthy Goosey's document. I use Sleuthy Goosey's document. And then he says, well, don't use Sleuthy Goosey's document because it supports your position. Like, okay, then we're just going to go with anything here. Anything goes. It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Guy was like, really didn't understand things.
See? That's why we said no for so long. You give him a fucking inch, he takes a mile.
Yeah, man, I was very, very respectful to him. But it's like at a certain point, this guy doesn't want to answer questions, doesn't want to point out his position. You're kind of destroyed.
Oh, I'm sure Blair does want him to come back. Blair can bring his ass on over here.
He lost his position when Turtle Boy got
locked he's up. Done. He lost that privilege. He's done.
I'm not talking to him anymore. I'm done. I'm not talking to him anymore. I don't give a fuck about him. I gave him a chance, and the guy just completely
actually fucking nice. I mean, I didn't expect him to apologize to you for calling you an asshole, which is what it is. But to be disrespectful and start playing that fucking music and shit while you're trying to find a document that he asked you to find, nah, hell. Little temper tantrum ass bullshit. That's what the fuck that was.
Yeah, like at one point he was ripping them butts so bad it smelled like an ashtray in my house. And he's like ready to bust through his tight little shirt. And then he's like, then when you get him in a corner, he's like, listen, sir, shut the fuck up and listen. Like, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, you got it.
Oh, no, he didn't. He said, shut the fuck up and listen.
Yeah, right when
he cursed at me.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. See, that's what you're not going to do. You're not going to talk to me like I'm a 12-year-old motherfucking little kid.
He
No,
was.
see,
He's
that's what
pointing
you're
in the
not gonna
screen
do.
and everything. He's like, "You could shut the fuck up and listen."
I mean, I'm not going to be I went on your show. I went on your show respectful, but I'm like sitting here. I'm like, come on, man. It's like at least sit here and just explain to me your position here. But it's like reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt. Well, then why are we here?
It's not my job. It's the defense.
It's the
Don't have to
defense.
do it.
I mean, like, why are we here? My position is I think she fucking hit him with the back of her car. Your position is you think Proctor and other officers committed, like, with the ATF, with multiple agencies, like 20 or 30 people committed a conspiracy in which they basically decided to fucking try to cover up a murder. Listen, if let's say realistically, let's say fucking John O'Keefe went into that house drunk and he had a fight. He doesn't even want to believe that. He doesn't want to bring up Cullen anymore because Cullen left beforehand. That's why he didn't want to say. He doesn't want to talk about who was in the house. Okay, let's say he had a fight with someone in the place. You don't think if 10 people or 11 people can cover up a murder, they wouldn't cover up and say John O'Keefe came here drunk and just attacked us, and then just simply call up the cops and say, hey, a guy dropped. There was an assault. The guy tried to assault me. Come over here, get a medical treatment. They take him away. Basically, 11 people's stories say John O'Keefe went in there drunk and attacked them. They probably get no time. John O'Keefe probably will go to jail for that or whatever. And basically, the only thing you can do is maybe you won't go to jail. Maybe you will. But there's no idea. There's no point for them to try to punch a guy, knock him out, or whatnot, or have a dog attack him apparently, and then proceed to act like they're going to commit murder. Why don't they just call the cops and have the cops come and just say it's an assault? The guy attacked us. Get him medical treatment. He would have lived because he would have stayed alive. And then they would have been like, oh, you were attacked. You were defending yourself. Okay. And they would have gotten off. They're gonna commit murder and lose their careers for doing stupid shit like grabbing this guy and dragging him into the fucking yard. And he didn't want to answer.
Steven said, where is the document you claim existed showing there was no dog bite DNA?
I saw it. It was in an article. I was trying to pull it up and I was fucking looking for it. And it was just pissing me off.
What you were looking for when he started playing that music?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to look for it because I saw it. because I have all these tabs up.
Yes, if you got it, go ahead and pull it up. We'll show it here.
Yeah, just give me a moment. I gotta go on mute. I'll see you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Take your time. Take a minute. Take a breather. Shit. Steven, we got you. You want to click the link, come up? You're welcome to. Anybody's welcome to. The panel's open. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. I never get up on these things, but I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you're new. I've never seen you up here before.
No, I never go up on them. I'm like,
Are you on this side? Are you from our channel? You hang out here, or are you just new?
Yeah, I have a membership over in your channel, on your channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I wasn't sure. Like I said, I've never seen you come up here and hang out, so I didn't know. I was like, man, I wonder if she comes and hangs out over here all the time, or if she's new to the panel.
No, I do. I don't really comment a lot because I don't know. I can really stir some shit up, but I try not to. I listen.
Monica, $9.99 super sticker says only debate your equals. Everyone else you teach. B.Tim holding class today. That's right. That's right. Goober's mommy, $4.99 said, yep, fell in hate with B.Tim. That's right.
I'd really like to see their position on what their theory is on how that went down in the house. I know fights can pop off real quick, but the little time frame that they have, and all this shit goes down, and he's not in the house. I just would love to. Were they hiding behind the door and jumped his ass when he came in? Why don't none of them speak about what that theory is of theirs?
You got me. That's why I said go ahead and take a break if he wants to take a break. You know what I mean? Do your thing. I don't, you know. He might need a breather.
Yeah, he's going to snap out of his fantasy land over on the Glera.
Yeah, so that's that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I was going to say we're about to have an intermission real quick. We're about to have a little intermission here. Give me 1 sec. I'm about to put this on for a second here. We're going to pop some bees on real fast, or we'll do the fish tank for a minute. I'm going to throw some music on. Give me just about 5 seconds. We're about to have a 2-minute intermission here.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are
All right, we're back. We're back. Had to take a second. I know he's busy for a second, so I was gonna say B.Tim will be back here in just a minute. You know what I'm saying? He just had to do his thing for a sec. So I'm taking a break. Go find what you got to find. Do what you got to do. It is what the tea is. Anyways, he's good, and I'm sure he'll bring that document back up too. Steven, if you're still in here, also you're welcome to click the link as well. Anybody is, well, to be honest, yeah, Tim did. He slayed the shit out of it. He sure did. He was prepared. He was fully prepared. I think he did a great job. Honestly, I really do. I think Glare was not prepared, and he was using Sleuthy Goosey's her timeline or facts or whatever, her stuff from her timeline, and I think that's what he was going off of with everything he had. And then when he pulled up that TikTok video, I'm like, oh, hell no. Hell to the no. That's definitely not, you can't use that. Yeah, that's nope. And let me see here if I can pull this court date up here. The one that Turtle Boy just had. Let's see here. Oh, and have you guys, here, you know what? This is perfect. This is a perfect video to play in between. Actually, Tragedy Pimps Exposed made this video, and I just happened to see it. Here, we'll play this as an intermission video here. Oh, I just clicked on the wrong thing. Whoops. We'll play this. I don't know if you guys. This is the guy that is running Turtle Boy's page. So he's not running it. I'm sorry. He's on it. Heather B. Beachy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. But yeah, check this out. Turtle Boy Simp begs for donations on his channel. Sorry, not sorry. What a joke. It's all about money.
Are people wondering, seriously, what is a tragedy pimp? I mean, it's definitely objective, but here's a great example. This is some fuckery. Just watch. I don't know who this guy is, but he's a Turtle Boy representative. He has gotten on Turtle Boy's channel and he's speaking for him.
Hold on, I didn't even see you back here, Jackie. What's up?
Hey.
How are you?
I've never been up here before. I don't know.
That's okay.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say how rude I thought the glare was.
Yeah, that was really shitty of him, wasn't it?
It was.
I'm like, you know, he gave you the time of day, first of all, and he didn't even give a fuck or want to. Second of all, you were just really shitty as hell for no reason.
Well, did you notice he kept doing that condescending laugh? I mean, I think he wanted it to seem like B.Tim didn't know what he was talking about, but it made it clear that he didn't. I mean, I think that was extremely rude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He made a whole asshole of himself.
He did. I think, well, to me, he clearly has an agenda. He wants to run with the crowd or something and say she's innocent, and that's, let a jury decide that. I mean, that's what B.Tim kept saying. Okay, fine. But I mean, what the hell? Like, I just thought it was really gross the way he treated him. I thought it was very, he embarrassed himself, in my opinion.
He does every day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I was actually hoping to learn something about it because I don't know that much about it.
That's not the guy to go to.
I was gonna say, here in a few, I'll have you guys rotate, and then Sleuthy Goosey is gonna come up, and she'll be able to give a little bit of a rundown too. I think her and B.Tim talking about the case would actually give a lot of information, to be honest.
Yeah, they should have had that debate over Galera anyways.
Yeah.
Can't argue with a sped.
I'm glad you came up here though, because I know B.Tim's. I mean, I know he went over and over and over things so that he would have accurate information and not spread misinformation. He was really trying really hard. So I'm glad you came up here and said that.
Yeah. It's just crazy. You can't. Yeah. I got no words for that guy. I think he should
said all of a sudden he just says reasonable doubt. I learned nothing from his side.
Yeah. No, he doesn't know anything. To me, that's what I mean. I just, when I saw that it was a debate, I thought, oh, that's good. Then you can actually hear both sides. But I didn't get anything from him other than he wants to say she's innocent, and that's all he really knows to say.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't show any proof of anything.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
I won't stay up. I just wanted to say, because it was driving me crazy the whole time. I'm like, oh my God, you were being so rude. It was so disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. What's up?
And I'm looking at the chat and everybody's trying to say, oh, kick him off. Oh, he wants an apology. Really? He deserved an apology. With that music right then, I was like, oh, no way.
Yeah, that was super rude. I mean, and I don't think that it was necessary either, I mean,
no, it wasn't.
Coming from the crowd that doesn't like bullies.
Yeah, so I don't know. It was not a good look. Not at all.
No, it wasn't.
But I appreciate.
Well, thanks for having me up.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming up.
Bye.
We'll see you later. Hey, Sleuthy, how are you?
Good. I'll tell you what. That was frustrating to watch, just in general. Just all the way around.
All the way around.
And then when they were like, we're gonna, I'm using Sleuthy's timeline, and then I was like, wait a minute, it doesn't say that. Like, I'm looking through to make sure it's not wrong. So I just there's a couple things that that didn't really get cleared up because they were arguing.
Yes, now see, that's the thing too, is I mean, B.Tim, he went off yours, he studied yours, you know what I mean? Like, he had been going over things,
Yeah, and but like for instance, when so I believe what he was talking about when he was saying about the dog DNA not being there. The only place I ever saw that was Jennifer Coffendorfer
in an article or something that she had posted, something like that. I knew it was something.
Yeah, she had tweeted a little bit ago that there was, but there were two things about that. Like one was that they wanted to send it to California to have an independent person at like one of the colleges that specializes in canine DNA or non-human DNA.
Right.
And they couldn't send tissue samples like from his injuries on his arm because they didn't take any tissue samples, but they did send pieces of his clothes, but there's nothing that says that we got that back. So she may be right, but there's nothing from the Commonwealth or the defense that even says they got the results yet, if that makes sense. The other thing was the Google searches that was driving me friggin' nuts. So there's a 22740 Google search that was spelled HOS, long to die and cold. Everybody knows about that. Then there was one at 6:24 and 18 seconds for 6:23 and 51 seconds for how long TI die in CIKD. So obviously totally different. And then another one at 6:24:18 for again HOS, long to die and cold. So the purpose of pointing out all three of them was to say, well, when she typed it in and she wrote it, how long tie die and whatever that word would be, she realized that it wasn't spelled the same way as the first search. So she went in and she edited it to say exactly what the first one at 227 said. I'm trying to think of the other things that were making me nuts. I know I was sending you like you were probably like, what? Stop messaging me. But like we weren't talking about what I thought we were going to talk about. And so I guess I just wanted you to have info. Am I talking to myself? Everybody left.
No, I appreciate it. Baby. I'm just letting you talk. I don't want to interrupt you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? What I'm actually doing is pulling up your document that you had sent me. So I have it to pull.
Yeah. Like I'd rather, and if you had questions, like I would love to talk. There wasn't really very much question and answers going on. And I felt like if there were, it would have been a little bit more clear. Oh, the other thing was the SANE interviews. So that's kind of what ended everything. So there's no document of the interviews of the kids because it's a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old and they can't do that.
Right.
Like they
It
can't
just
release
says
that to the public.
They were interviewed. It doesn't say by who though. I don't think it says like by the nurse Jackie or you know what I'm saying? Like
no,
nurse.
just
I read an article. I was like reading an article. I fucking wrote it down that the DNA was with the dog was sent to California for the wounds.
We're talking about the kids. I'm sorry, the 10-year-old and I'm sorry.
And B.Tim, I'll tell you, like if you're gonna reference, so the only article that I ever read was that one from I think it was Boston Magazine because it was very long. It was the one with like the
I read it.
So that was the only one that I've read. Other than that, I don't read any articles about him. And
well,
when
I was referring to court documents as well when I was talking to the lawyer, obviously.
Yeah. So like if you saw something in an article, I can't speak to it because I just generally don't trust.
Yeah, I mean, like that was a screw up. Because I swear to God, I saw an article and I wrote it down and I was like, shit, where did I find that damn article?
It's a lot of information, and
I mean, like that one. I'll be like, okay, because I swear to God, I remember I wrote that down. And I was like, okay, that's the.
The only one I seen it was with Jennifer Coffendorfer. Was when that's what we were talking about. Was when she
yeah, that's what I saw.
Reference back to it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we can't trust that either.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I swear I saw it that they would test the wounds in California to see if it was non-human DNA, and I'm trying to find a damn article or the paper I was looking through when I was looking through it. So,
yeah, and that
so annoying.
Clothes, which they definitely did. They definitely did send his clothes out to California, or maybe just his shirt. But
because they're checking for like for non-human DNA. That's the thing.
Yes, but the tissues, like from his injuries themselves, where they were wanting to check for saliva, which would have like been stuck in there pretty good, but they didn't
Lally said in his email that they did not pull tissue samples from him to be able to send, but the clothes they did.
Yeah, that was a screw up on me. Stupid move. Whatever.
But the kids' interviews. So the point that I wish, and it just seemed like everybody was getting upset, but what I was thinking in my head, what I would have said to you was, so February 22nd was when the kids were interviewed, and they're 10 and 14. They lost both of their parents within a couple of months of each other. Then they had John. John was their uncle and their dad. And then he was suddenly dead. And I just got goosebumps. And so because they waited from January, and this has nothing to do with the defense or Proctor, or just the simple fact that they weren't interviewed until February 22nd. My concern would be, and they don't talk about it much, which I'm glad they don't, but my concern would be their surroundings for that length of time. So you have to consider the fact that Karen was arrested, not you, but just in general, you have to consider the fact that Karen was arrested for his murder, and people around, you generally think that, like, if someone's arrested, then they probably did it. I mean, generally that's what we like to think. If you're being arrested, I'm going to assume that the police got it right. But so when they're surrounded by their grandparents, their aunts, and I'm just saying, some of the witnesses that were there are connected to the kids.
Are you saying that there is collusion? I don't believe that. I mean, like, the problem is that you can argue that, but the fact is that the interview with McKay basically said that she initially stated that she went to the bar, like, that she last saw John at the bar and she had to be corrected, and it corroborates what the kids listened to, the changing of the story. The point is the woman changed her story 3 times. You're talking about what she overheard, per se, to Jennifer McCabe. I'm just talking in general, like that they were fighting, that she was sitting on the steps, and they had said the relationship had run its course. At that point, the kids were probably certain, and I wouldn't fault them for being certain, that this woman they had only known for 2 years had killed their uncle. And so little things feel like big things to a kid in general, but then on top of it, you killed him. And so every fight or argument looks totally different to a kid. So my thing is, there wasn't enough information, in my opinion, to have drugged them into the point where they're being character witnesses for their relationship, especially if they have. So people forget about the voicemail or maybe it's text messages that are saying I hate you or whatever. Like, if you have all that, just seems unnecessary. Well, I think she accidentally probably hit him with the car and then was in a drunken stupor, and then basically went home and then realized, had a come to Jesus moment, and then realized that she did it, and she started covering her tracks afterwards when she sobered up. That's what I think. I don't think she was like planning on hitting him with the back of her car. I don't think that she was planning a premeditated murder. So, I mean, I just think, like,
well, they did charge her. They upcharged her to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, she was driving. I don't agree with that. I think she was probably an accident. And that's what that's what her attorney initially argued, told the press that it was a tragic accident.
Okay, so this real quick, because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that still had questions after that. So just to talk about this for a second, this 227 thing. Did you watch the hearing when they were talking about this, and then they said, well, we need to have an evidentiary hearing to bring in our. Okay, well, but then that got canceled. So, like, the experts never did get to be, in the court, challenged by the other side, both of them. But what he was saying was, he was bringing up this Apple Cocoa timestamp stuff, and one of the things that her lawyer had said was that they had the timestamp also for the Ozone basketball search, and that it was like 6 places beyond the decimal point and was a different decimal point number than the one for How Long to Die in Cold at 227.
Yeah, do you have the document?
Like, to them, it was showing as 2.
I mean, like, I would like to read that because that would be interesting to read.
It would probably be May. I'll get you the exact link for the hearing, but it would
Because
probably
that
be May.
you know, like that's the thing with the glare. He comes in here, and I mean, he wasn't respectful. He was just like completely not respectful as a servant, cursed me out, and then he's like, he doesn't want to have a discussion. Like if he would have just said something like what you said, and I would have been like, okay, maybe like we can't really make a decision on what that is. We got to wait till the experts. But the guy just immediately just comes in there and just like doesn't understand. Like I try to explain to him. The prosecution is saying that it's a pre-existing tab that she opened up. Karen Read asked him to do a search for how long it takes to die in the snow, like basically of hypothermia. Like that's the problem. It's like,
well, yeah, there was a lot of not pulling anything. There's like a
yeah,
lot.
I mean, like the guy. Did I ever curse him out?
To be honest, and I'm just being totally honest with you. My ADHD couldn't handle the back and forth like you all were going, because like we were on one subject and I was trying to get information for you guys for that subject, and then we were on to the next subject, and I was like, wait a minute, I feel like we haven't even out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's because he doesn't want to acknowledge the subjects I was pointing to. I was like, how did they get the microscopic plastic on his shirt? Oh, I don't know. They left it on the scene. And then it's like, it's basically planted or something like that. And I'm like, okay, how did they get the black straw on the thing? Like when I heard that, like, why would they plant that? I mean, if you're going to grab a guy and drag him to that location, why would you just like take off his shoe, drop it, put the straw there, break a cocktail glass, put a phone under him, put a hat around, and just like, it just seems like not something you would think when you're covering up a crime. Also, the Apple map, the Apple Watch does not show that he left from another timestamp when the phone was moving. His whole thing was like, oh, they shut off the phone and they put it back on. Then it would have probably shown that. I mean, in the Apple Watch thing at a certain time, because his thought process is that he was moved around 2:30. He thinks he was moved, so he would see another Apple Watch. Wouldn't you see another Apple Watch signal go on if it turned on and turned back on at like 2:30?
So definitely, but for one, so he didn't have an Apple Watch, just Jennifer.
Apple Health. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so what I'm thinking is, and along those lines is, and I had sent Queen a tweet where I had kind of broke it down a little bit with like the measurements of the yard. So his last Apple Health steps was like 83 point some odd feet, which happens to be the exact distance from the car to inside the house. Yeah, and my whole thing was, maybe they didn't turn the phone off. Maybe Karen was blowing his phone up and he shut his phone off.
You're talking about the Waze at 12:21 to 12:24?
No, the Apple Health. So let me see.
I'm at the Waze, Apple Health. Well, 12:24 to 12:20. 21. Let me pull it up. I'm trying.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you yes until I see exactly what I was looking at. It was the last one. I think it was like 12:31 or something.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. 12:31. Yeah. I mean,
12:31 and 12:32.
Yeah, but that was very short. I mean, like, let me try to see what was the.
Yeah, like if you were running in because it's cold.
No, I don't think he could run. I mean, like, I don't know. I just think like the problem with I think the GPS data is probably more accurate. And if he was in the house, the GPS data would show that he would move because the thing is that it's the like the GPS signal is based on weakness. So initially it was like 200 feet, I think, and then it went down to 100, and then it went all the way down to, the signal got stronger and it went down to 72 feet. And that's like literally like maybe like he did not get into it's not like in the house. I just think like he never got in the house. I think he got hit with that car, and then just that's why you don't see because if he would have went into that house, the GPS data would have shown like constantly the signal updating and the changing and it'd be in the house. The house would be the center, and then he would show the Apple data, the Apple Health data would show that he would go out of the house again at like 2:30, and even if he shut off the phone and put it back on, it would show at 2:30 that it came on slightly, even like one step or something like that. It would show that some kind of movement occurred at 2:30, and it's like.
Turned back on.
Yeah, if it was turned back on. I mean, but it was on because it show that he starts moving around at 6:04.
So it does start showing at like 6:04. And
yeah, it does a
lot. It takes a lot of movement. But if you read like the police reports, so the first officers that showed up there, the same ones who collected the blood in the Solo cups and collected the I think it was glass, maybe. Am I right? Is it glass? I can't remember. But they're the ones that blew with the leaf blower. They were blowing the snow around trying to find stuff.
Yeah.
So, and you could tell they did that because if you look at the crime scene photos, like that blood looks.
Yeah, I mean, if the glare was
splattered.
the bait point was, I think Karen Lee will come out because they handled the evidence wrongfully. And I think that's probably not going to be admissible. Yeah,
Like,
if he said, if his argument was, I think the evidence will be inadmissible at trial because I think they handled it badly and I think it was bad, then I'd be like, okay, I can understand that point. But his point is that there's a conspiracy and people are trying to cover it up.
Well, because there's like several layers. So you and I are right now and I saw somebody comment something about the turtle. Like, I'm not going to talk about the turtle.
I didn't want to enter into that conversation, but he wanted to initiate it and bring it. I'm like, they're two separate cases. You can believe Turtle Boy's guilty and believe Karen Reed's innocent. They're two separate cases, man. And there might be charges going down the line, but
if I'm looking at that, if I'm looking at anything with Turtle Boy's case, I'm looking at behaviors of the people that are charging him, arresting him, how they're handling his evidence, that kind of stuff. Whatever he's doing is different. But so in talking just about this stuff, like, why do you think they took blood? Just out of curiosity, like, obviously the solo cups was a bad idea, but let's just say
it was a terrible idea. I can agree with that.
If they thought that he possibly got hit by a car, what would be the point? Like, I would think in my head, taking those blood samples, my thought process would be, I'm checking to see if anybody else's DNA is here.
Yeah.
So I don't know the outcome of that.
I think you can make a great argument that the scene was handled improperly. And that's a different argument than a corruption. You can argue that they mishandled the scene terribly. And I think that's probably going to be thrown out by the courts because it's just improper. And then you have the argument where, okay, I think it's corruption. Because there's a difference between a scene being mishandled and a guy planting evidence. Because how do you get that microscopic plastic in that guy's shirt? You'd have to get it from the car. You would have to, and his argument was basically, well, look, the car is pulled away and there was no damage to the back. That would be crazy to me that would be an oversight. I don't think that's possible. I think most likely that she hit him with the back, broke it, and then she went home. She went to bed, had an oh Jesus moment, woke up at 4:30, talked to her niece or whatever, called up. She planted the idea that he was dead. She actually commented, I think, to Carrie that she was, what was it, the exact line? Because I got it from the police report.
She said he got hit by a plow.
Yeah, and he died.
And I think that the problem is when you look at, so let's just say we all agree that the scene was not handled properly. Like the fact that it was not.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So even when you're talking about these taillight pieces that were found, the problem with that is did they need to wait for the snow to melt? Maybe so. But while the snow was melting, it wasn't blocked off. It wasn't secured in any way. So
but that's a different argument. That's a different argument. I can agree with that argument.
Yeah. So any pieces that, so like, then you have like the chief driving by and like noticing a spot.
But
like the problem is that what's going to happen with all those taillight pieces, because it was not like, it just seems like an argument we didn't have to have if it had been handled the right way. So,
I mean, then that's a different argument. You can easily say, well, the evidence was handled improperly, and I don't think that it's going to be inadmissible. But that's not corruption. That's not planting evidence. That's just incompetence.
Well, I think that's kind of what sent. So when you look at that part, and then you start going down the line and you're like, okay, so next logical thing would be, let's go talk to the people that he last saw, right? Whoever last saw him. That means Karen. That means everybody he was at the bar with, and everybody that went back to the house to see if anybody saw him in the house. You wouldn't ask just one person inside the house. You would ask whoever you could find that was there, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, but the thing is like, I think that you're talking about why they didn't search the house or something. Is that your question? I'm sorry.
I'm just meaning if we're talking about the steps of the investigation, because I think that the setups side of it came when they continued to go down the line and look at other things that were handled differently.
You mean humans developing, like basically humans seeing a pattern when there's really no pattern? It's just probably just incompetence.
Well, yeah, but of the state police.
Well, I mean,
and the Norfolk.
I mean, do you believe they handled the scene wrongfully?
The initial outside?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that would be incompetence.
Yeah. I mean, But then you go to the inside the house. We're both in agreement that it would be wise to ask everybody that was in the house, has he been inside the house? But they didn't. So the problem is you had you had Julie. Julie wasn't interviewed until October. So that was something that could have been gotten out of the way. And you waited till after a hearing where that got brought up to then go interview her. So
That's a good point. I mean,
it's a reason for someone to say that's suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, like I can agree with you that you can definitely make an argument, a better argument actually, that the case was handled improperly. But for you to say that it's a conspiracy, that these people are just, I don't know, instead of just taking a simple assault charge and getting that thrown out, because you can easily get 11 people to agree that this guy attacked him, and then he was drunk, and then just you punch him out and he's knocked out, whatever. He's knocked out. He could still go to the hospital. You call up the hospital, you say this drunk came over, he attacked me or someone. All other people are going to agree with me. You go to trial, and they probably will. You win. You probably won't even serve a day in jail with 11 other people agreeing with your like this guy attacked you. Why would you do that and be like, okay? I mean, that would be a conspiracy. I can understand, because you could say, hey.
Well, you'd have to look at the statutes and the law there. So, for instance, if you guys are drunk and you get into a fight, and that person, because of their injuries, dies as a result of the fight you got in with them, is that a chargeable offense?
I mean, like, would you rather be charged with assault, or would you rather be charged with murder? And I think they call it mutilating the body, like when you move a body or something like that. And you're gonna have 11 other people lose their career, and then you're gonna have Proctor lose his career, and you're gonna have all these other people lose their careers because you could just take a simple assault. I mean,
well, in my opinion, I'm not even necessarily convinced. Like, I get where they're going with the whole that he was moved thing from inside to outside, but I'm not necessarily convinced that he didn't get injured and walk out or was kicked out.
Well, the data would show it. The Apple Health data would show it if he walked out himself, wouldn't he? And also, wouldn't there be snow tracks? And there wouldn't be snow tracks or blood leading from the house?
Well, the problem with that is that by the time the CERT team, so you had the initial people there with the leaf blower, but then you didn't have anybody there at all until 5:30 when the CERT team came in. So it was snowing on top of everything that was already there.
Wasn't that due to they knew that he was probably not going to survive, and they have to change the state, another department would have to take over basically.
Well, at 7:50 in the morning when he was pronounced dead, then Massachusetts State Police are the ones that took over. So at that point, and something about the phone, when they logged their evidence that they took from the scene, they logged the 6 solo cups and then the glass, but they didn't log his phone. And so that phone could have
that phone was
been
moving
anywhere,
around.
and by that I mean it could have been with Karen, it could have been with somebody inside the house, but the point is that it could have. Why didn't EMTs get it, or the police that were there, once he was picked up and put in an ambulance and collected as evidence?
Yeah,
if it was under his body. Do you know what I mean?
I think it was under his body, because the data kind of shows. I mean, it doesn't show like he was moving. It was moving around until they found him, basically. And also,
hold on, Maxwell Troll Mafia says that's not true. They absolutely did log the phone.
Okay. Thank you, Maxwell.
Hold on, the phone went from Penn PD to Mass State Police. You're welcome to come up here, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, because and again, I'm not going to argue, and I'm certainly not going to talk about Turtle Boy.
I'm not talking about Turtle Boy. I'm not going to enter into that conversation. Well, I'm talking to you.
But I'm looking again at the police report that was written, where they put what they collected from the scene, and a phone is not included. So I think one of the ways that
I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is just what I had pulled from up here, but it just kind of gives like a
timeline.
But it's from this. It's not her timeline.
Yeah.
It's just from this on here. So I didn't want to be, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be rude and just pull it, but I was going, you know what I'm saying? Because it kind of gives a rundown of when she got her drinks and stuff like that. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to read.
Yeah, I mean, like the timeline like that Sleuthy Goosey has is pretty good, actually. It's like very good, actually.
Yeah, it is very detailed. It's very. Yeah.
Did he ever drop your? I mean, like honestly, you should drop your channel. Like you did a very good job on that.
I don't.
Do you have? Yeah, I was say, do you have?
No. Like I'm literally just here to talk, but I'm
Cool.
looking right at it. And there's two things: a broken drinking glass and 6 solo cups with blood and water, and both were logged. The status for them is evidence, and so. A phone was not collected as evidence. It's not on this original report or the altered report. So if it came up somewhere else or someone wrote it like in their report saying that, I believe it was Carrie, that they said Carrie said that the phone was under the body.
Yeah.
That I'm talking about what the Canton Police Department wrote as far as what they took when they left the scene. And it was 6 solo cups and a broken drinking glass, which is pretty impressive that they saw a broken drinking glass. Assuming it was clear.
The cocktail journalist. Yeah, I mean, there's also they found. I mean, like, it just doesn't. It makes more sense to me, in my opinion. And listen, I'm not gonna like call. I mean, like, my opinion is you can believe Karen Read's innocent. I don't mind people believing. My problem is when people, attack innocent people, and that's what I thought. What the Claire stood for. I mean, we stood against Lalani being harassed in front of her house, and you know what I mean. Like, you can have your belief, but just don't harass people. That's my problem. So,
and I'm looking at Julie Nagel's interview right now.
Okay.
And it's October 5th, 2022 at 11 a.m. Julie arrived at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office for a scheduled interview with Trooper Christopher Moore and myself, which is Proctor. And she gives the whole story about what she did that night. So if she was interviewed at some point prior to that, it's not in any of these documents.
Do you believe the tow truck driver? Because not tow truck, I mean the snowplow person. Because I find it like tough to believe because he would have to drive around the car, and I just feel like
drive down there.
He didn't. He said he did his routine, like pushing snow and whatnot. He saw
the first time he did, but then when he went to go down at 2:30 or whatever time, between 2:30 and 3, he saw the car parked on the road, and he didn't drive down the road because he didn't want to plow the car in.
Oh, okay. Because I was reading the part, and it's basically, I felt like he said he went down, and a lot of people got that confused. I was actually reading an attorney's statement about that, and he says, well, he'd have to explain how he went around the car. And then, like, I was thinking to myself, like, I did not see any car park. Like how you would see an indentation of a snow with a car parked right there, and I didn't see it. I mean, I would think that you would see indentation of a car that was there at 2:30 because it was snowing. I think around the time of 12:30, it started snowing, I would think that there would be a good amount of snow there, and it would probably be an indentation of a car, and plus the snowplow pushing the snow towards the thing. I would figure, okay, that's going to show that, but I didn't see that. And also, I would say Cullen wasn't even there. I mean, he was home 12:30. That's the statements that they state, and I think that would be something easy to disprove because you can always ask for his GPS data and be like, oh well, you can't, even if it has a 200 feet inaccuracy, or 72 feet inaccuracy, he lives pretty far away. So, he can't be there.
And Heels, I just want to say, I mean, if she has the document that has her being interviewed prior to October, whatever I just said when I was reading her interview, I'm happy to correct myself. I'm happy to correct myself on any of this stuff.
Yeah, listen,
you can
you get
show me
things
the document,
wrong.
not an article.
Yeah,
right?
you get things wrong. I mean, like, listen, I thought I saw the
especially there's a lot here. So like I pulled up the plow driver's thing since that's what we're talking about. And he said, so he believed that they were expecting 18 inches. Oh, hold on. Let me open this Capri Sun. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I know this is an actual conversation about a case on him. He can't really have a discussion about that. He mostly just didn't, did not understand. He doubt, you know what I mean? But yeah, I screwed up with that whole. I swear I saw that article with the whole DNA thing. I swear to God, I gotta look for it now.
I know you saw it because I'm telling you, I saw it too.
Yeah, I saw it. I swear to God, I saw it and I wrote it down. I was like, and I was just kicking myself. I was like, where is this fucking article? I was like, where is this goddamn article?
He was just being fucking downright rude with that. There was no reason for that.
Yeah.
All right. So do you want me to give you this snippet or not? I mean, not really.
Oh, you give it to me. I'll read it. I mean, like, I'm in the mood.
And I did add it. I'll have to. I can send you the link, like to the Google
Yeah, you can
Drive
send it
too,
to
if you want to just.
Sure, man. Because I'm like,
I got your drive pulled up. Here it is, right here.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing, and then like the Google Drive has, it's not like in order or anything, but like there's an interviews folder if you wanted to find just the interviews. So, he says here there was a vehicle around 3 o'clock in the morning in front of 34 Fairview. There was a vehicle, correct? Okay, do you recall what kind of vehicle it was? Ford Edge. Ford Edge? Yes. Then they asked where along the property, the left side, left of the front door. So it was on the street, and the plow driver says correct. Which side was it facing? It was parked towards Chapman.
Yeah.
How many spots up from the mailbox? 4 or 5 spots up from the driveway. He didn't notice any footprints from the snow. They said, did you notice any snow footprints leading away from the vehicle towards the property, towards the driveway, back of the house, towards the front of the house, any of those? And he said no. And Buchanan said, would you remember if you saw that, something like that? And he said yes. And Proctor said, did you have to call Canton PD to have the vehicle removed, or to have them knock on the door to get the vehicle removed? Or did you kind of, on your second swipe, did you have to notify Canton PD to get the vehicle removed? And he said no. And Buchanan said, was the vehicle removed for any reason while you were plowing that day? And he said, not that I'm aware of any other sources other than them driving away. Was that the only time you saw the Ford Edge? Yes. So on your second pass. And he said, I mean, it was there for a significant amount of time. It was there for at least an hour into the storm. It wasn't enough that it required me to have it removed. There wasn't a lot of snow on the ground at that time, and I could just go around it. And as you plow, which direction? The blade. So then they talk about the blade. And then he says he didn't see a body. But I thought he specifically said, and then they're talking about Turtle Boy. But I thought they specifically said he had to pass. Yeah, only like half of this has anything to do with this. But
yeah, that's the thing.
He mentions the parking ban. He says with that area, with it being January, is there like a parking ban in effect? And the plow driver said, yes, there's always a parking ban from November 1st to April. And they said, what does the parking ban mean in your understanding? He said, my understanding, as long as if it doesn't interfere with the removal of snow, it's fine. If it's, hindering the removal.
Because I'm freezing.
I
Okay.
don't know.
So he basically said, like, he went about his, plowing, and then I got it. There you go.
There's been plenty of accidents where plow drivers. Yeah, I thought that was initially someone actually was like one of the prosecutors. Someone like attorney was actually opining about the thought maybe it was a snowplow.
It was Wendy Murphy.
Yeah,
it was Wendy Murphy saying that he was in the road and
and that's why he made up that story. Like she's thinking that he made up that whole story to like a car race there to cover up his tracks that he accidentally hit John. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. But like the plow scooted him back, like towards further into the yard.
I remember I read that and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, like, it probably would have been a better defense, in my opinion, or like you just try to throw away the evidence and you just try to say it's inadmissible, stuff like that, which I can agree, you can try. But yeah, I just think also like another thing I find is interesting is that it's just like Miss Nagel's testimony that she might have saw something in that area at 1:30 to 2 o'clock, which contradicts contradicts the snowplow guy. I mean, I don't know. I just think most likely he was hit between the last ping with his Apple data and between like that and 12:45. I think that's probably right around the time he was probably hit. He was left in the yard, and eventually he just, she went home. That's what I just think. That's personally. It's just like I can't imagine 11 people risking, more than 11, like 30 people risking their entire careers over a simple assault charge, like just for one guy getting assault.
But like
that's outrageous.
So in terms of the people inside the house, like, so for instance, if something happens and I say I didn't see anything, there's really no like if I didn't see anything, then I just didn't see anything.
Yeah.
But like with the people, like I really don't think that it needs to be as large of a conspiracy. If you're only pointing out, which the defense essentially is pointing out like one main person who's investigating it, who happens to be the lead, and they're saying that lead person is the one that makes the decisions, and everyone beyond him just basically, if he doesn't bring it up, then they don't look into it.
Yeah.
If he says that it happened, then they think it happened. Like it's more simple than, like, there was nobody that was independently going and checking his work. You see what I mean?
Well, that's probably what the defense is probably going to try to do. Probably try to throw it out. I mean, I can understand that.
I think it would be way easier. Like, I feel like it would have been way easier. So that screenshot that he tried to show you, the one of like the Facebook post, and it had like the stuff circled. They had brought that in as an exhibit to court. That was Chris Albert. You know who that is?
Yeah, obviously know who Chris Albert is at this point.
Yeah, that was his post. And
there are a lot of multiple troopers working on this case. Yeah, there was a lot of multiple troopers on this case working as well.
And Karen that commented about it being Trooper, or about it being the Proctor's second family, that's Trooper Proctor's mother. So I feel like it would have just been easier. Like we went into this whole thing by, okay, here's our accusation. He's conflicted because they have this relationship and blah, blah, blah. And instead of like addressing, like instead of saying, yeah, that's his mother. Yes, she commented that. That's how she feels. But she has an entirely separate relationship. Like, instead of going into the whole thing, that's just not true. There is no picture. It doesn't exist. We don't know them. But nobody says like who it actually is. And so I feel like just saying, who cares if his mom has a relationship with so-and-so and commented on Chris Proctor or Chris Albert's Facebook post. Like, it makes it a lot of stuff. If it's not suspicious, it's made to look more suspicious by how it's handled. And that goes like scene and everything.
Yeah, I mean, but there's other people that basically stated that, for instance, the EMT, that's true. The EMT said, I hit him, like she heard her say that. You know what I mean? Like, there's other people involved. There's the EMT, there's the accident reconstruction team. There's a lot of people, even like I would say Mr. Higgins, I think it was ATF or whatever. He's I mean, that basically you have to say ATF's involved as well. I mean, all these people working together just simply for a guy who, let's say you believe that he got beat up in that house. I mean, you just say he's a drunk. He was invited. He was a drunk. He attacked me. All you guys agree with that? Yes. Okay, let's call the cops and have him taken to the hospital.
Well, we don't know anything about Brian Higgins other than the fact that he left at 1:30 to go to the Canton Police Department to do paperwork.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Just makes more sense.
So there's that, but then I was literally getting ready to say something that you said before that, before Brian Higgins. You said something about, what did you say right before that?
I don't know. It's a haze. Which, if you give me a glimpse of like an idea, because I was talking about multiple points. I was talking about that. I was talking about the statement, the inconsistent alibi, inconsistent alibi. Karen Read had like 3 different stories. She basically stated, which to me is a red flag if you're a suspect in a murder, that you have 3 different alibis. That to me is a real huge flag. So we talked about how the CERT team, no true crime. All right, I think you might be needing to mute just in case.
I'm sorry, in case this I'm crazy. I don't know what he's watching. There's some kind of weird
stuff.
No.
There's probably.
I don't know. I forget. It was whatever you had said right before you said about Brian Higgins, but I don't know. I honestly don't know.
It's a haze. It's a haze at this point, I'm sure. But yeah, like Nagel, Miss Nagel.
The EMT. That was in response to, so I hit him. She asked her specifically, what happened? Do you know what happened to his face? Like, he had a cut on above his eye and one on like the side of his nose. they said. So a couple things with that. So that was her direct response to what happened to his face. And at 10, let me pull it up, at 10:40, I think it's in the spreadsheet. Hold on. It was that morning at 10:41. Sergeant B. Kennick calls the medical examiner's office and states that the case is now being treated as suspicious due to a domestic situation that happened after D left the bar.
Mhm.
There's a possibility D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. So let's say that when they said what happened to his face, the I hit him was she threw the cocktail glass at him.
Well,
If
why
they were
didn't she
if they
just
were fighting,
why don't you just admit to that then? Why is she lying continuously?
well, I don't know that she's not saying that.
Well, she stated that she dropped him off, saw him go into the house, and then went home. That's her latest story on Dateline.
Well, again, and they requested all of that, but you don't know what made it into the Dateline interview that we got to see.
True, I mean, but I'm pretty sure
her
they
lawyers
would.
were present too. They might have
Yeah.
said, "Don't say that you threw the glass at." You know what I mean? Because that might not even. There's no way to know what's going to come in or not.
I mean, that would probably explain a lot of details. I mean, lying to the police is not a smart idea. If she actually
but-
threw a cocktail glass in his face, then she just lied to the police 3-4 times.
Well, if they said, "Did you throw a cocktail glass at his face?" and she said no, then yes, she did lie to them. But if they just found the cocktail glass and she didn't offer that information to them, then she's not necessarily lying, but what she is doing is not saying something that's potentially. So we do know that whatever she says will be used against her. So if she says, "Yeah, I was pissed off. We got into a fight right before he got out of the car because he was going there and I didn't feel good." This is just hypothetical. He went in, he was going to stay there even though I wasn't feeling good from the bar and I wanted him to come home with me and not hang out there. And I got angry and I threw the glass at him and it hit him in the face. Then it's, oh, so you were so angry, you were willing to physically assault him with a glass. Why wouldn't you be so angry that you'd maybe go to speed off and turn around or whatever and run him down? And then what do you say? Well, I was angry enough to hit him with a glass, but not to like kill him.
I mean, then she's lying to the cops. Then she's lied to the cops 4 times. I mean,
we have to consider this a lie too. So Matt McCabe, he's interviewed. Okay. Matt McCabe, he's interviewed, and he says that he saw tracks in the just started falling snow where he could see the tracks, and that they were making a shape like a V shape as if someone had made a 3-point turn.
Mm-hmm.
and that those tracks were not there prior to this SUV that he saw being outside the house. Okay. But then the next time his statement comes up in a filing, it says that that the car pulled away towards the road. Jennifer McCabe said the same thing. Well, she watched the car pull away and went straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like the 3-point turn just disappeared. And I understand that people are saying that Karen initially said that she made a 3-point turn.
Yes.
However, then if that was what she said, and that's what the witnesses said, corroborating what she said she did, then I don't see why then it would transform into, well, I saw her pull straight away. Like Jennifer McCabe, the problem is that Jennifer McCabe then, her statement morphs into the point where she's saying that she watched the vehicle pull off and she thought they just decided to go home and not come in. And the problem with that is that then you leave that open for the defense to say, well, when you watched that car pull off, why didn't you see John right directly behind the car that she just...
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be what for the defense to try to think, but like you would have to believe Jennifer McCabe is some sort of sociopathic, evil person who
or that
watched
she
her
was drunk too.
Or, I mean, I don't care how drunk you are. You're not going to watch a friend of 8 years get beat up by a dog and a person and then go home and then plan the way, look up ways that he's going to die in snow and then, inform how to have him killed. And then basically and then when you have a grieving, girlfriend of the guy, ride with them, and lie about what they're stating and then drive them to the scene. That would make her a horrible, evil sociopath. I mean, and if that's the defense's position, that they're going to say Jen McCabe is some sort of sociopathic monster, well, they better have a proof that she has a past of being some sort of sociopathic, manipulative monster, because that's a level of evil that would be an insane level of evil, to be honest with you. That's serial killer levels of evil.
And like, I'm not saying that she is, but I will say that we don't know any of these people. Like, we don't know any, including Karen. We don't know any of these people. So that would be up to them to show that if that was what they were going to do, which we don't know, but if that was what they were going to do, they really would have to prove that.
I mean,
I think they try to hint at it with the whole deletion thing and stuff like that. And
well, if we went with that thought process, and I asked the Glare, I was like, if deletion is a sign of being guilty, then Karen Read, if she deleted her phones when handing over to an investigation, her 2 phones, and waited 40 minutes to do that, then that would make her guilty.
So my problem with that is that there's no, first of all, that was like just the other day. It wasn't at the time of the murders. And my other problem with that is we don't even know that that's true. So the only people that would know immediately after the phones were seized that she deleted stuff off the phones or that they were completely wiped clean are the people who collected the phones.
Yeah.
And so, and it would take some time before, like, unless you turned it on and it was brand new, like, welcome to iPhone, what language do you want? Like, you wouldn't know right away, immediately upon having them in your hand, what was deleted or if anything was deleted. You'd have to make an image of it. So,
I mean, that's a proper point. Yeah, you can make that point, but my point is that if deletion of information, like if you're just deleting like phone call sends, phone call called, and you're basically basing that person's some sort of sociopathic monster, that's not really a good basis to base that information on.
But people are using that to say that she's delete. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't say that Karen deleted phones to hide evidence and then say that Jennifer McCabe didn't delete it to hide evidence.
Well, what evidence is she hiding?
They either both did it to hide evidence, if it is true, or they don't, deleting it is not really any kind of, it's not showing any type of knowledge of evidence.
One person, I would argue, Jennifer McCabe was not accused of doing any crime and was at a party, and that could be just her normal routine. We don't know her normal routine of deletion. We don't know that. And the other one knew that if it's true, let's just say if it's true. If it's not true, then I'll just say, Grant fucked up and he reported a fake ass news, and I'll retract my statement. But if we go with Grant's statement that that's true, that she deleted her actual phone, she's actually being investigated. So that would be destruction of evidence.
And that would, so if we see a charge come down that she destructed or she got rid of evidence, then that would be something different. But
she also gave up her phone immediately, actually, when they asked her at the scene. Didn't she just immediately give up her phone at the scene?
Well, it wasn't at the scene. No, it was, I'll tell you exactly when it was, because it's also in the thing. It was February 2nd. She turned it over February 2nd, which was the same day that the Massachusetts State Police got a search warrant for Karen's phone.
Mm-hmm.
So, which seems kind of late, but that's what they said. So,
okay. She handed over her phone. Then did she have to have a warrant to hand over her phone?
I don't think so. No.
So she handed her phone voluntarily.
Like Carrie also. So Carrie wasn't at the bar. She wasn't at Fairview Road, but for whatever reason, also hand over her phone, and it was forensically imaged. But like people that were there, apart from Jennifer McCabe, didn't. And I think the argument would be like, yeah, we don't know her. Maybe once a month she deletes all the calls in her phone to make space, or deletes all the voicemails to get rid of and make up space. But for instance, with the calls with John, okay, not only were all of them deleted, but they weren't mentioned either. So it's not like she said, well, he pulled away. I watched the car pull away, and I thought they just decided not to come inside. She said that, but she didn't say, so I called him 9 times in 8 minutes, and he didn't answer, which kind of, I mean, that's a lot of times to call, especially if you just thought that somebody just changed their mind and wasn't going to come in. But again, people were drunk.
Everyone was drunk, drinking, and driving. It's really fucking stupid. It was
Correct.
really.
Like, if that were me, like, to be totally honest with you, Tim, if I was like I would have been like, oh my God, he's laying in the like, we were drinking last night and we drove home. Like, we didn't fucking hit him, did we? Like, that would be like, I would be like, oh my God, I hope that's why I don't drive. Well, I don't really drink either anymore, but if I did, I would not be driving because shit happens. And like, I would not want to wonder if I had hit him leaving.
I mean, like, I personally think, in my opinion, I think she drank too much, and I think she accidentally hit him. I mean, I think that was the initial defense of the defense, because that's why they made that statement. Because I think Keels pulled up the video also, where he was like, "Oh, this was a tragic mistake," whatnot. And then a mysterious person called up and gave the idea of he was beat up by Cullen and Ryan and the dog, and they opened up their investigation and their thoughts on that, and
yeah, from what I understand, yeah, she did,
which is kind of odd to me.
No, from what I understand, she had been drinking, and when they like arrested her and said that she had to have backed into him, from all intents and purposes, from this side of the yard, it looks like that's what she thought happened. But as they started doing their investigation, she's like, wait a minute. And you're right. Somebody did call. It was one of Brian Albert's friends. The guy, they say. Mm-hmm. And he said that was what happened, that they got into a fight. And so then they started looking into it, which is fine. Yeah. And if I was Scanlon, I wouldn't want anybody to know that. But here we are. So.
Yeah, but my thing is like, where's the video of her pulling in? Like, why is that not there? And why is there only because I personally believe, and this is probably the prosecution's belief, that she purposely slowed down to bump into the car to give an alibi why that. And that's why she kept on telling them and showing them, I think at one point, that area was broken. And she basically, and I thought that was a process. And that's probably going to be the theory of the prosecution, that she was building an alibi. Also putting in their heads that a snowplow could have possibly did it as well. When it comes to... and by the way, Mr. Stephen Fenner, if you want to jump up, you can. I mean, I don't mind. But you said that Tim says she hit him, but can't explain why there is no substantial damage to her car at approximately 5 a.m. on the security video.
Wait, before you go off, before you leave the topic of the videos, I want to,
yeah, sure. I just wanted to be fair. I wanted to answer the question, because I don't mind people questioning me, and I would just answer their questions, what I thought.
I won't forget that, because I mean, obviously that is a thing, but with the camera footage. So I understand that it's missing, but also the Canton Library footage is missing. The problem with that is Karen has no control over that footage. So I would be with you, but she doesn't. And the other thing is with that is I also have Ring cameras, and I have the app on my phone. And so part of the problem, when we're going back to talking about mishandling of things and the investigation, the fact that it's possible that people had the phone and could access the app on his phone leaves open to, well, I didn't delete it. Whoever had his phone in their possession deleted it from his phone. Because
the problem I have is that, I understand the defense's position that they need to raise reasonable doubt. And that's, I respect a defense attorney defending to the fullest extent. I don't hold it against them. But I think it kind of goes far afield when you start blaming innocent people of corruption.
Well, that's a perfectly valid. We can disagree with them with that, but it is a valid defense. Like, Karen Reed's attorneys are not the first ones that ever offered up any kind of third-party guilt like that. Like, that is a literal defense strategy. It's something that but the problem is you can't bring it up. Like, you can't use third-party defense unless you have specific people you are going to accuse and evidence to back it up. So
and that's going to be tough.
Might have been anybody. You can't.
It's going to be tough for them, because they're going to have to basically explain why a bunch of people, the first to talk is the first to walk, and none of them talked yet. And they all have their stories make kind of sense because they're, and they're just going to have to explain that away. I mean, I think they're going to have to explain away,
Yeah.
the
Well, there's a
embedded
lot.
plastic, the glass. They're going to have to explain how, because Proctor can't be everywhere. He's not Santa Claus. He can't be all over the world. There has to be.
Hold on, I'm going to jump in here real quick. Kate, you're up on panel with us.
What's up, Kate?
I know. Sorry, I was gonna.
No, I just didn't want to be rude and read you back here.
Of mental gymnastics to continue to try to exonerate this woman from the crime that she most likely committed. I can't say 100% sure it has not gone to trial, but I mean, when I hear things like, "Oh, somebody else could have deleted the Ring camera footage," why? So the police deleted everything that registered, all those events, except for the one video where she's tapping this guy's car.
Yeah, well, that's the one video that it's kind of like.
Right. I will say that per the family, because I do speak to the O'Keefe family, one of the first things that made them suspicious or concerned with Karen is that shortly before they discovered that Ring camera footage was deleted, they were upstairs alone, Karen Read and her father, for about 30 minutes. They left with a very small bag of things. The family was very confused as to why she immediately went there to retrieve those things. She did not stay to console the children. She did not stay to speak to the family. They went there to retrieve belongings upstairs alone with the family computer for 30 minutes before taking the car and driving it back to Dighton in a snowstorm.
Well, and hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from when I say that I can't have a conversation with you about what O'Keefe's parents or family has said, because I don't know what they've said. Like, not just with you, but just with anybody. I would not be just, his parents said that. So then
no, but you can speculate on the motivations and actions of innocent people like Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert, right?
When did I do that?
I think we've been performing mental gymnastics now for about 45 minutes about how
I think he and I have been sitting here referencing things that are actually in the court documents. I'm pretty sure. Now, you could say that the defense is speculating on certain things, but I don't think we were. I think we were specifically bringing up things inside the court documents. But I just don't think my question would be, so they had 15 movements of the Ring camera footage between the two, the one out front and the one in the back. My question would be, what purpose would it serve to delete the one of her coming home? Because that wouldn't have even, that
could disprove, might have disproved her whole position. I mean, that might have incriminated her.
Well, it wouldn't have shown
it. We don't know. We don't have it. It's gone.
Well, if she was backing out in the morning, unless, of course, so I guess you could say it was 3 videos that were deleted, because it wasn't just of her pulling in, it was her pulling in, then realizing what she had to do. So she had to back out and turn it around. Like, let's say she backed in when she got there, and then she thought about this over the course of the next couple hours. And so she then realized she had to leave the driveway and then pull it in forward so that she could in the morning back up. You could say that if you wanted to say multiple were missing, or if they found multiple were missing, but not just one. Like, I wouldn't see any purpose of, like, it wouldn't show a broken taillight if she just pulled straight in.
Yeah. I mean, like, I just think that most likely she had to come to Jesus moment and started covering her tracks. That's what I think. I think
that's why she got upgraded to murder too, honestly, because I really struggle with seeing a scenario where she purposely ran this man over to kill him. But I do think that it's plausible that what upped it were her actions otherwise, which really do indicate a certain degree of cover up
afterwards.
Yeah, and that's just an opinion. I don't have, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just working off of what my opinion is. You can have your opinion that Karen Read's innocent and whatever. Just, I mean, it is what it is. I'm personally think opinions are fine. It's just don't go after families and victims and people who are not related to, who are witnesses. I just,
it's horrific what's happened to them. Absolutely horrific.
That's the thing. And I think I would not be so critical of the Glare if he just kept to the case and just had a conversation like you, where we're like, oh, the court documents say this, and this is what we should focus on. And we have a discussion, a civil discussion. We don't harass anyone. We just have our opinions, because there's plenty of channels like that.
It's concerning to me that the forensic evidence seems to get glossed over in sort of the argument pro defense, right? Because I think that's the most compelling information that we have available about what may have happened. Things that I do not see a reality in which Michael Proctor is running around, sprinkling trace evidence into this man's clothing and smearing his DNA on the vehicle, or compelling Karen Read to make statements as early as 5 o'clock in the morning, telling Carrie Roberts, "I think John's dead. He got hit by a plow. It's snowing. I think John's dead." Why would she think that?
Yeah, she told him at 5. That's true.
In a
Way
situation
before.
like this, in a situation like this, in my opinion, I feel like the things that are going to mean more, which kind of hints to what you were saying initially with what you just said, the things that are going to mean more are going to be the things that aren't said by somebody's mouth. So things that can be absolutely shown that's not been said by somebody, because there are a lot of contradictions from everybody that can be used to trip them up. So I think the things that aren't verbally said from somebody's mouth, forensics and data, are going to be what's actually going to matter. But
the trial, basically, I get it.
Yeah, and like the worst thing that could have happened, I feel like had they had that evidentiary hearing where the experts would have talked about that Google search, it could have been put to bed one way or the other. It either happened or it didn't. But the fact
that
that
was not permissible, that would not have been the proper use for that mechanism. Though I do not believe that Karen's attorneys, particularly David Yannetti, who has practiced in Massachusetts for decades, did not understand that was an improper use of Rule 17. It's not a discovery process, right? So that evidentiary, it never would have made it through. It was improper, and I think they really made sure that it wasn't going to go through when they started attempting to subpoena witnesses, because it wasn't just experts.
Just like me with the opinion of the dog. Like, if I truly believe, like, honestly, if I was a defense attorney and I believe the dog bit this person, I would do everything in my power to find this goddamn dog. I would send like 10, 15 investigators to get this goddamn dog, because that would prove my client was absolutely innocent. And like, also, not only that, I would have a huge lawsuit against the city. I would have a gigantic multi-million-dollar lawsuit. I would have her free. I would be a celebrity. I'd be a hero. But, I feel like the thing is, it's like a thing that you don't realize with attorneys. It's like, don't ask a question you don't want an answer to. And I feel like a lot of it's like, these lawyers are like good magicians. They direct you to here so you don't look over here. And I feel like that's what he's doing. He's creating a narrative that is like, but people, oh, look here, we're going to say these are scratch marks or bite marks, but we're not going to actually get this dog. Because I personally,
they did go after, they did get the records. Like they did. And it felt like it got drug on to a point where it's like, you were just going to get it anyway.
And
why don't you just give it?
The state tested for dog DNA at UC Davis, and you never heard about it again.
Oh, was it? I was trying to find that data.
It's been entered into discovery. I don't have the exact. I have the case open right now, so give me a minute to find the exact.
Yeah, we were looking for that. Like on a.
I swear to God, I read that in an article. I was like, God damn it!
No,
I was like,
it was returned, and again, you're not going to get the report on that until trial, if you do at all, because I suspect that the dog theory is probably not going to be admissible at trial because it's ludicrous. And you don't have to look hard to find. Like, Chloe's in Vermont. It took me like 3 phone calls. I know exactly where she is. My plan is at the conclusion of this trial, I'm going to take a selfie with the dog.
No.
It didn't take me very long.
Doxing the dog now? God damn it, Kate. Get the
I am. Well, I'm part of this conspiracy too, because I deviate.
Are you sure that's the real Chloe? This is just like a fake Chloe?
It's not a decoy Chloe. No,
it's not a decoy Chloe.
Tell you what happened with Chloe in the skin piercing incident, and it's very again played up, and that's why you're not.
Yeah, I heard that the situation is that they had like basically the dog got in a fight with the neighbor's dog. It bit the neighbor.
The neighbors tried to intervene. The neighbors made statements to the animal control officer. They weren't even sure what dog. I can't remember if it was bit or clawed them. They went to the emergency room as a precaution because there was a dog fight with a strange dog, and rabies is a bummer, right? So
yeah, but the problem is though, you might know all this information, but if
we don't.
If the report's not available, and let's say you're right, and that stuff all gets suppressed and it can't be brought in, then they've already put that information out there for the jury. So like at that point there's no clarity on it, and you're allowed to say whatever because it was not allowed in where
Yeah.
you could actually see the report and present the
Well,
report to
if
them that
it's not
says, well, that's
admissible, then it's not going to the jury at all.
Yeah, and I
Like,
think
that's just but that's I think where people are getting conflated here. The attempt, and I mean, like the elephant in the room is here. Like Karen Read just had 2 cell phones seized. There is an ongoing grand jury. Like they're not pulling that part out of their ass too.
I think Kate, to be fair, I think what Sleuthy's saying is like she can't make a decision unless she sees documents, and like she can't make a basic decision based on what you say unless she actually has a document in front of her, because she's very analytical with documents.
And not just you, like it has nothing to do with you. It's just in general. I won't debate or argue information that I can't see myself, number one, and number two, like I don't really know. I mean, but it wouldn't even matter even if I did know you, to be totally honest with you. Like even if I did let's say you sent
have
me
you
a
ever tried to
screenshot
reach out to any? I mean, you're making determinations. Have you ever tried to reach out to any of these people yourself?
Which people?
I mean,
like his
there's
parents and stuff.
I mean, there's Peg O'Keefe, Paul
No,
O'Keefe,
I would
Roberts.
never. I would
Okay,
never ever.
but you're making
Just
a lot
because
of speculation and determinations based on somewhat. I mean, their family members' murder, and things like this. I mean, they're not going to be readily available. We don't even know if they're going to be available at all. It depends what really makes it into trial. But you feel comfortable about discussing it, and even making some speculation about it without further looking into it. I just don't really understand that.
So discussing the information that's in the court documents, all court documents. Yes, I'm going to put them in a bowl.
All right.
Croutons, yes. Okay. So I'm talking about things in the court documents. They see all the stuff in the court documents regardless. And unfortunately, like when it goes to trial and stuff, they're going to have to sit through all that too if they choose to go. And so that's one side of it. I'm not going to reach out to family members or witnesses and this is not just this case.
Yeah.
This is every case. I have no desire to be getting information from people that's not in court documents where I might have to be interviewed for something or brought in to testify or write an affidavit or I just wouldn't bother these people. I wouldn't. So it's not, I don't need further clarity from people on either side, because both sides have different opinions.
Yeah.
They have own interests. They have their own interests. So anybody on Karen Read's side has their interests, and the people on John's side, like his family, have their interests. I couldn't imagine, and this is just me personally, I couldn't imagine with everything going on, me reaching out to Peggy O'Keefe and saying, do you think Karen did it? What did Karen do that made, and I'm just saying for myself, what did Karen do anything suspicious right after? Like I wouldn't, I just personally, I wouldn't. So I'll talk about what's in the documents, and I'll consider what you're saying, but I wouldn't make it a part of my every discussion about the case, not knowing exactly where it came from, if it came from a place of emotion, if there was some kind of cross wires and it was repeated to me differently than what it actually was. I don't do that with anybody.
I mean, speaking of the family, like even that image that you have right up right now, just respectfully, like they don't love that it's out there.
It's sad.
They really don't. It should have never been put out there.
Well, unfortunately, defense brought it out there, and they put their theory. I don't think they looks like claw mark. The guy was wearing, I don't think they're bite marks. I think there's no underbite. There's the claw marks are not like a pattern, like a claw. I think they're not. But I think the defense is basically trying to kind of do a magician act. Look over here, don't look over here. I mean, that's basically their job, basically.
Well, they were described by 3 different medical professionals as abrasions.
Well,
I court TV.
You know what? Well, Coffendoffer was saying that exact thing, and I asked, but I don't think that there was any clarity. So I'll ask you, since you said 3 also. I know that Scorty Bello, she's the one that made her, she was the medical examiner. She did the autopsy. And I know there was some type of pathologist.
There was a forensic pathologist, and then he was also seen by the emergency room staff at Good Samaritan Hospital before being pronounced dead.
So, and the thing is that even Scorty Bello, she did not say. All she said was that those were caused by being hit by a blunt object, right?
Right.
She said that she didn't see anything that said that he got into any kind of altercation. But when it comes to the dog bite, which is a reason why I don't think that it's going to be something that can't come in, because then you have them with their medical examiner who has an entirely different opinion, and they are allowed to present their expert's opinion. So if his opinion is what he said it was, which is that they were caused by an animal, either bites or scratches, then I don't see where that's not going to be allowed to come in as an expert witness.
I mean, the expert witness is going to have to put his credibility if he's going to claim that scratch and bites. You know what I mean?
From all the way to California, like that guy is like it almost like all of their people just about they have to fly over here.
Well, I think it's most likely a break. I mean, to me, it does not look like bite mark because it's not, like there's patterns in bite marks and claw marks to me. And also he was wearing a shirt. He was wearing a long sleeve shirt and I believe a t-shirt. So that would mean like the clothes would have to be like shredded, like for that particular area. I'm talking about like bite conform bite mark, but.
Right.
Well,
I mean, this entire theory has been pretty much been shredded over. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. Do I think that it's appropriate for a horde of people on the internet to reach out to family members and go? But I mean, particularly if you're a creator that has a certain amount of audience, I found it prudent, acceptable, and appreciated that I reached out and said, hey, listen, a lot of talk about this. Hope you're doing okay, right? Like, I am now thinking about discussing this too. Do you have any input? And just by peeling back the layers a little bit, you start to see the absurdity of the dog bite story, with Chloe. It's not that hard to figure out where she is. They rehomed her. They know the family. They even keep in contact with them sometimes. I know why they rehomed her. And the fight with the neighbor's dog was part of it. The other part of it was their son Jack's dog, and he had kind of abruptly brought the dog home. Parents didn't necessarily want the dog. He went off and was in the service, and this happened, and the parents said, I don't really want to continue with this with the dog. That's it, right? So like just a little bit of poking around. And I mean, can I definitively say one way or the other? I'm not on the jury and I never will be. No. But you start to poke around and there's a lot of holes in these stories and it's absurd. And at the end of the day, who suffered for the dog bite story, right? Well, not Chloe, she's living her best life, but the Albert family, right? It's just another layer to this harassment. And all it takes is a little bit of basic research and just watching the court docket. I mean, you see that the Commonwealth sends it out to UC Davis. You see that the, results come back and then nothing. I think it's fair to assume that they didn't find any dog DNA or, Jackson Unetti would be screaming it from the roof.
I mean, yeah, I believe Jack Unetti would be like fucking on the hills on would be on court TV, CNN, doing interviews saying my client has been framed. This is because it would exonerate his client. It would exonerate his client, and it would prove not only that he was absolutely correct, but the cops were corrupt, and he would have he would have $100 million. I would not, maybe like a $50 million lawsuit, wrongful arrest. It would be such a gigantic story. Believe me. I mean, if I saw there was corruption, I would be fucking looking into it and be like, yo, this is a huge story.
Well, I mean, they screamed at the top of their lungs when, and I'm sorry, but Turtle Boy and Sean McCabe got into an online shit posting match on Facebook. They wrote motions, they dragged people in, affidavits, they're screaming it in the media. Look at this, right? And
yeah,
that was insane. So you think that if there was dog DNA that came back from UC Davis, they wouldn't be screaming about that too? It's
like that would be huge. I mean, like honestly, I would say like if they found dog DNA in that thing, I would immediately change my position 180 degrees, and I'd be like, okay, well, she's set up, and this is bullshit. And I still wouldn't support TV. I think he's a garbage human being, but I would still be like, well, this needs to be looked into. But I don't know why
that's a completely separate issue that only. Yeah. I mean, it's a genuinely non-issue until you take a step back and look at Karen Read's involvement in all of that circus, down to text messages saying, yeah, you know what, I changed my mind, I don't want Paul O'Keefe on my side, go after him, we don't sit with idiots at the cafeteria table, like that speaks
that. Like we don't know this.
They're text on Twitter.
Yeah, text messages.
They're on Twitter.
But
they're
and
everywhere.
I said this to profit offer, like I literally said this to her, I can send myself a text message right now and save myself in my phone as Kate.
let's take it a
and
step
say
further.
whatever I
When they
want.
leaked on Twitter, the receiving party in those text messages, Aiden Carney, podcast Jesus, I'm sorry, but journalism genius himself, goes up on one of his amazing podcasts and says, yeah, no, those messages from Natalie, she was copying and pasting from Karen. So what? Anyone could have done that. She's expendable. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he not only, authenticated those messages on live on the air, but confirmed that to his understanding, they were from Karen Read. Yet to the point where you can pinpoint in the messages, May 7th is the day that they started talking on the phone.
Yeah, that's why
Queen, is that you scrolling through all those?
Yeah, baby, that's me. And I was
see,
just
see what I mean? Go scroll down one more, because this threw me off until I remembered the leaf blower thing. See how, like, that looks like we leaf blowed and then we sprayed it, kind of, because we didn't know that it was maybe under a bunch of snow.
Yeah, look at this, like sprayed all over the side is what it looks like.
Yeah,
Right.
like
I mean,
don't think...
Oh, sorry about that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You go. Oh, I was just about to say, like, I just don't,
And it's I'm sorry, I finally did find it. I was parsing through the case, but
Can you
there's
toss it to
literally
me?
over 200 entries on the docket now. But it's actually, so it's docket entry 150, which would be the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery 25. And that's where it is it's 3 pages of the submission report to UC Davis.
Do you have the
Genetics
PDF?
Laboratory?
Can you toss me
I'm
the
looking
PDF?
right at it right now. I could actually look. I will.
Or you can pop it up if you want. Or share your
Please.
screen.
I will pop it up.
Because I swear, I was like, I read that in an article with them sending that the wound, like testing the wound for like DNA, and I was like, I saw it, and I was like, damn, I wrote that down, and I remember seeing it, and I was just like,
well, I'll add it to the. I was asking because I'll add it. Like if I don't have it, I mean, I know I have a folder that's all Discovery ones, but if I don't have,
do you have the green report? You got to talk to Yellow Cabin Tales. Here's the the green report is interesting to look at with the waves.
I believe. I mean, I have all, but I think like 3.
Yeah.
Or maybe 5 now because I don't have the motion to dismiss that was just filed and the other one, the motion for.
Yeah, Yellow Cabin Tales is doing great work, and you could probably probably get a comment on him. He also talks to Grant Elliott on his show, and you could probably get in contact with him and be like, "Yo, do you have the green report?" He said that anyone text him for the green report, he will handle.
I have the green report as well. I mean, I have access to the whole docket. So
cool.
Yeah, I mean,
the only thing on the docket I don't have is the animal control things because they were impounded, and like I said, the 2 newer ones. And I feel like there's maybe one. I know it's I'm trying to think. I'll have to go. There was the animal control one that was impounded. There might have been one more that was impounded that I didn't get. And then these 2 newest ones. And I don't know if you've seen those. But what would be interesting is if in the motion to dismiss, like I would be with you thinking wise, if in the motion to dismiss, it doesn't mention the dog. If it still mentions the dog, then I have to wonder why you would get results back that show no dog DNA and then continue to put it in your stuff instead of just letting it fall off. Because that would really destroy their entire case. Because it's not hard to think of when somebody's fighting that a dog's going to jump in.
Well, I mean, like if you look at the Cavalcante's case, for instance, when he escaped, they had a dog that just grabbed onto him. Dogs are more like they grab onto you and they hold you until they don't hold you anymore. And that doesn't look like what a dog of a German Shepherd would do. I think a German Shepherd would be you would see puncture wounds and it would be deep. And I don't see that as that. And I don't think.
I mean, I don't know because I'm not. Is anyone qualified to make a medical determination?
No, that's what I think.
But I'm saying 3 people who are that examined the body came back. And
4, if you count 5, if you count Court TV.
I don't count Court TV.
Damn it!
Okay. I'm talking medical professionals who are qualified in their field to make these sort of determinations that actually physically examined the body.
What do you think of the one
At least
guy?
3. Yeah.
But where do we have like the doctor from the? So I know they said we don't have where the emergency room doctor said what they thought, and we don't have one of the things that I
No,
wish
we have the base statement that they all had consistent findings. So unless we're going to now accuse Adam Lally of lying in his motion practice, which I do not find to be feasible, I'm going to assume that he made that statement pretty definitively because everyone who examined him came to essentially, consistent determinations. And, again, a medical examiner saying those are blunt force abrasions, but I don't know what from is entirely appropriate, and that is what they are supposed to do, because she wasn't there when he sustained the injuries, so she can't really speak to specifically how they were sustained, just what they are, right?
So then you have them saying, well, he got beat up, which is also a so if I hit you in the back of the head with a bat, that is also, and that was just an example,
but then that's cut off because all of these doctors also found no evidence of any physical altercation or fight. Right?
Yeah, but so we're talking like, so a physical altercation or fight, you and I are going to fight physically for a minute or two. So we're going to be holding on to each other's shirts. You're going to get hit in the face multiple times. I'm going to hit you in your stomach a couple times, and you might have bruises in various places. But a blunt force injury that wouldn't necessarily be a physical altercation in the sense that we're thinking of it, like a street fight, would be me hitting you in the back of the head with something. So if you can't determine the difference between, so what I'm getting at is, if she didn't say, it would be consistent with being hit by a car. So for instance, the ones on his arm, and this was another thing that irritated me about not getting samples from the wounds, because I feel like, again, this is something that could have gotten cut off at the very bottom before it got out of control. But what could this have possibly been caused by? I've seen people say that the car, when it backed up, he kind of went under it a little bit and something scratched him from under the vehicle. Okay, that's fine. But my thing is if those injuries were tested, if those injuries were tested and the tissue was taken, you would be looking for rust. You would be looking for metal shavings. You would be looking for paint. You would be looking for glass from the glass, whatever happened to this cocktail glass. Like, when I'm trying to say what caused those, it would be more helpful to say exactly what I thought caused them.
Yeah,
because I can't.
Oh, you go.
Like, if there was oil in if there was some oil, like, what are you gonna? I mean, how could you be like, well, who knows how he got oil? Maybe he checked her oil before she left, and got scratched somehow. You couldn't.
I just think, I know what I know what it's not, and I know it's not a dog bite or a scratch. I can't tell you if it's abrasions from dragging on the ground. I can't tell you if it's the undercarriage. I can't tell you if it's the glass that broke in his hand and caused it. That's up to the accident reconstruction guy. And if this lawyer thinks he's going to be smarter than an accident reconstruction guy when it comes to an accident reconstruction, he's out of his mind.
Well, no, he's going to have another accident.
Really damning evidence. They have vehicle information. They don't have the telematics and infotainment that I know of. I know that they did the chip off. There's been no indication of what's been returned from that. But they have the Toyota TechStream EDM and I think ACM. And that was part of the reconstruction. And they have the car traveling in reverse at a high rate of speed before striking presumably the victim, continuing in reverse and then taking off. That again is pretty damning.
But that needs looked at. That also needs to be looked at closer than just that. Like, the rate of speed that they're saying that she was going when she hit him. And then
what is it, 27 and 60 feet?
I think it's 24.3, maybe 24.7.
For how long? Like, at one point it says there was impact, and then she traveled like an additional.
I believe it was 80 feet.
So maybe it was like 60 feet after hitting. Like, there was a breakdown of what it was before impact and what it was after impact.
I just think, if there's too many things placed there, like the black straw, the broken cocktail glass, one shoe being off. Which, sorry, I'm talking about my mouth. I'm sorry, that's really rude. But I didn't get to eat. But also, the shoe basically being off is consistent with being hit with a car. And I just feel like if you're dragging a guy out, you're not going to be placing like these details out that is consistent with a car accident. And then, you know, that just to me is unlikely, because like
so let me ask you, Kate, while you're up here, what do you know where specifically the information came from to Buchanan that there was a possibility that he was struck in the face with a cocktail glass? Do you know at
I don't
10:41
know
where that would have came
specifically.
from?
I'm assuming that this is how I read that, and agree. You know, this is my own conjecture, but it sounds like what happened was, as they're piecing this thing together, because you know, they're not starting out going, "Oh, this guy got hit by a car," right? Like that's not how that worked at all. They have no idea what happened. They get the information that there's cocktail glass near the body. Right, they get the information that there are heavy injuries to his face. They get the information that Karen has told, you know, I believe it was Carrie Roberts, in the presence of a first responder. After, I'm sorry,
the EMT.
Yeah, the EMT, when asked what happened to his face, I hit him. So they said possible domestic. And I think what they were just doing was lumping together the information they had at the time and going, well, there's a red flag here. Maybe he got hit in the face with a cocktail glass, right? And obviously later on, as they get more information and evidence, it takes them in another direction. But there's nothing to indicate that anyone specifically told him that. I think that that's just, you're watching the police in real time start to kind of ferret out what could have possibly happened here, which to me is indicative of a good investigation, right? They're not starting.
In my opinion, that makes sense. If they were to say to me, they, again, like I said, you were probably here when I said it, but if they were to say they were arguing because he was going there and she was going to go home and basically wanted him to come home with her and she didn't want to. Let's just say you told me that as an investigator, and that she got angry and chucked the cocktail glass out of the car and hit him in the face with it. I wouldn't have any difficulty believing that.
Well, initially it sounds like the police did not have difficulty getting there too, but they didn't stay there. And that, I think, is the problem with the way that a lot of people are commenting on this case at all. Like B.Tim, you brought up a really good point, sort of, with all this evidence does not exist in a vacuum. You cannot find one thing that goes, aha, this breaks the case, right? And the police surely are not trying to do that, because that would be extremely myopic and it wouldn't be thorough at all. So when you're looking at the probability of whether this man was hit by a car or beat up by a couple people in the presence of 11 more people thrown out, you know, realistically, the evidence tends to lead more towards he got hit by a car, right?
Occam razor, basically.
Right. Like, let's go to the most direct path here. We have the forensic evidence that we're aware of right now that really does build to a motor vehicle accident, including an accident reconstruction and the car's own data, you know, trace evidence on the clothing, DNA on the car, the broken taillight, the pieces of taillight near the body, the cocktail glass on the bumper and near the body, the injuries, right? Like,
question before you go on from the cocktail glass on the bumper, which I guess kind of throws out everything that I just said in terms of her chucking it out the window. But
yeah,
why do you think, or how do you think, I guess, that this piece of glass remained on the bumper? Like, if you really have to think about this, it would have remained on the bumper from the whole drive back to John's house, then to Jen's house, and wherever else she drove before she ended up at Jen's house, then back to John's house, then to her parents' house, then on a tow back to Canton. How do you figure that
the key word there is embedded?
Yeah.
It's right in the word.
Yeah, it's embedded in there. It's in there. You know, I think that's pretty damning, to be honest with you, because like for it to be embedded like that requires a lot of, like, you know, force to do that. And I just don't see Proctor going with that, a glass and just slamming that in there. Like,
with the trace, you know, and granted, I'm going to throw the Free Karen Read people a bone so we can obsess about something else for a couple of weeks. They have said that they have trace microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, but they have not said whether or not it's consistent with her taillight.
Correct.
So, right, there's still an if there, but
I'm glad you said that. I don't think that is making any type of excuse. I think that's reasonable and responsible, because that was another thing that you guys were talking about. And I wanted to say, I don't know that they, like, I don't even know how they're going to go unless they piece that thing back together. I'm just not sure how they're going to show exactly
How they're
that
going
all
to
of those.
compare it. They're gonna microscopically analyze both the trace evidence on his clothing and the taillight that it's sourced from, and look for markers. And I mean,
See, that would
yes,
have been a better excuse, like an explanation of that than
Right.
it was left in the hospital and Proctor went there and sprinkled it on his clothes.
sprinkled them. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
If you would've-
It's that operative word again, embedded in the clothing. Right?
Yeah, like I love when I have a conversation with like intelligent people. It's like, oh, okay, I can see this. Like Sleuthie's like, yeah, well, they haven't tested it, and I'm like, okay, I can agree to that. I mean, that's we don't know what it is, but but when someone tells me they sprinkled it, I'm like, we're done.
I think it's when generally my mind is open in the sense that I think people get stuck in one direction, as in, well, she was arrested, so now you have to show me a lot that's gonna maybe even not be able to sway me to say that she's innocent. But you're gonna have to show me a lot. Or there's people that say innocent until proven guilty, don't want to hear anything that proves guilty. I don't care either what. Like I have no, whatever the outcome of this is, it doesn't affect me at all. But when you are trying to prove a point or a position versus just discussing the information as it is, I think that's where you run into problems. Like if I come up on this panel and my intention coming up here is to prove my position, I mean, I don't have one, but if I was to come up and say, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to tell B.Tim exactly why she's innocent, and you're like, let Sleuthie come up here because I'm going to tell her exactly why she's guilty. Like, we're only going to be arguing those specific things in that specific manner. I'm not going to be able to say, like, if you were to say maybe she threw the glass at him, and I'm thinking in my head, Karen did nothing wrong ever. There's no way she got that angry. She's not, and like I said, we don't know these people.
I mean, you're talking about like two different things. Like you can argue, like for instance, I think the Glare was trying to argue a point, and I think unsuccessfully, where he was trying to say, well, evidence will probably not be admissible in trial, and she'll get out, which is different than I don't think she hit her with, or is a different argument with that thought process. I just think I just think that's the issue. And also when he says reasonable doubt, that's a trial thing. Like that's like if you believe you can have like. I was trying to have a discussion with his opinion on what he thinks is based upon documents and forming an opinion. But all he was saying is reasonable doubt and evidence handling. It's like, man, just commit to what you believe in. I kind of have more respect for a person that says, yeah, it's a conspiracy. And I believe based on these documents, it's a conspiracy. Because at least I would have a conversation. I'd be like, okay, well, we'll break it down. What do you think happened? But he was more like,
I'm not here to prove that there's a conspiracy. But I'm also not here pretending like corruption doesn't exist. So I feel like, I mean, to say that it doesn't exist is kind of like.
Nobody's ever said. I don't think anyone who's against this horrible, ridiculous, and I'm sorry, but like I stand firm in this. I understand that corruption does exist. I've seen it in other cases. I know that it exists. However, this is literally trying to jam a square peg into a round hole here, which would be fine on its own, and I wouldn't have any commentary, save for the fact that there are actual innocent people that have had their lives destroyed, including the victim's own family, because people are so vehemently trying to prove this woman's innocence when it just does not match the evidence that's actually available at
a position. They're trying to prove a position, and that's why I'm saying so essentially, like, would you say that your position is that she's guilty?
My position is that based on the evidence that is available at this time and the conversations that I've had with people who are involved in this unfortunate issue, it is more likely than not that she struck this man with a car, and as a result, he died. I cannot call her innocent no more than I can call her guilty because this case has not been adjudicated.
So what would happen if they came back that Karen was not guilty,
Okay.
would the opinion be that
It'd be like OJ. I think OJ's guilty, but he's
okay,
innocent.
that was exactly what I was going to ask. So would it be like that they prove their case and she's innocent, or would it be like oh, she got off some way, so now we're not going to?
Well, you're never found innocent. You're found guilty or not guilty. You're never found innocent.
I would have my opinion, just
right.
like
And my
everyone
opinion would be that the money that she spent on this horrific online circus, the money that I know that she spent at this point, it's still to be seen how much is really there and to whom, but it would be well spent and that she would have gotten off. And unfortunately, this man will never see justice, which is going to be much more horrible to his family than it is to him, as he's no longer around to see this.
So if she was found not guilty, would you be comfortable in the like if they were to not, let's say, because this whole Ford Edge got brought into this conversation.
Okay.
Would you be thinking like, okay, it would be great if we could just hash that whole situation out so that I know that there was nobody parked there and that's not an option? Like, would you be okay with no solution, like no accountability? Would you be okay with no accountability?
There's nobody who's come forward as the driver of this mystery Ford Edge. That at first, Lucky's first statements to the private investigators, who I'm pretty sure he misunderstood who he was even talking to, because he refers to them interchangeably as officers and investigators. He didn't even really understand, per his police interview, what Aiden's role in this all was. And I think it is very interesting that he referred to him at one point as the defendant's investigative journalist, which I think is a pretty clear clue that even this mentally unfortunate gentleman could pick up on that. But he didn't say that it was a Ford Edge. He was taken out to a parking lot, and this is per the defense's recollection of this. And they said, "Oh, what did the car look like?" And he scans around, and they direct him, "Well, did it look like this?" And he goes, "Yeah, no, it did look like that," and it happened to be a Ford Edge. Later on, when he repeats this to the police after having numerous interventions from people who were connected with the defense, he adamantly says that it's a Ford Edge, but he doesn't see any tire tracks. He doesn't see any drag marks. He doesn't see any footprints. It's like this mysterious SUV just came down from the sky and sat there. He couldn't even tell you whether or not there was snow on the car for how long it had been. So I'm very skeptical of this. And in all this time, nobody's come forward as the owner of the Ford Edge. Nobody else has said, "Oh yeah, no, I saw that car too." There's no indication that it was actually there. Just the word of one guy who at one point was pretty heavily misled and wiretapped.
Jesus. I didn't know that.
Yeah. His phone call with Turtle Boy, which he disputes the contents of in his police interview, by the way, but it was wiretapped, and I know this because it was sent to numerous people. I'm sure that some true crime people may even have access to it too. I know that I got access to it, so the police got access to it, but he was never informed that he was recorded. The same thing with the quote unquote whistleblower Steve Scanlon. He denies the entire story. He says that he never said that. He attributes most of his opinions on the case to Turtle Boy's reporting. And how do I know that? Because that phone call was also wiretapped and disseminated.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
That's the problem with that. Because I feel like the snowplow guy it doesn't make sense. I can believe the husband, basically not seeing John while passing. I can believe that because he could be in the other side of the car. He could be out of sight maybe, but I can't believe that there's like 3:00 he notices this car there and he just doesn't. I just don't think it makes sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me. If it doesn't make sense, it's not true.
And it's hardly a statement that was made without previous influence with people with vested interest by the time the police finally get to him. You know what I mean?
I just think I personally, what time do you think personally, Kate, do you think it's because I really think the last time probably was hit was probably the last ping on his Apple thing, his Apple, the Health Watch thing, which was
I don't believe he had a watch. I believe it was
not watch, the Apple Health
and,
thing.
And the Apple Health data, they really only reference once with this ascending and descending stairs. And the problem with that, if you go back to the defense experts report,
the Waze
he also concedes, that per the phone's GPS data, he was a block away from the house when he's supposedly going up and down stairs.
Yeah.
And I did take it a step further, and I took the route and I slowed down Peter Crest, right? And I just let the health data roll, and it too thought that I was going up and downstairs.
You should have
driving really slow, right?
You should have done this debate. Where were you? You probably could have jumped up. I'm joking.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, dog. Oh no. Is that Chloe?
No, yeah, this is
Are you hiding Chloe?
I am. I've been harboring her for months. I put a mustache and sunglasses on her before we go out to pee, so that nobody recognizes her.
Very good idea. Very good idea. It was dropped on Facebook. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that guy. I just think he probably was hit like 12:35 to 12:45. I think is the time, in my opinion. And I think
the only thing, like, I want to be fair to Karen Read and say that I have a very hard time subscribing to the belief that she did this on purpose. I think that's where a lot of people get lost, even if they can't be intellectually honest enough with themselves to.
I agree with that.
Is that it's very hard to believe that this well-dressed, well put together, successful white woman, like, right? Because let's be real, there's a certain number of people that think like that are really hitting the Kool-Aid hard right now. They can't believe that somebody like that would intentionally hit a loved one with a vehicle and then just drive off. Well, and even I, knowing what I know, I'm like, oh, did she really do that on purpose? But I think that she did it, maybe not on purpose, but she quickly realized what she did.
4:30.
And then went into cover-up mode, which lends a certain appearance of intent that I'm not sure the Commonwealth's going to be able to overcome to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's easy to prove that she hit him at this point, but her intent is going to be more tough.
Yeah. And what do you think of like the council's like? Do you think the council's going to actually put Jen McCabe like on the stand and try to prove that she's some sort of sociopathic, like fucking?
Well, now Jen McCabe is someone that I've gotten to know pretty well through this. I did not know her previous, and I don't hide for anything that I'm doing. So I have a vested interest in this case, mainly as it relates to Turtle Boy's activities in it, because I think he's a scumbag, and I think that what he's done.
We all can agree on that.
I think what has been created from this, but I like to keep it in focus that without Karen soliciting this, it doesn't happen. So, like, you know, that also speaks to me a lot about her mindset and her at least intent after the fact, because I do not believe that innocent people do this sort of stuff. I just don't. I don't. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that I actually lost my train.
I know, but do you think like the defense is going to have like a fantastic job trying to prove to the
whole
group
so yeah, I'm
jury
not hiding
that
from
this
it. So I've gotten to know Jen pretty well, and like she does not present as a fucking sociopath. No one is going to be able to encounter her and believe that she intentionally took part in the killing and cover up of said killing of her friend. It's just it's completely implausible. You're not going to be able to get that impression in an hour. I haven't been able to get that impression in months. So I mean, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't see it, because to me it's like, not only does she have to sit there and watch a friend of hers from 8 years like get beat up and unconscious, she has to basically, go her normal day, go home, and then try to like look up one thing and be like, oh, okay, and plan out this man's murder.
Her entire involvement in this is so, I mean, people are working off the assumption that she lured this man in, that this was somehow intentional and part of a cover-up. Like, how would she know that Karen was going to call her that morning? Karen didn't even have her phone number.
Yeah. I mean, like, realistically, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like,
she didn't answer a call from Karen Read. She answered a call from the victim's niece.
Yeah. Which was very interesting. I always wondered why she didn't use her own cell phone, but uses her niece's cell phone. To me, like, you do the opposite. You don't want to wake up your niece and let them know, like, oh, your father figure's missing, and I need your phone, and he might be dead. It's like, okay.
Not just waking her up like that, screaming hysterical. JJ's gone. He's gone. What are we going to do? Call him, text him, call Jen McCabe, call Carrie at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that would be the worst way to handle the situation. Usually you want to be stoic and silent and just handle it quietly from them, let them not know, get worried, because you don't want to get them. But it was like the opposite. And I was like, whoa, that's weird. But I don't know why she used her phone. Where was her phone? Like, that was weird.
I don't know necessarily that it was. I think you could read that a few ways. I always kind of look at it as, well, she just didn't have the phone numbers of these individuals, and she was I know she
Just
has
careful.
excused away to do this. I know that was her excuse, at least to some people, is, oh, I was freaking out because John would never, ever in a million years ever be home after midnight for the kids, right? But then she fudged the bucket and she told Dateline this story about New Year's Eve just a couple weeks prior, where, you know, he was out incoherently drunk until 3 o'clock in the morning, which is not the way the other people on the trip recount that. It's just saying. But regardless, you can't in one breath say, well, I was frantic because he never does this, and then in the next breath go, he just did this 3 weeks ago. You know,
I also found it very questionable. Yeah, I found it very questionable that she originally was like, "Oh, I last seen him at the bar," and then she had to get corrected by me, corrected by the McCabe on the phone that, "Oh, well, no, we saw you last at the house," and then she's like, "Oh, okay, let me just change my story again." You know, I felt like that was the situation when that call came, and that's just my opinion. You could take it as she had just had a bad memory because she drank too much, but like I just think like. She tried to like make it sound like, oh, he was last at the bar and I left him, but realized that was not going to work with her alibi, and then changed her alibi to, you know, something else. And I think like she's been grasping at straws. And I think originally, you know, her defense was going to be accidental hit, and then it was changed up to that. I just think she's been covering her back with that. And I, you know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Even the way that she was sectioned, right? Because I know that they like to scream. This poor woman, she was involuntarily sectioned. Like the story on that is shrewd, right? So, you know, she is making indications to her father that she's going to kill herself. And the father calls the police, and the police contact Carrie Roberts, who was in the car with Karen at the time, and they say, hey, you got to turn around, you got to come back, right? They were going to the hospital for John, now they got to turn around. Karen doesn't even ask. This is Carrie's account. Karen doesn't even ask why they're turning the car around, just silently sitting there, gets out, quietly goes to the waiting ambulance, goes to the hospital. She's only in there for 2 hours, which in Massachusetts is highly unusual. If you really are sectionable, if you really are suicidal, they're going to hold you up to 72 hours. So for the fact that she just got out in 2 hours is suspicious. What that 2 hours gives a potential defendant, though, is that opportunity before you've been charged or can even be questioned to go to a place where the police cannot retrieve you, right? The hospital, so that you can call your lawyer and get your story.
That's an interesting purpose. What do you think of like, what, you know, with the sanctions with Altman and the jail calls? You think he's going to get sanctions? I laughed so hard.
Ken is a sweet man. I respect him. They went through a lot of.
No, I meant.
He did. I'm prefacing this because I like the guy. Ken did a very poor job arguing that. So I mean, this is what I can point out about the whole situation, right? Bradle's story is, oh, I didn't know these people at all before I added them to the list. And I thought that they were part of the legal team because I was told
and a partner
in New York, right, that they are part of the legal team. And I didn't know anything about them. Now, when you go to the jail rules on the phone calls, these privileged calls, right, you can only enter an attorney's office landline, right? And anyone that's on that needs to be someone who works for you. So you can't add your cell phone number as the attorney. You can't add paralegals. You can't add investigators. You can't add anyone except for the attorney of record, their office landline. So right off the bat, he's breaking the rules. And I mean, you really have to suspend disbelief. Either this guy is incompetent or he's a liar.
I mean,
you know,
it's a
great, you don't know.
Great appeal though for him if he's going to say he's incompetent. Maybe like his lawyer, Turtle Boy could say my counsel was incompetent, and that's why I'm in here.
I wondered if that's their plan, because this guy is most likely getting convicted. I feel just as comfortable with that because it's well documented, right? So is their plan to just bumble through this and then appeal based on incompetent representation? I don't know. That's a little conspiracy theory for me.
4D's chess, you know?
Right. But I mean, regardless, he presents a letter to the court and says, here, look, here's documentation from this New York lawyer. Have you seen the letter?
Yes, I did. I seen the letter.
What did you notice about it? Did you notice anything about the letter?
What, the phone number and the just refresh my memory. Maybe I'm a little.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah. My brain might be fried. I just like, I was on for a couple hours.
Okay, said, oh shit, I'm gonna pull it up. Here you go.
Oh shit. All
All
right.
right, let me pull it. Well, I just want, because it took me actually, like I looked at it again later on and was like, holy shit! I noticed something the second time that I hadn't the first. All right, so we're gonna go to the affidavit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it came out that Jen Altman was the go-between between Karen and but then
She
it said
is one
Courtney
of them.
Healy.
I have that on good authody that Jen Altman is in very direct, and a lot of the stuff, like I understand.
Well, then they said that
Is
Courtney
this on
Healy,
court
she
record
had
yet?
60, something about she had 60 calls at the jail with him. That was on
Courtney Healy
not
did.
recorded.
I think it ended up that Jen Altman only had 6, and this Courtney Healy individual, who also has no experience as a paralegal,
Right.
had 80. All right, so
Even
here's
if
the
she
letter.
was a paralegal, she wasn't allowed to
So-
have privileged conversations with a person
Right.
due to jail rules.
So here's the letter. All right, and just as we're reading this letter, let's
Oh
remember
yeah,
that
that's a letter. Yeah.
Yeah, that Bradle's story was that this New York attorney, Elizabeth Dombrowski, had offered him these women as volunteers from her law firm, right? And that's why he added them to the list, that she had recommended them or sent them over from her law firm. So the first thing that I want to point out is the date of the letter. Okay, right here we got, when is this dated?
January 24th, 2024.
Right. So the jail found out that these women were not attorneys on January 11th, 2024. And the prosecution's motion for sanctions was
2 weeks
filed on
before this.
January 24th, 2024. So this letter was written the same day that Ken Mello put in this motion.
Oh my God.
Okay. Now let's go to this second paragraph here.
I can't believe I didn't notice that. I
know. The following individuals, Courtney Healy, Jennifer Altman, and Tina Murray, are all volunteers with our organization as legal interns / paralegals. They all began volunteering with my organization during the month of October 2023. I had informed my team that if they were willing, they could make themselves available to attorney Timothy Bradle to assist on his case with Aiden Carney. So she's not even vouching, saying, yeah, no, I sent these people over. She's saying, yeah, I told these people that they could make themselves available, I guess, if they want. Right? Like,
Oh
not
my
the story that
God.
Bradle was giving at all. And like,
Bradle was
let's
a
just-
liar. I mean, like he was
every
like,
single person listed here is a turtle rider. They are followers, many of them for years. They are not paralegals. They are not legal interns, as not one of these women is currently enrolled in a Juris Doctorate program that would entitle them to take internships. They are just random turtle riders. And then if you notice, Tim Bradle made the supremely great decision of crying about how he got quote unquote doxed court motion. But we're going to go ahead and, what'd he do? He gave out Elizabeth Dombrowski's name, her business address, her email, and her direct line in a court document. Presumably, he's not going to cry about that. I could call her 20 times today and tell her that she's a lying bitch. And maybe that would be a little harassing. I'm not going to. But if I did,
don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not going to, but I'm saying if I did, then are we going to blame Bradle for publishing this letter to the court?
Well, I mean, I loved his argument that basically he was claiming that what Melo did was like criminal, like doxing, not realizing that he's trying to defend his client with that same charge. And he basically just, if the judge actually believed his, reason for recusing, it just basically he just admitted his client is guilty.
Not only did he admit that it's a crime, but he went on and on about how horrible it was.
Yeah, like I sat there, I was like, oh my God, are you serious? This guy's been in law for 32 years and he can't even think about the common sense logic of his argument. It's like, first off, I know attorneys like that just talk too much. And it's like, sir, it's like judges. I mean, I looked at the video and that judge was like, first off, the judge was very short. She was pissed. And she noticed the lies being told, and you can see her head snap up immediately when she noticed another BS lie. I mean, she's going to sanction him. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much, but he's getting sanctioned.
I don't think that she has the authority to do so. And you can see where she was trying to walk Mello into this and go, okay, how does this affect my court? How does this affect the administration of justice in the court? and he couldn't cite any authority. So he's essentially asking the court to
To do an unprecedented act, basically.
not just unprecedented, but essentially exert power over the jail and the enforcement of the jail's rules, which are not the court rules, right? Which is also why she asked at the beginning, is there a court order precluding him from this behavior? And there's not.
Yeah.
So, and I think that the supporters of this, I call it a cult, but whatever, they will attach to these things and go, haha, see, the judge really agrees with the defense and everything that they're doing. And it's not so much that the court is agreeing with this behavior. They're simply saying, like, you're asking us you're asking me to do something that I don't, by the law, have the authority to do. So my call is that there's going to be no sanctions. She absolutely cannot intervene with Aiden's phone privileges. I don't think. I think the jail should intervene with his phone privileges, particularly because he's doing things like making calls into the Glarers podcast, which constitutes a third.
Yeah, I saw that.
And in the course of that phone call is making statements that are supremely wise, like, I'm going to be a more dangerous person when I get out of here.
Yeah, that was so
protective custody. What a loser. I'm like, oh my God, stop.
But I'm saying, like, that's so the jail really should be intervening with his phone privileges, but it's not.
I mean,
court.
I find it so interesting. Like, no one sees how dangerous this might be. Like, this guy was like actually a gang member, and they let him have 86 or 87 times.
Right. That's what I said. He could have had people killed. I mean, if you do that with the wrong person, I mean, they could have had a whole free-for-all done. Hold on one second. Sleuth and Tater Talk gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Lev. I appreciate that. Tilly gifted 10, and then she gifted another 10, Tilly T. Thank you so very much. That's 20 memberships. If you guys got one, please make sure you guys tell these guys thank you.
You know what, the one thing I'm really confused about the FBI agents, because they look
Hold
like
on one sec. Also, I've been dropping your link, Kate. It's the mass hole. It's the mass hole troll mafia, right? I just want to make sure. So Kate's link, who's up here on panel with this weird guy's face. Her name's Kate.
Weird
guy. Her name's Kate, but it's mass hole troll mafia.
My friend Chili DeCastro. I don't think your audience will have much interest in my channel because we don't do true crime or anything too highbrow. We go after like the Jim Terrys and the Turtle Boys and the.
I think they like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I think they would follow that. I think they'd have fun with that.
Yeah,
this is an audience that would like that.
I see that there's somebody in the chat saying, "Well, Stephen Fenner." Oh God, this guy is ace intellectual. Stephen Fenner. He's wearing. I'm sorry, I'm not good for your panel, but I'm going to say you're wearing a helmet. I'm noticing that you're wearing a helmet in your profile picture, Stephen, and I think that's probably good for you. But yeah, no, he's saying, well, he could side with the judge could side with Bradel and remove Mello, and I'm going to tell you why.
No.
That's so. I'm looking at the SJC rules on. On protection of personal identifying information in publicly accessible court documents. I'm looking at it. It's section 24. So when I go down to we got general exceptions and exceptions. One of the general exceptions here is that the document, including the personal identifying information, is a record of administrative quasi-adjudicatory proceedings filed. No, where is it?
I'm going to go grab Sleuthy Goosey's channel link as well. She was up here on panel with us.
Yeah.
The other girl that was up here before she dropped. She had things going on and her internet quit, or whatever was.
Yeah, she had her kid she was dealing with too. You know, just like
Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure I plugged both of them because I appreciate you girls coming up here and coming up on panel and talking with us and stuff. So
I mean, thank you for not cursing at me. That was nice of you guys. I mean,
I don't blame him for cursing because I curse too. I mean, I curse.
Well, you don't curse.
I'm telling you to shut the fuck up and treating you like fucking dog shit while you're up there as a guest on his panel was fucking bullshit, and he knows it, and you know it, and I know it.
Yeah, I was like,
at the end of it, I thought you handled yourself really well.
I did too.
Stephen, just for you, I'm looking it up, and essentially an exception to this, and personal identifying information usually would be things like social security numbers, and sometimes
just like Turtle Boy did.
Right. Just like the Karen Reed's defense did, and they didn't get sanctioned at all. So, let's keep that in mind. That Karen Reed's defense put up an entire call log to the public record that had every single phone number in there, addresses, social security, everything, right? Unredacted, and they just got a reminder from the court not to do it again. But one of the exceptions is whether or not the information is necessary to facilitate the argument in the motion. So what you have here is you have a name and a phone number, and both of those pieces of information together prove the point that these people were not attorneys and it was not permissible for them to have privileged phone calls. Because if it was just Jen Altman's name and the phone number listed that was transcribed from Bradel's voicemail was the landline of a law firm, then Mello would be wrong. It would be fine. It would be an actual lawyer that was on that, but because you have both the name Jen Altman, who is not an attorney, and the phone number, which presumably is her personal cell phone number, together, you can concretely say she is not an attorney and she should not have been on this list. So it's not actionable at all what he did. And even if he did something egregious like Karen Read's defense did, these lawyers aren't even getting sanctioned for it. They're just like, oh, redact it next time, and they move on. It's silly.
Yeah.
That's Bradel being like, I'm going to control the narrative here. The news isn't just going to cover that this is me getting admonished today. I'm going to throw something at Ken too, so they talk about him too.
Yeah. What do you think of the FBI letters? I mean, they're kind of confusing. I thought there was like a tit for, kind of like they're fighting with each other. I'm not sure why there's even an investigation. I think Yellow Cabin Tales is getting into it, but I didn't get too much into it because I was researching the case a little
I
too much.
think that the FBI letters they don't say much. They say that the district attorney was trying to meet their discovery obligations. I think there's a little bit of fishing in there to try to figure out what this could be. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it is that they're bringing up a valid point that they do have discovery obligations as it gets closer to trial. If the FBI has any exculpatory evidence, they're duty bound to provide that. And interestingly, the FBI writes back pretty much the DOJ, and they say, well, you can't give them what you don't have. So read into that as you will. And the fact that they're now making statements about it and releasing these letters indicates to me that probe is over and they never had a target.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a bit, because I couldn't understand why the Glare was sitting there. He's like, the FBI will throw this case. I'm like, whoa, okay. I don't know about that, sir, but okay.
Yeah, I don't see that. I think it's, again, more smoke and mirrors. I think that's pretty much what the defense is good for at this point.
Yeah, they're magicians. Misdirection is the ultimate goal. Look here, don't look over here while I put this coin behind your ear. That's pretty much the whole idea of the actual defense. And that's what a good defense attorney does. Smoke and mirrors, misdirection, putting on a show, making you see what what he wants you to see, and don't ask questions about the other one.
I think that this particular defense may have crossed the line on some issues. And I think that's why, we're seeing some more renewed interest in Karen Read from the criminal justice. And let's remember, too, this is a completely different prosecutor now handling that issue, too. So you'd have to rope more people into the conspiracy to discount the fact that she's very clearly under investigation in relation to the ongoing witness intimidation cases. But I think that the attorney's role in all that could prove to be problematic for them long term.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, man, I agree with that.
If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I pick it up. I pick it up. Why is he yelling at us? Who's yelling at you? I don't know who's yelling at you. Not me. I'm not yelling at you. I don't know. I just, that's why I just don't understand the whole, because I understand people want to understand, people are natural. I think true crime is about puzzle solving. And I think most times people forget the actual people involved. And you accuse people of, covering up a murder, and then you harass them. It becomes a very bad situation that you're creating, because, they wouldn't find it acceptable if I went to Karen Read and attacked her at her job and harassed her and doxed her family and showed pictures of her children and put her social security number out and all this stuff. They would think that would be injustice. It would be, me trying to, but in another way, they're just kind of, they're okay with the other side, where people that haven't been arrested. That's the part I get a little annoyed with, because I don't mind people theorizing about a case. I mind people harassing others, like that. That to me is a big issue. So that's just my opinion.
I agree completely, and it's just the severity of it. Like, I mean, I really feel bad for all the witnesses and the victim's family in this case. I mean, they haven't had, I would say, like a good night's sleep probably in almost a year. Yeah. It's just, and their children are affected, and their businesses are affected, their families are like everything. I mean, I remember watching this happen back in May when it really started to intensify and going like, there are families out there that would not survive this, absolutely could just fracture them. And it seems like a lot of these people engaged in these mob tactics, that's what they want to accomplish. And I don't understand it.
Yeah. By the way, someone asked, what's your avatar? I'm sure Chili Pepper, I think. Chili what? I think it's the chili guy.
Chili De Castro, yeah.
The Chili De Castro, the guy who's an interesting fellow, a very interesting individual. Jesus, I heard he has like a bunch of lawsuits. He does a bunch of like pro se garbage lawsuits.
He sued me once. I think he's still suing me. I don't know. It's insane. Yeah, because I pulled an arrest of his that actually happened, but he took a deferment program, so he wasn't sent to jail or convicted on it. He just admitted sufficient facts and did his diversion. So therefore, I defamed him.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You got your shit going on, don't you?
Yep. I was gonna say I'm about 4 months shy of a whole year of her bullshit. So yeah.
Yeah. That's some crazy shit, man. I can't believe this shit. The court system's so goddamn slow sometimes. I swear to God, the civil side. But yeah. But I mean, I don't know. So what's your thoughts, Queen? When you were watching, I wasn't even listening to like the chat. I didn't even see you guys watching the live.
They were all encouraging you. They were encouraging you.
Yeah, I was just too busy looking at documents and just focusing on like reading them and just simple as that. I wasn't even paying attention to the chat.
I thought he did. I thought Glare handled himself pretty good at first, but then he started that little condescending laughing shit he does, and
I like how he was like thought I was making up the he didn't know that the actual kids were interviewed. He's like,
that's when he started getting real nasty with you when he was wrong about that. He's like, I guarantee you, because it doesn't fucking exist. And then you came back and he was pissed. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't know that, because that's a pretty important detail in that particular case.
Yeah, he was pretty pissed about that.
Oh,
he's got a financial interest in this, though, right? I'm just gonna call it spade, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, he's hooked up with Turtle Boy, and now he's taking calls for him, and now he's linked up with that LTL, whoever that is. I don't know the one that's running Turtle Boy's channel now.
Yeah,
people should be concerned with what they're wrapped up in, because, like, I'm just saying, if you get wrapped up in a conspiracy with this to obstruct justice or intimidate these witnesses, like, because the underlying crime is a murder offense in Massachusetts anyway, that severely increases your potential criminal liability, like double the time. So, like, I don't know. I don't understand what some of these people are thinking. If you get past the fact that you're hurting people, and they've been real crickets about the fact that, Karen Read, another judge just signed off on a search warrant for her phones, and she locked the police out of her house for 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's
wiped them.
And then they want to go after Jen McKay for deleting like calls, but they don't.
So that's the thing that's most frustrating about that. If you look at the Commonwealth's rebuttal to it, they explain that what they're calling deleted files is just information that was in a temporary folder being moved over to like the permanent database. And so those temporary files, they delete themselves pretty much. It's an internal mechanism of the software. You can't
I didn't know that.
go in as a phone user and delete that stuff. Like it's a process that happens in the phone.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yes,
I mean,
I sent it to you. This came out about 15 minutes before you went on with the glare. Remember, I think I forwarded it to you. This is where it says
statements. There was a shock.
It says Karen Read's phone seized in witness intimidation probe.
Yeah. Oh wait, he was wrong about that. Okay, I should have watched. I was too busy trying to focus on the case.
A sleepy suburb near Boston.
I guess the glare was wrong again.
An angry bone in anyone's body here.
And these people, have you watched Tom, that CPU Tom, Kate? Have you fucking watched him?
I listen. I know Tom has a lot of these people. You got to remember. And B.Tim, I don't think that we've actually ever spoken. So you probably don't. You're like, who is this crazy lady?
No, I watch your channel. I actually am
Oh, you do?
He knows. I mean, I've talked to him about
watching you for
too.
I've been watching you for like 6 months or a year, and then basically
Yeah, and I told him about
Tails.
you. I mean, shit, these guys know you're good people. Yeah.
Yeah, I also saw you in chat in Yellow Tails when we were watching when Grant was on, and then all the trolls were trying to go at you.
I'm like a multitasker online, so if I have bad memory with that, plus I smoke a lot of weed. But
yeah, that's why I don't agree with no devil's weed.
No secret that
We smoke devil's lettuce, but B.Tim don't.
I worked for him for 2 years. I pretty much ran his blog. I was his number 2. I'm not proud of it, but I did, like whole thing. So I know a lot of these people from like back in the day because they were turtle riders. Tom CPU is like, and I feel comfortable saying this as a statement of fact, he's a fucking lunatic. So I watch what he does, and I'm not surprised. You have to remember, though, at one point, Aiden wrote a blog about Tom CPU and accused him of being a sexual predator. Now, I'm not saying that's true because Aiden lies a lot, but I'm saying like the accusation has been out there. I've asked Tom CPU in his chat to like clarify whether Aiden is in fact a liar and lied about that, or if he is a truth teller and he is a sexual predator. He won't answer it, but I know Tom. Long story long.
Did ever I remember I saw a video, I saw Dolly show a video, but he couldn't play about Dolly. I'm not Dolly. I mean Turtle Boy standing in front of a school saying that he was a sex goblin.
Yeah. He did do that.
I don't know why he did that.
He was upset. He was harassing some guy that was suing him. Some pastor that was on the school board. I don't really know the whole, I don't really care about most, but he was upset because at the same time I had accused him of being a weird little sex goblin. And apparently the words really stuck in his head. So he got upset with this guy that was suing him. And the guy's like, leave or I'm going to call the cops, walks away from him. And he just sat there screaming at the top of his lungs that he was a sex goblin. He ran a sex cult. I mean, what else do you do in front of a school? I don't know.
Oh my God. Is this for real? Is there really a grown 42-year-old man that's going to stand? Oh my God.
He sent naked pictures of his own children to an online troll to try to win a battle online.
Is that actual fact, or is that
I have everything, including my communications with the police about it. 100%.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Holy shit, Batman, we're learning a lot.
Jesus Christ. I thought he was bad, but I heard about that, and I usually try to refrain from
what I thought was fucked up was the Turtle Boy loading that shit up on his channel. Whoever put that up there, whoever put that shit on there with the witness that he wasn't, harassing or whatever, the girl that he.
Oh, the girlfriend. Oh, you mean the audio that he took from his pocket that was wiretapped? Is that what we're talking? Oh, yes, I remember that one. Yep. So let me explain. Wonderful. Thank you for bringing that up. So Aiden uploaded that video. It is actually a video. It's dark because the phone's in his pocket.
Yes, that one too, and then this one here. This one here next. This is what I was going to ask you about. How the hell did he get this?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
How did they get this and get this on their fucking channel?
It's public record in Massachusetts.
Even the sidebar?
The sidebar should have been redacted. I'm not sure if somebody in the courtroom took that or if the FTR recording just picked it up and didn't redact it before releasing it. But yeah, the sidebar shouldn't have been out there.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. I didn't like the fact that he's still harassing that woman. I mean, it's really fucked up. And I feel like a lot of people are not really sensitive to the situation.
But now Karen Reed's phones have been taken. Her phones have been seized because of this shit.
So you mean I wasn't? So Mr. Grant was right, and he was absolutely right about it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Claire getting something else wrong again. Grant Elliott Smith, the guy who we read the tweets on.
Yeah. Okay. I do know who he is.
Yeah, I know Grant. Grant has been
we like Grant.
There's a group of us that have just come together and we're just trying to do what we can to push back and protect these people because they're innocent. And Grant has been extremely helpful in that,
Very nice guy.
He's nice. He's, he can put his feelings aside and be relatively objective in the courtroom as he's reporting these things, he's honest, he's well-spoken. I really have quite the affinity for Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yet again. So yeah, pretty much that was interesting. So the dog, the wound that they claim is bite marks, it was sent to California. So that was with that document. So at least that's good. I swear to God, I'm so annoyed with myself. I wrote that.
It was
What?
pieces of the sweat. So what they looked for the dog DNA, just to be clear, my understanding anyway, was the pieces of his sweatshirt that he was wearing.
Oh, so they were testing if there was anything on the sweatshirt, because if the dog, let's say, bit through or whatnot, if there was a dog that bit through, there would be some sort of evidence on there, and they sent it to the lab basically, and nothing's come back basically. It's just they did a test and no one's saying anything.
Exactly.
Okay, that's kind of weird. How long ago was this?
October. No, hold on. I gotta go back. It was 150. I said, right?
150. Yeah.
I think so.
October. Holy fuck.
I think so, but let me. I don't want to misspeak here, so I'm just gonna
channels for both
one more time. So I know it was docket entry 150. I made myself an Excel spreadsheet so that I can pull everything up quickly. And 150 was filed. Yep. So it was October 2nd.
That's a while. I'm surprised the defense is like not immediately trying to jump and trying to get this, because if it was dog DNA on that, I mean, that would just immediately change my mind. I would be like, holy fuck. I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? Definitely would want some question answers for that one. Just saying. But yeah, silence is often an answer to your question. When someone's silent, it means that they don't have an answer, or they don't want the truth to come out. Stephen, did you mean glare? That's his MO completely. Keith.
I'm interested in the glare now too. I might watch more of his.
Oh, he is a joke. You should have seen him back in the long case, man. There's a channel that's highlighting all his BS with the long case, man. Guy is on a cycle, and he's on his Michael Long fucking cycle right now. But yeah, the guy, I don't think he came to me and he was acting like he read the documents, and he clearly did not read the documents. I mean, it was kind of annoying. I was getting annoyed with him because he constantly demanded me to explain, to show documents and stuff like that. And he was just like, oh, I reasonable doubt. I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, we having a discussion about your thoughts or what, man? I got so annoyed with that. I was like, man, are you going to tell me your thoughts and evidence? We're going to have a discussion. But instead it was just like, I don't know. And I feel like that's just not cool.
The reasonable doubt refrain bothers me. Like, I mean, is there always a possibility that a defense team is able to build enough reasonable doubt? Yeah. I mean, Casey Anthony and OJ Simpson are, they've evaded some convictions, and I'm sure most people, if you were to ask them, would say that they might be not guilty, but they don't find them to be innocent, right? Yeah. So I just think it's one thing to want to subvert the system based on your own ideology, right? And I guess I couldn't see myself doing this, but like kind of cheering on somebody to get one over on the system, fine. But to rest your laurels on just reasonable doubt when there are other people that are being persecuted and punished despite being charged with no crime, and then turn around and go, well, she probably won't be found guilty because of reasonable doubt. Like, that's not innocence, right? That doesn't necessarily justify going after all these witnesses and family members.
Yeah, it's a court tactic where you're trying to basically put reasonable doubt to get your client out. Doesn't mean that person is innocent, just means that they basically have enough reasonable doubt that the jury's like, okay, we're not 90% sure this lady did it, or 85%, so we're not going to throw her in jail for the rest of her life. That's pretty much it.
And the only thing that they have to go on to essentially be judge, jury, and executioner of these witnesses, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert and the dog, what it boils down to is some disputed Google search and possible phone deletions, right? And the opinion of one medical examiner who never saw the actual body, only photos, from California, that was paid by the defense, opining that they may have been from an animal. Because that's the other thing. They never come out and say that they were from an animal.
I'm gonna love.
From an
I'm gonna love him going in to testify, and then he's gonna have to explain himself on fucking stand because that's what's gonna happen, and he's gonna be crossed, and he's not gonna look too good because you know what I mean. Like I've seen court TV, I've seen multiple medical examiners that said, nope, not a bite mark and not scratches. Doesn't make sense. I mean, even Dolly was like, no, that does not look like bite marks or scratches. And I mean, like everyone, and the only people that are actually sitting there and saying it's scratches is like, I don't know. I don't know what they're seeing. To me, I've seen enough dog bites. I know what they look like. There's no underbite.
That's enough. Those two pieces of evidence that are just, that's the refrain over and over and over again, is enough for this mob of people to cast guilt upon these completely innocent people. Two pieces of disputed evidence. That's it. But they have the gall to talk about reasonable doubt for Karen Read.
Yeah, it's crazy that they don't want to give reasonable doubt to the, people that they're harassing, the 11 people that they're harassing, or let's say 10 or
and counting, because every single person that gets tied up in this, there's an additional liability. I can tell you, there's people within the Free Karen Read movement who have drastically changed their opinions and have some viable information into the workings of the conspiracy, right? The real conspiracy with the defense team and these online personalities, and they're terrified, absolutely terrified.
Yeah, I think also the fact is that I think they're opening up themselves to civil. I mean, I feel like Turtle Boy might get sued in the end of the day because I think Albert, I think he has some cash. I think he has the ability to hire a lawyer. I don't know. I think he's not going to do well civilly. I think he made allegations that he cannot back in civil court, and he's not going to like it. Not going to be too happy. I don't know.
Oh, poor Colin Albert of anyone. This young man.
Yeah, and I find it interesting they accused this kid of beating him up and they harassed him and stuff like that. It's like he left earlier. He left 10 minutes before O'Keefe came there. I mean, he was done. I mean, I don't understand this thought process, and no one wants to apologize to this kid that they harassed and bullied, and it's just, to me, it's just crazy. And they showed the cut marks on his knuckles. I'm like, bro, I've been into fist fights. I was in Taekwondo. That you could get that from punching a frigging punching bag. You just scrape your thing. It's not like you're breaking if you're punching someone in the head, it's not you're gonna fuck up your knuckles. You might even break them if you punch the wrong place. A guy just lowers his head down, forehead, boom, you're gonna break your fucking hand. I mean, just simple as that. And most boxers, and that's why I was sitting there, I was like, I don't see enough injuries for a guy who got beat up. If a guy got beat up, I'm expecting injuries to the ribs. I'm expecting injuries to other parts of his body, like black and blues. But I didn't see enough injuries to tell me that it was some sort of physical altercation based on just my experience, just looking at it. And, I'm just saying, just common sense. Wait, I shouldn't use common sense. Another individual I did not used common sense term. How did Alan Jackson get mixed up? I don't know. I heard that you say I'll wait to kill her.
How did Alan Jackson get mixed up in this case? B.Tim, please ask Masshole Troll Mafia.
Well, she heard it. B.Tim, I heard you say I'll wait and glare and CPL times, and now a certain person will be saying you talk. I was not intentionally bringing her up at all. I was just I was being very polite. I was like, oh, wait, no problem.
Sorry, I was putting a pizza in because my daughter won't eat what I made for dinner. But so Alan Jackson, this is per Karen's accounting. I'm citing from Gretchen Voss's article, The Killing That Tore a Town Apart. Okay. And so Karen claims that once she was indicted, she realized that she needed more help. And so she was coveting Alan Jackson. I've been told by some of Karen's associates that are no longer associates that her interest in Alan Jackson was his ability to force the cell phone data out of the hands of witnesses to be able to use that to get cases dismissed, and his intimidation tactics. I'm paraphrasing there. Right. But he has a history of really being able to knock out witnesses, right? Which sometimes results in the dismissal of a case. So, and I think they've been banking on that for a while, that they're just going to break these witnesses and they're going to refuse to testify. But
that's what he threatened.
It's never going to happen. This was their friend. You know?
No, I'm saying that's what the Turtle Boy threatened.
Yeah. And again, you really, and as more time goes on, as these investigations go forward and you see more charges come, I think it'll become clearer and clearer that the string that ties us all together is Karen Read herself, right? So when he speaks, it's his voice, but it's her to a certain extent.
By the way,
but she's the one who reached out to Alan Jackson. She, agonized over the correct email title to get his attention. She did get his attention, and they went to work from there. She paid him a flat fee of $250,000. She paid David Yannetti a flat fee of $200,000. So there's some emails floating around between her and Alan Jackson, where she doesn't want David Yannetti to know that she paid Alan Jackson $250 because Yannetti had discounted her to get her to $200,000. So and just remember, she's also been fundraising for legal fees all the time since October, or even before that, August maybe. So she's been hundreds of thousands of dollars for legal fees that she's fundraising. Not once in that fundraiser does she disclose that her attorneys were paid flat fees at the beginning.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know that. It's crazy. The stalker's back. Yeah, I seen the stalker. Listen, you didn't apologize. You weren't respectful, and I'm not going to go on your channel again. You did exactly what I thought you did, Claire. It was very sad, and you didn't know what you were talking about. It's very sad.
That's pretty fucked up. First of all, you talked to him like he was a 12-year-old fucking kid, told him to shut the fuck up. You were rude as hell, and that was uncalled for.
And I gave you a chance.
The conversation, you can finish it right on up here.
Yeah, and I gave you a chance, and then you played the music over me. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, really?
He's projecting on you that you have nothing.
The only crybaby I see is you.
Yeah.
Not just that, but he's claiming that you have nothing to back your argument when he couldn't reference any of the court filings, has never spoken to a single person involved with this case except for Turtle Boy and possibly Karen Read herself. I don't know. And didn't even know that the niece and nephew were interviewed or that Karen's phone was seized.
Yeah, like really? Like, and I'm like, I'm not the true crime channel. I'm just an open panel. Like, and he's the true crime channel, the guy who's away from, the trauma. He's just, who rage? No, I think like I don't want to be disrespected.
How could he rage quit? You were sitting there playing music over the top of him.
Yeah, you disrespected me. I'm not going to sit around. I was polite enough to jump on your panel, was nice enough to jump on to have a conversation with you, and you proceeded to disrespect me. First you cursed at me, and then you played music over me. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there and be disrespected. Absolutely not at all. I took my time out of my day. I have a job. I have a work, I have things to do, and I took time out of my day to go on your channel, and you were very disrespectful, and I'm not appreciative of that. And you didn't even bother to apologize. You lost your temper.
Someone wants to talk about you, but you can reference TikTok videos as sources.
Yeah, like, oh, are they signed? Well, you're referencing a TikTok video of a guy who just randomly got fucking interviewed on TikTok. I don't even know who that guy is. I don't even know if that's the guy. I mean, and then you show a picture that has half of it covered in snow with a little bit of removed and half of it covered. I'm like sitting there, I'm like, bro, is this your evidence? I'm like, bro, this is terrible.
How old is this guy?
He's almost 50. I think he's
baby gap.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, I'm only 38.
Baby gap.
I'm only 38, and this guy acts like more of a child than me. Yeah, look at him. He's like, apologies, or I'm leaving. Yeah, well, I demand respect. You come here and you got to be respectful.
How much oak leaf have you had tonight, boy?
I got prepared. I talked about the documents, and you weren't prepared. You kept on saying reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt. Well, that's a different argument than you believe Karen Read's innocent. That means that you believe.
Can you even debate, bruh?
Can you even debate, bro? I mean, honestly, how would you feel if I treated you like that on a panel? And I cursed you. If I cursed you out and then started playing music out of you when I was trying to figure out the documents to answer your question. That's disrespectful, sir. And you were very disrespectful to me. And then what you got? What you got?
As soon as he started playing music and trying to upend, he was the one actually, he rage quit the debate. Like that's what happened, right? He wanted to derail it off something else because this man doesn't have reasonable answers for these questions.
Yeah.
He's been fed a script. He's unable to think for himself. He's unable to think outside of what he's been fed, right? I would be curious to see when the financial records come up if what's his name, Will, right? If his name comes up on there with any of these transactions, we'll see. But I know that he definitely does have a financial interest outside of any direct payments, right?
Yeah.
I would wager that this man probably does not have gainful employment outside of what he's trying to do on YouTube. So
He
I don't know
doesn't.
that for sure.
He used to
He's
work
not-
at a gym. He used to work
Okay.
at a gym
All right. Right.
5 years ago.
Right. See, that's part of the way that I'm able to maintain the integrity of my channel, which, you know, the coat will dispute, but my larger reputation says I do have integrity in my channel. Is I don't ever attach. I've never quit my job. I don't support myself based on YouTube. I'm not going to monetize my opinions to cater to others, right? And when you're an unemployable loser like the Glare, that's the only option that you have. So you have to take everything that he says with a grain of salt, because he is literally trying to support himself on this bullshit.
Yeah, I don't get a dime. I do this as a side hobby or what, just to chill and talk about it. I don't get money.
I wondered if he was being paid. I knew he was doing I knew he was doing the shit for incentives like, Turtle Boy subs and you know what I'm saying, clout and shit like that, but
we'll see. I mean, like, he did rage quit. He's playing music. I mean, like, the guy was very disrespectful, and he didn't come with any facts. He didn't come with any kind of discussion or conversation. He didn't show me information that was interesting. All he showed me was a TikTok video that I'm like, wait a minute, why is the defense not talking about this? And a picture. And then he plays a video like, oh, well, he lied about Proctor being close to. I'm like, bro, this guy's like literally what? I have to read it again, but like so far removed. I'm like, no, they're not like family or blood. I wouldn't be taking a charge of 20 years for some sister, friend, whatever. It'd be stupid. The dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I would never do that. Just like Queen, I'm not going to take a murder charge for Queen. No offense, Queen. I might like you, but I'm not going to take a murder charge for you. Sorry.
Good line now. Come on.
First to snitch is the first to talk, and I'm going to be like,
oh,
okay.
Why you do me like that now? Come on now.
I'm telling you now, I'm not taking a murder charge. Anyway, yeah. Let me see. He's got.
Cordy said, "I really wanted to see what the TV side is looking at." Yeah, I mean,
he didn't show what the TV side was looking at. That's a sad thing. I think he undervalued.
A lot of people were looking forward to it. Really, a lot of people really were looking forward to you guys debating each other, but it didn't. I mean, it worked for a little while, and then it just went to shit.
Yeah, like he went to shit because I think he was embarrassed that he didn't know there was an interview with the kids. And he tried to say, well, they manipulated those kids to say that. I'm like, well, it corroborates what Jennifer McCabe said. So, I mean, what are they doing? Like, they're both grabbing the alibi from Jennifer McCabe and these kids. I mean, like,
he didn't know. They weren't like toddlers or even
they're like
young
teenagers.
Kids. One of them was a teenager. One of them was a preteen at the time. Like, they're not dumb.
Yeah.
They're not.
I mean, like, you're sitting here and you're trying to make me feel like you didn't really actually bring any facts to the discussion. Like, you didn't try to like the point of the debate or the discussion was supposedly to show TV's position or Free Karen's position, and you underserved them. I would actually be, if I was a Karen supporter, I would be more angry at you actually because you failed in multiple angles. You probably would have been better off having Sleuthie Goosey up there because she actually read the documents and actually knows how to discuss facts of a case. Sadly, you do not, sir. Sadly, you do not. You have failed miserably at your job. Glare was immature as fuck, and worse, he showed he didn't study the case. Yeah, how do you miss that there was an interview with the niece and nephew? Beyond me.
Two interviews.
Yeah.
2 interviews, not just one. But Dead Legato said, I respected the Glare for saying follow the facts on the Kylie case, but where is that Glare now? Yeah, he don't. Monica said, B.Tim, you gave him a chance to come back after cursing, and then he started the music. By then you knew from then on it was gonna be nonsense.
Yeah, I'm not there.
Wouldn't you leave? I mean, yeah, I would leave too. That's fuck that. I mean,
anyone would leave.
You're gonna start getting disrespected. There's no reason to stay.
Anyone would leave. Any self-respecting person would leave after that display. You know what I mean? What if I did that to the Glare when he was on here and I started playing music? I had to deal with listening to 20 fucking minutes of old commercials. Do you know how fucking boring that is? I swear to God, I almost fell asleep during the commercials To be honest with you, I was 80s, like 90s kids commercials. That shit is boring as fuck.
Yeah, his intro is like 25 minutes long of his own self. I'm like, what the fuck?
I was like, my God, man, this whole fucking intro, I was punished. I was like, man, Queen, what I do for you, man, with this channel? I have to sit through this shit for 20 minutes? This is fucking torture. And I was like, man.
See, you were tripping on the link. I'm like, fuck, you don't even need it for the first half hour. You got to let his intro play for the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, I know. But I didn't want him to start quickly and be like, oh, he didn't show up. And I'd be like, oh, fuck.
No, I already knew. I already knew.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna school me about the facts of the case, and it turned out it was the other way around.
No, and then he smoked 195 cigarettes sitting there.
Oh, I didn't watch him. I didn't even look at his image.
Oh my God, he was smoking chain, wasn't he? He was smoking his ass off.
I honestly wasn't even looking at his image. I was just looking at notes, basically. That's what I usually do if I'm just getting into a discussion about the case. I'm trying to find the notes and I'm trying to have a discussion. I don't look at your image. I just listen to your voice, basically. But anyway, you need to seriously rewatch the chat here. I didn't watch. I was relieved you left B.Tim once he started playing the Jeopardy music, which is completely disrespectful to someone. Because I didn't do that to him when he was looking for documents. I said, "Yeah, go ahead."
When he was looking for his stupid ass shit that he had.
I could have easily pulled out my phone and typed in Jeopardy and played it in the microphone, but I didn't.
So 17 minutes. It took 17 minutes for him to get you up on panel. First of all, 17 minutes. And then let's see, right before you jump. When you jump off, he immediately goes into playing our live from last night.
Yeah.
And he played it for a little while and talked about it. I don't know what the hell. Then he did watched the trailers for the Paramount shit. And then a couple more Karen Read videos and was jumped off.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's be real. It's fucking sad.
Here's the documents. This is where I think you got pissed and jumped off.
But that's what it was. They basically said, I'm waiting for you.
Plain and simple.
Rude.
I'm definitely being rude.
Yeah, well, I don't appreciate
you haven't
that.
been rude. Are you?
No, but that's what it was.
Yeah, here's where he starts his shit.
Shared discovery with
covering the back of that light. It was a terrible picture of the back of the taillight. Couldn't see jack with it. Okay. Then you got some TikTok guy doing an interview, some rando from a tow truck place that I don't even know if it's actually a vetted witness. And then like you're refuting the evidence in the memorandum. I mean, come on, man. What is this? What is it?
Called him on his bullshit.
I mean, like, for instance,
called him on his bullshit right here. He starts getting pissy.
Let's go to
are you talking about what's on the screen right now? It's a fucking document, dude.
No, I'm talking about what is with you. You haven't committed to any answers. You're telling me to commit all these answers, explain things.
That's my point.
Your point is that we just don't commit to any answers.
No, my point is that we don't have any evidence that Karen Read is guilty. No definitive evidence that Karen Read is guilty.
Yeah, that's why we have a trial. But I can have an opinion. I can have an opinion. I think she's guilty.
Nobody's faulting you for having an opinion.
Kind of.
What I'm asking is what are you basing your opinions on?
I just showed you multiple documents of evidence that why I based my opinion.
And I refuted your.
No, you didn't. You first tried to lie to me. You tried to say that the kids never got interviewed.
Who conducted the interview, dude?
Oh, but it's like. I mean, like, it's like everything I bring up.
Why is every witness statement not signed?
I mean, if every single piece of evidence I bring up,
show me a witness statement.
He wouldn't even let you get a word in edgewise. I'm like, holy shit, man! This is when we need somebody to.
Yeah. By the way, the documents came from Sleuthy Goosey. So is he questioning her retrieving this evidence? That document I read about the kids being interviewed, that's from Sleuthy Goosey's timeline of events.
Spudler, member for 11 months, threw up 3 hearts. Thank you so much, Lev.
So,
yeah, he was not letting you speak at all after that. That was like, this was it. This is how rude and shitty he got. I mean, immediately he started getting shut down. That was it. He just got shitty. Tracy said for president, member for 5 months.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you have an issue with the evidence of these memorandum, why do you keep on using Sleuthie's Goosey's timeline? Because she uses this in her
Well,
evidence.
then check this out. As soon as you jump off of here, he gets pissed off. He's like, hold on a minute. She even put on her super chats. I said, yeah, I told you from the beginning when you asked me if I was going to have them on. Yes, I'm going to have my super chats on.
I said you could.
I'm always limited on my stuff. But why would I turn them off? You keep yours on. Do your thing on your channel. I'll do my thing on my channel. All I'm doing is streaming you having a debate. What the fuck do you care what's going on my channel?
I also said, remember I said, and I was like, yo, tell him he could put the super chats on.
I asked you too. He's like, I said, so you want to be fair? We'll be fair. B.Tim said, go ahead and put them on. I put mine on. I don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
I don't care.
As soon as you get off of here, that's the first thing he fucking goes to and starts talking about.
Yeah,
my friend Steven in the chat.
I mean, every single piece of evidence. What you say?
What? I'm sorry.
Sorry. My friend Steven, again, is saying things in the chat that are not true. I didn't realize that he said the glare made his point very poorly, but his point is correct. None of the statements are sworn to. And the kid's document doesn't say who conducted the interview. That's so many different levels incorrect. So these people didn't necessarily, they might have written statements, but they're interviews. So they don't have to sign something to swear to an interview. It's an interview. And it absolutely does tell you who interviewed the children, both the trooper that interviewed them the day of, and then later on down the line, it was a SANE interview, which is a different office, just so we're clear. It's SANE, right? Like that's child specific, but it's not the state police at that point. It's a different agency altogether. So it does say who interviewed the children both times, right? And the statements are not statements, they're interviews. They don't need to be sworn. And to take it a step further, most of these people testified in front of the grand jury where they are sworn in. So I don't nothing that the Glare said in that you just recounted, Stephen, is accurate or correct at all.
I've never. Yeah, by the way, I've never actually personally insulted this Stephen. He's asking for an apology. The reason why I asked for an apology from the Glare is because I figured that he had a tantrum and I was giving him a chance to take it back and be professional. You know, he's supposed to be a true crime channel away from the drama. And what does he do? He curses me out. That's not how a true crime. I think like
telling you that you're a dickhead, calling you names, talking to you like you're a fucking 12-year-old kid. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. I did not. I mean, like you're supposed to be a true crime channel. You want to be like Ikabel. You want to be like the big channels. You think they would have a discussion about a case and start cursing someone out about the documents? No. That's drama, bro. You're drama. Simple as that. That's what I expect in a Krama channel. Like if I went into that's what I expected in like a Krama debate. To be
I figured he would have kept his emotions in check at least for this. Here, I'm going to play the rest of this real quick.
I brought to you. You says I don't know. It doesn't. It's not vetted. It's not. But then you grab a recording.
Question.
Why is it signed?
Why aren't the witness statements signed, dude?
Well, I'm sure they're going to testify. So that's their statement, sir. It's a court document. It doesn't. What are you talking about?
Right, also, I know. And it's not valid unless it's signed.
Okay. So we're gonna live in that.
I mean,
court documents are not valid.
It's a witness statement. It's no. That's
judge,
my point.
Why isn't the judge throwing it out then?
Because it hasn't gone to trial yet, genius.
Okay, so there's no motion practice to have it removed from the lawyer.
I mean, they haven't gotten to that point yet, but they have been filing motions.
Sure,
they have been filing motions. Why did it take over a year to get so much?
Can I just correct him on something else here, too?
Oh, yeah.
So at the last court hearing that Karen Read had, the judge clarified whether or not there was going to be any motions to suppress because it was the deadline. And Karen Read's defense affirmed that there would be. They're not moving to suppress anything. So that's not true when he's like, it's coming down the line. They're not. And I'm curious, what is he talking about? Like, what witness statements? Because I've gone through every publicly available docket entry in this case. I haven't seen one witness statement. I'm not saying that they didn't fill them out, but I don't think he really understands what he's talking about. That's a form that you get at the police station, and you fill out your statement and you sign and date it, and that's it. Like, I haven't seen one of those. I don't even know if I've seen anything referencing these statements, like witness statements in discovery notices. They were interviews. So, like, respectfully, what the fuck is this idiot talking about?
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's basically got his script from Turtle Boy, and when he's questioned about, you know, the facts of the case and looking to research, he doesn't research. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing about true crime. You look for answers, and he did not research. He did not understand about. I mean, he was debating me about the cell phone data, the 227, and I'm like, bro,
click the fucking link. Bring your ass up here, because you obviously are you got your stuff confused, super confused.
Oh, what do you do?
I mean, if you can point it out to me, I'll stand corrected. I smoke some devil's lettuce. So, you know, maybe my recollection isn't great. I'll concede that if someone can please point me in the direction of these supposed witness statements that are unsigned.
Yeah, I'll drop my email too. You can drop yours.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Much
that's the thing.
evidence in discovery for the defense to be able to review.
Explain
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you keep up playing. Doug took a year for his jury selection.
What does that have to do with? What does that have
trials
to do with
take a while? Trials take a while, man.
Will you shut the fuck up for a second so I can finish?
It sounds like you're cursing a little bit. He
Yeah,
asked me a question. I answered, and he
absolutely
cursed at
cursing
me.
because you're acting like a fucking dickhead.
I'm
So
not
listen
acting
and
like-
shut up for a second.
I mean, listen, I'm
Listen
having a
and
conversation.
shut up for a second.
Let's
answer the question, dickhead.
Listen,
Answer the
it sounds
question.
like you're losing, and now
Why?
you're getting mad. Ad hominem
No,
attacks.
not at all.
Interesting. Interesting.
No, I'm trying to ask
Very
you a
interesting.
question.
I've answered them.
And you're not letting me talk.
Go.
I'm trying to ask you a very simple question when you're not letting me talk. I'm trying to stay on task here. Okay. Now, are we good now?
I mean, I would like an apology because you cursed at me.
Why did it take a year for the?
He's like, fuck you in that apology.
Yeah, I knew you probably wasn't, but I just said it just to fucking be like, okay, whatever. You owe me an apology. But like, do you think like a true crime channel? This is how a true crime channel actually should act, where like someone's having a discussion about the case, and then you're like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, okay, bro.
I think it would be more excusable in my mind if he was, you know, making a valid point or drawing on any of the actual available evidence or speaking in facts. But I mean, at this point, I've lost the plot with what he's even trying to ask you. I suppose he's still trying to ask you why these mystery witness statements aren't signed.
Aren't signed, yeah.
That, I mean, to my knowledge, don't exist.
I don't get what he's talking about. I mean, I read everything from Sleuthy's documents, and he says, "Well, that's not evidence. That's not the I'm like, then you have a problem with Sleuthy Goosey. You might want to have stop putting it up, because if you're not going to accept anything,
that's exactly what he sent and wanted sent to you to make sure you had the same thing that he had that he was going to use.
Yeah, I used the material that you said we were going to use, and it backfired because you didn't even read the materials. You've been showing Sleuthy Goosey's fucking stuff for I don't know 2 months, and you don't even read the shit. It's actually disrespectful to her. I mean, she does a lot of work, and I respect that. I might have a different opinion about cases, but it's kind of disrespectful to not read her work and be incompetent. But that's just my opinion. I read the document to you, and you didn't even know about it.
I mean, even
and then got mad at you when you did.
Right this is very disingenuous in that they're highlighting what they want you to see, right? I mean, this little thing, but you really shouldn't be putting up a document and then pointing at people like, look, this is what the only thing you should be looking at right here, right? Because if I was doing the highlighting, then I would be highlighting the pathways there that would show you that these are wall files. Right?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I read him that wall files thing, and I was the temporary they're like temporary files, and he doesn't quite understand that she was looking up other things like a sports activity. She was looking up at 2:27.
Basketball score. She was looking at the basketball score at 2:27 a.m.
Yeah, and I read that to him, and he wouldn't accept that. He was like, "Oh, I'm not going to accept that." I think it's like, okay, bro. I'm like, are you a phone expert? No. Then I'm reading what the document that you said that we were going to use say.
The phone expert in Celebrate has weighed in. He wrote a blog explaining the timestamp discrepancies to a certain degree, reflective of this case. But he also submitted his own report and a curriculum vitae, which would indicate that he is prepared to testify for the Commonwealth. And that's the guy straight from Celebrate. On top of their experts, the trooper, Nicholas Guarino, and Jessica Hyde. Jessica Hyde has a CV, I think it's like 22 pages long. Richard Green, the expert for which the defense was relying on for this information, has never testified in court a day in his life. Fun fact. Not once.
Yeah. And then he tries to mention about another case. I'm like, I'm not going to talk about a case I have no clue about. Like, well, they're trying to use this and to attack. I'm like, okay, well, that's great for your point, but I don't know what the fuck this case is about. I'm not going to comment on a case, on a discussion we're talking about Karen Read and talk about another case. That's not what we're here for. And he tried to like bring in Turtle Boy in the beginning. Did you see that? Like, I was sitting there, I was like, I thought we were discussing Karen Read. If you wanted, like,
invoking Turtle Boy would be something that you would consider to be helpful to Miss Read at this point. I really don't. I mean, if I were invested in continuing this crusade to prove her innocence, I would be erasing any mention of Turtle Boy from anything. The man's currently sitting in jail with 17 criminal charges hanging over his head and more to come in the next couple of weeks. I don't think that I would want to be attached to that were I Karen Read.
I mean, I said it in the beginning. I said, you can believe Karen Read's innocent and Turtle Boy's guilty. They're two separate cases. One where a guy literally self-snitched about every single like harassment and blog. I mean, I've never seen someone self-snitch so much in my life, to be honest with you, for cases that he was doing. The guy is going to jail. I honestly think there's a higher chance of him going to jail than Karen Read, to be honest with you. I think might be a higher chance.
I wouldn't
Not
be
sure
surprised
how.
you've got a lengthier sentence at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and the guy was uncivilized. He went out of jail and committed the same crimes and then had to be sent back to jail like an animal because he couldn't walk around polite society. I mean, let's be real. The man is an animal. He's a serial harasser. I don't like him. Never liked him. And the Glare basically reversing his position. That's my problem with the Glare. My problem with the Glare is not the fact that he believes Karen Read's innocent. He wants to talk about the case. My problem with the Glare is that we used to be against people standing in front of fucking people's houses with bullhorns. And suddenly when it's advantageous and can make him some money, suddenly he's like all aboard and he's cool with that. And, they're trying to pin it on him. No, I saw the man with a bullhorn in front of Proctor's house. I saw the man in front of a pizzeria trying to say that it's so blood in the pizzeria. I saw a man go into a bathroom and record. I saw a man threaten DA or a Proctor. I saw a man showing pictures of the kids. I saw him showing, they were part of the thing is he had Social Security, show pictures of kids. I mean, this is not a man I don't want to be anywhere associated with Turtle Boy, and I don't know why he wants to be associated with this piece of shit. He is poison to a true crime case. Complete, utter poison. You cannot have a good discussion about this case, about the facts, because he has poisoned the well about this case.
No, I think Glare is right there with him, though, right?
Yeah, he's right there with him. He's defending a revenge pornographer, a disgusting human being. I don't like that. I don't like him. The arrogance of the Flare to think that no preparation would be sufficient to B.Tim his mind. Yeah, I was shocked that he didn't actually pull up notes. I thought he would write up notes and stuff like that. I honestly think he was getting set shit under the table. And when he started losing, because he started getting quiet really quickly and smoking a bunch of cigarettes and drinking coffee, which, interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is not a good faith argument, but I haven't seen him make any. I did notice the other day somebody had sent me like a clip. I'm not sure what stream it's from, where he started to backpedal a little bit shortly after Karen's phones were seized, saying, well, I don't know if there's proof that they conspired to, taint a jury pool and intimidate witnesses, like that's not okay. It's like he was almost conceding that it was a possibility. But clearly since then he's reversed course and just dug his heels into his own stupid opinions. So
well, he does this most time. He's the last person out of the burning house, to be honest with you, in cases like this. Definitely the last one. But yeah, that's the foolishness about this gentleman. He's very foolish.
Yeah, I had never heard about him before this at all, honestly. And then
Oh, look up the long case. Look up the long case.
so I have some friends that are very true crime. That's how I know Queen Bee is because like every once in a while I dip my toes into some of like the particular bad actors in this community. Like not that often or whatever, but I know some people from true crime.
Yeah,
and they were explaining to me the long case. That's the one with the father, right? And he seemed to really stand behind the father way past when anyone should have, right?
Yeah. There's like a little documentary of that, and he really went too far. Queen can tell you a whole lot about that. A whole lot about that. She knows the play-by-play details of that shit. She has some videos and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, of what, Michael?
Yeah, Michael Long with the glare.
Good God, yeah. Oh, hell to the yeah. I got a fucking vault, girl. I got hours of videos about that.
Yeah, and he was also quite. He has some sort of contention or criticism of Bullhorn Betty, right?
Yeah,
that's the one. That's the one that I'm currently, is
I know.
very.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I find it funny that she's not as bad.
Of Bullhorn Betty, I wouldn't cheerlead somebody doing the same things that she does times 10.
Worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say Turtle Boy. Yeah, he's worse than her.
Way worse. Way fucking worse. You know what I mean? That's just a fact. Just a fact at this point. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand his position. I think and then him trying to say well, they're trying to throw Turtle Boy in jail to kind of stop freeing Karen Read. I'm like, no, I don't think that's the situation. I think Turtle Boy drank too much of his own Kool-Aid and he's suffering the consequences of his stupidity.
Yep. Rowena member for 11 months said you did a fantastic job, B.Tim.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic job.
They did give him a lot of latitude in the beginning. They really did. This guy harassed
multiple warnings too. Between the police chief making statements, the DA making statements. Like he was given many warnings to cease the behavior, and instead of heeding those warnings, he took it as some sort of challenge. And I'm sorry, but when you fight the law, the law is gonna win. So don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the thought process yet because he, this guy honestly had a growing channel. He had a lot of people that watched him. I think if he would have just stuck to the blog and talked about his speculation and maybe once in a while protest in front of the courthouse, he probably would have not gone to jail. And he probably would have been, actually, I don't even think he would have gone to jail. I think he would have been growing his channel and he would have probably been okay, but he pushes things way too fucking far and he got himself screwed over because he's just dumb. He broke the law stupidly. He self-snitched. I mean, he literally published his own evidence that they're going to use against him. I don't know what you're going to do as a defense against the two separate charges, but he's absolutely screwed.
All I know is that video you made of Turtle Boy with the Suburbans, where he's like, is that what he's saying? Actually, Silverado. So is that a Silverado? Is that a Silverado? I fucking died, girl. Then he's like, oh, I'm gonna get cred. I'm gonna get creds for being in here. I'm like, no, you're in fucking protective custody. You don't get fucking street creds for being in protective custody, loser.
Yeah. No, I mean, I listed out the things. Yeah, I listed out the things that he's done. I mean, there's probably more. And even that ununiformed officer where you got how to look up the license plate. I'm like, what the fuck? Just crazy shit, man. That guy is fucking bonkers for doing shit like that. To me, it's
he really is. And that video was Gold Piper. Yes, it was. I'm gonna finish playing this real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Prosecution to share discovery with the defense.
Reasonable. I don't know. Same as your thing. I'm not the prosecution.
That's not suspicious.
Well, that's suspicious to you, but trials take a while.
The trial hasn't started yet, B.Tim.
I mean, yeah, it takes a while to set up. I mean, you're laughing, but you haven't answered any of my questions.
I'm laughing because you're
the one that's
to avoid simple points. And yes, I curse very simple. Channel.
I mean, whatever. I don't curse at people. So, how about the bite? How about the supposed bite marks and claw marks? Why don't we move on to that?
Okay, sure. What's your question?
Do you think it's bite marks or claw marks.
I think that could be either or. I don't know. But I know that Melanie Little had a dog training expert who absolutely dictated that he and other colleagues say without a doubt that those injuries came from a dog.
Well, why did they send it to a test lab in California and determine it was not dog DNA or basically?
That's a good question. Why was it sent?
Okay, this is where it starts. This is where shit goes downhill right here.
Yeah, I mean, with that one, I should have had the damn, just to say it as a preference, I should have had that damn link to that article fucking saved. I don't know why I did not.
Also, just to go back to his point about the defense, the prosecution refusing to give up evidence to the defense, blah, blah. Like, the defense has filed numerous motions to compel, and the judge has never ruled on them. I mean, I should say the judge has never, said like, okay, prosecution, I'm compelling you to give this over. So the court does not share the Glairer's opinion that the Commonwealth is hiding evidence or unreasonably delaying turning over that evidence. Every single time the Commonwealth is questioned about the time frame of this evidence, they have a reasonable answer that usually goes back to the lab's timing and the lab's protocol. Right. And again, like if the defense was really, if the prosecution was really hiding evidence at some point, months and months later, since the first, motion to compel, the court would be putting their foot down and saying, okay, this is unreasonable. That's literally never happened.
Yeah. And I should have had that information with the damn dog thing available like immediately because I had that article. I swear to God, I read that damn article. It just annoyed the shit out of me. But yeah, I'm glad you have that thing with that Clo thing from they sent. So whatever. Sucks that I did not have that available. That was the only thing I kind of regretted with the whole discussion. That was the only point I was like, damn, I fucked that up. But that's pretty much me. That was the only thing I was like, should have had that available. But the guy, and I would have probably just sat there and been like, yeah, I got it from an article. I didn't write down the link. But if he was respectful to me, I'd probably been like, okay, I'll concede to that. That was wrong. But then the guy played the music and acted like an asshole to me again. So that wasn't a conversation.
Steven, it's a month away from trial and they still haven't met Brady rules /law. I'm glad that you assert that as fact. Can you show me the court ruling, just memorandum order, something that reflects that? I didn't know that the court had determined that the Commonwealth hadn't met their Brady rules. I don't even know what you mean by met the Brady rules, honestly, but please refer me to where the court has determined that. I must have missed it. So I mean, like, these people are just like they're just vomiting out things that they have absolutely no facts to substantiate, and they don't even like. What do you mean hasn't met the Brady rules? What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, and it's interesting. There's just like one little thing I forgot to fucking write down. And like, pisses me the fuck off. I messed up a little bit, but whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. But it's interesting that he never actually read the documents and had anything really prepared. So that's interesting. And he's a true crime channel. True crime channel. Been doing this for 5 years and lost to a panelist that just sits and laughs at random crime videos. That's pretty sad, actually, if you think about it. He lost it.
Sorry. Stephen, I do know what the Brady rules are. I understand the prosecution's burden or, responsibility to hand over exculpatory materials. I don't know what you mean by they haven't met them. Like, so again, I suppose that what you're trying to do, you just can't communicate it appropriately, is that you feel that they are withholding exculpatory evidence. And I'm going to revert back to what I just stated before and say, like, please show me the court's decision or some indication that the court has also found that they have not met their responsibilities under the Brady laws. Like, because it doesn't exist, that hasn't happened. There's no actual indication that exculpatory evidence is being withheld from the defense. Quite the opposite. And at this point, the defense isn't even asking for evidence anymore because they had deadlines to my knowledge that have been met. Like, they're like, we're good. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. or it's a little confusing how you word things. But no, I mean, again, like there's absolutely nothing that substantiates your claim that the state is withholding exculpatory evidence. Nothing. There have been multiple motions to compel, and the court has never felt it appropriate to follow through and compel the Commonwealth to release anything, right? Because they're releasing it on their own. There's over 30 notices of discovery at this point, pages and pages long. There's a mountain of evidence that's been turned over to the defense since the onset of this case. Please, facts. My God. Sorry.
That's the problem. No, it's fine because I get educated in these things too, because it's like there's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown around, and you try to dive into the paperwork and try to spew through the misinformation, because a lot of YouTubers, instead of informing their audience, they seem to be just spreading rumors and stuff like that, and they're not explaining it. That's why I like cottage turtle tales and not turtle tales. I mean yellow cottage tales, and I was like, okay, this guy's actually talking a lot of facts. I liked when he went through the green report. I liked how he explained certain things that were edible. That's what I think is like a good content creator that tries to explain very complicated concepts simply for his audience, because they're not the experts. They want to have understanding, and he basically did not. The Glare does not do that. The Glare shames you for, oh, well, I got this document, but he doesn't even understand the fucking document.
No, he can't impart an understanding of any of this on his audience because he lacks it himself. He does not understand anything that he's talking. He's making these broad declarations that are not supported by the facts.
Yeah, and I would say, like, Steven, he's that gentleman. He's been respectful in the chat. So, I mean, like, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not respectful. It's just the truth. I'm not. I get it. I am frustrated with these broad declarations. The implications of this theory that's being thrown out are very real for a lot of people. Like, you need to come correct.
I mean, I would also blame the content creators, because the content creators are not really educating people to these facts. I mean, like
again, he's coming back with there are still approximately 56 pieces not turned over. That's not true. The last time there was a contention over discovery, there were 2 outstanding items. The court specifically said to the defense, so there's 2 outstanding items in question here, and they said yes, 2 items. I'm sure they've been resolved since then, because there's been no more motions to compel, nor was it brought up at the last court date. So that's not true. The feds also did not indicate to anyone that they were dismissing this case, not even close, right? Like, they were not told anything by the quote-unquote feds. In fact, when David Yannetti made that assertion in open court, the DOJ took the unprecedented step of actually making a statement and correcting that and saying, we don't have a target. We've never indicated to anyone that we have a target, and that's it. So, I mean, there's not even a target into the investigation, let alone any indication. The feds don't even have the authority to step into a state murder case and dismiss it. It's outside of their jurisdiction. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, Piper. You have to educate yourself before you start preaching to others. And unfortunately, I don't think the Glare really did the research too much. And he's a true crime channel. He's supposed to be an expert. He's supposed to be the one doing this for 5 years or 4 years. I'm a panel guest on a drama channel, drama/true crime/ open panel. You got beat by a person, by a lame-o, like a lame person or whatever. What is it? I'm not. Maybe I am lame, but you got beat by someone who's just basically doesn't have a true crime channel and that doesn't really have a true crime channel. So it's kind of sad, actually. It's really sad.
I'm going to pull up the. I believe they had a pretrial conference where there was a report just for my new friend Steven here. To illustrate that the 56 pieces of outstanding evidence that he asserts is absolutely incorrect and kind of crazy.
By the way, Queen, you got like 40 memberships, by the way. Anyway.
Holy sheep shit. Batman, I didn't even see that. Hold on. Had to go let Duke know. KDK gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, make sure you guys tell her thank you. Let's see here. Sarah Marie has integrity. Do you? It's taken so long for all this to be revealed about how vile Turtle Tits is. Now I hope no one ever forgets. Love you, Kate.
Oh, love you.
She said you did a fantastic job, B.Tim. I think I read that one off.
Yeah, I think Captain Atkins like, you killed it, buddy. I almost felt bad for him at certain point. Yeah.
All right, so I have this here, and this is old. So again, I'll have to do a little bit more digging. Actually, I know for a fact that this was resolved now that I'm saying this out loud because I pulled the discovery notice that had the outstanding items here. So I just want to make sure that I'm telling you the right. So this is from November 16th. Okay. So it's now January. It's almost February, Stephen. So this is a pretrial conference report. We can see this. Okay. Excellent. So this is from the 16th. And this is sort of a status update. I'm sorry, it's the 15th. This was 15th. This is what they agree on. There is one outstanding trace analysis report and one outstanding DNA report from the Massachusetts State Police Lab. The latter is subject to exhaustive testing, for which the Commonwealth received written authorization from the defense on 11/2/23. So this is two items of discovery back in November that were outstanding. That's it. Okay, and one of them was subject to exhaustive testing, and I think that we can reasonably surmise that part of the delay might be that the defense didn't give written authorization until November 2nd, and they had this hearing on the 15th, right? So, all right, and then reciprocal discovery. So look at that. Oh, there's reciprocal discovery, and that, just in case you don't know what that is, Stephen, that's the discovery that the Commonwealth has, requested from the defense that there's a court order on. So as of the 15th, they had one piece of outstanding discovery themselves too. Is that a conspiracy too, or right? And this says the defense has previously filed motions to compel discovery regarding which there has not yet been compliance. 2 items below. The defendant reserves the right to file additional motions for discovery, including Rule 17 motions, as the defense investigation continues. The defense is not filing herewith further discovery motions at this time. And that's it. This says that they will be filing motions to dismiss. We know that came. At this hearing, they indicated they will be filing a motion to suppress statements, but they ultimately opted against that, as they indicated to the court. Right. The defense is reserving the right to pursue a third-party culprit defense, and there's no stipulation of facts. Right. And this also tells you a little bit, the case is likely to proceed with a jury. They're estimating the trial is going to be 1 to 2 months long. There's approximately 50 to 65 prosecution witnesses, and the defense at this time doesn't know. So, not assuming they're going to have that many, but we'll see. So there you go, Stephen. That clears it up. If you really need me to, I can re-pull up the discovery notice where that trace evidence and the DNA evidence came back. So your statement that there are 56 pieces of outstanding discovery is categorically untrue. There was 2 as of November 15th, 2023, and now here we are in January, and there's none. Oh my God, he says it cleared up nothing based on my actual comments. Did I misunderstand what he said when he said that there were 56 pieces of outstanding discovery? Did I?
He did say that. He did say that.
Is that really the glare?
No, I don't think it's Grill. That guy seems smart. I mean, Steven seems to have intelligence and actually somewhat understanding of documents. The glare does not.
I don't know, because Stephen makes incredible statements like they haven't met the Brady rules, which is just nonsense gibberish, and then asserts that there's 56 pieces of outstanding discovery when I physically show him that in November there was only 2, and then state, although I haven't showed you, but I suppose we could do that if we really have to, again, that those 2 items were turned over per the discovery notices, Stephen. Then, maybe you're not dumb. Maybe you're just a liar. I didn't account that, but I'm going to take B.Tim's word for it and say that, okay, you're not dumb, then you're just a liar.
I just think people just, I don't know if you're lying. Okay. I try to be, yeah, I guess. But it says Tim B debated a halfwit, go against someone with knowledge, try Olivia. Who's Olivia? I don't know who Olivia is. I mean, I can agree with you with the half nitwit, but you know, I don't even know who Olivia is. Honestly,
Olivia Lambo on Twitter. She tends to push a lot of the prosecution theories, and to her credit, she will at least acknowledge court documents and cherry pick out of them, which is more than Blair is doing.
I mean, the guy. Listen, Timothy, or whatever. The Glare came in this chat multiple times, begging me to go on his panel to debate him, to the point where he jumped on this panel yesterday at the end, like literally stating, like, "Well, you're scared to debate me on this channel." I'm like, I don't want to go on your channel. I think you're a tragedy pimp. I don't like you. If you want to talk about this case, just hit this link and you can talk about Karen Read during the subject. But I went on his channel and he disrespected me. Simple as that. I mean, like, what is I supposed to do? The guy rage quit. He played music. He was disrespectful to John O'Keefe. He's playing fucking Jeopardy music during a murder investigation and making a joke about it. It's not a joke. An officer's dead. And and if you believe Karen Read is like not guilty, then she's been like falsely accused. And the guy's playing Jeopardy music and cursing at me like he's a 12-year-old. I mean, is this the man you want to follow? I wouldn't want to follow that guy. I'd want to follow someone with respect, integrity, someone who has a brain, someone who's respectful to people. He's not. Just saying. I mean, that's not a true crime channel to me. I would never expect me to go, let's say, on Gray Hughes and him, Kurt, maybe. I don't know about Gray. He gets mad sometimes. He might get mad. He might curse me out. I like Gray, but sometimes he gets mad. I've talked to him a couple times. But like, I would say like Ichamel, I wouldn't think Ichamel would just start cursing me out. I'd be like, oh, what? We might disagree on facts of a case or Pascal, but I would never imagine them to start cursing me out and then start playing Jeopardy music over me when I'm discussing a case. That's just so stupid. It's so inappropriate for a true crime case. It is. It's absolutely so inappropriate to play Jeopardy music. And I even think like the TV commercials is fucking not cool when it comes to playing.
I'm sorry, but most of these free Karen Read people, they don't give a shit about the actual victim in this case. They don't care what they're putting the family through. Some of them are intentionally torturing members of his family and enjoying it, making accusations against them and smearing their names and booing them in front of the courthouse as they just go to try to attend a court date that relates to the loss of their loved ones. They don't care what they're putting the children through. I can only imagine. I mean, everyone who continues to plaster up these autopsy photos, I mean, it's very common knowledge at this point. The family has come out and said it numerous times and asked people to take. They don't want the pictures out there. They should have been impounded by statute. Those were never supposed to slip into the public anyway. And not because anyone's covering anything up. They're impounded by statute because it's very sensitive and painful for the families of these victims. And these people don't care. They don't care. You ask them to take it down, they put it up 10 times more. It's like, his family is opposed to this. It's painful for them. Frankly, my opinion of the autopsy photos or anyone else's online doesn't mean anything. We're not on the jury. We're not medical examiners. Like, you don't need to see them. It's not going to solve the case for the internet to see this man's dead body displayed everywhere. And his family is opposed to it. And it should have been impounded by statute anyway. These people, they don't care about John O'Keefe. They don't care about his family.
I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I think a lot of these people focus on puzzles of solving this case or talking about this case, or some are financially motivated because it makes them views and money. And they forget the damn victim. Like, you forget the guy who was a very nice guy who is dead, and how his family's got to have to deal with social media fucking parading his autopsy videos, and they probably have to deal with this hell, and innocent people being accused of being murderers and harassed as well. I mean, it's just really a tragedy at this point. It is a very huge tragedy.
Money, though, right? These people are making a lot of money. That's what they care about at the end of the day. That's why they'll go down with a sinking ship, no matter how many times Karen Read changes her story. I mean,
she did 3 times.
Let me tell you something that's a little bit, and I'm not going to tell you too much. I'm just going to tell you, when Gretchen Voss's interviews hit the court record, everyone should pay attention, because those are statements that Karen made on her own with her attorneys present.
Oh, okay.
And in particular, some questions about Actually, I'm not even going to say that. I'm just, people should pay attention to that.
We'll pay attention. We'll pay attention. Pay attention. Was the defense supposed to release those photos to begin with? Seeing the intention, they intentionally, because like I think their whole goal is misdirection, the defense, and that's just my opinion. I think every good lawyer is like a magician, misdirecting you to where you're supposed to, don't look here, look over here, and that's the whole point. Thank you, Daughter of Divine. There we go, Bum. But yeah, I just think it's just, I mean, I think there's a proper way to make money from something, and I think it's not proper what these channels are doing. I think you can theorize about a case, but don't harass people, and one thing you're a YouTuber should tell their audience is don't harass fucking people connected to the case. Just leave them alone, man. You can have your thoughts, but just like going after them and harassing them, going to their businesses, putting their phone numbers, social security number, that to me is just fucking way too fucking far. Like that goes beyond just having a dog shit opinion about a case. That goes beyond that, or just a different opinion. That's just fucked up, man. That's really fucked up.
Yes, Clown School. I know the autopsy photo is up behind, but I'm not. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Personally. This is not my panel. In case anybody missed what channel you're on right now.
Oh shit.
I choose to never display the photos because I know that it affects the family, and I mean at this point it's like I know.
I didn't know that actually.
Yeah, it's been a point of contention. That's pretty much why they got attacked so much, is that a few of them had reached out to Turtle Boy early on and said, listen, like, you're free to do whatever you want, like you can talk about this, I don't care, like do what you're gonna do, but could you please just take those pictures of John down? And he said, fuck you, no.
Oh Jesus Christ, that's terrible. I mean, honestly,
the victim's own brother. So
fuck, no. Man. I mean, like I'll probably tell Queen, maybe she's around, and I'll tell her she's probably gonna not put that.
Have you heard the way that he talks about the victim's family?
Yeah, I saw him boo.
Actual shit. That's garbage, and that's some garbage shit.
Yeah, I heard him boo the parents actually at the courthouse. It was fucking disgusting.
So if you go on my channel, I have a video. I believe we call it Turtle Boy supports the family of fallen police officer, and it's like a maybe 3-minute compilation of some of the stuff that he said about the family. It's pretty awful.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. I saw a little bit. I gotta rewatch.
What's it called again, baby? What is it called again?
It's something about like Turtle Boy supports victim or family of fallen officer on court TV, something like that. I mean, it is. Yeah, I mean, and granted, we picked the worst of the worst there. So I can't even give him any, like, there's no way to give him any wiggle room with that. Like, there's no way that these things should have even been said in the first place. So going, well, we picked the worst of his comments. Like, they shouldn't have existed at all. So there really is no.
Here, what was it called again, baby? It's on the videos or the live or the shorts? Where is it?
Video. It was a video. Where did it go? Oh, yeah, it's a video. Do you want me to? Here, I'll give you the link.
Cool.
I know. Oh, he took it. He copyright struck this, which is bullshit.
That's why. Okay, I was gonna say it's probably not that because
it's back. It's back now. I'll put it in the private chat.
A little fucker.
Yeah, you gotta play that music in the background when you're playing that, like the light little.
No, there is. I just put it in the private chat for you, Queen.
Okay.
And yeah, like you can play it. It's clearly fair use. I'll put it that way. It's very clearly fair use. We edited it. It's commentary just based on the way that we.
I was gonna say I popped that little music on in the background there.
Yeah, that's what we usually do.
So here it is, right here. This one here.
And the only thing I would say, from my perspective, just having covered trials for years, is that for family members and stuff going through, and it's their loved one, their friend that's on that is the victim in the case, just a little, it's tough for them. It's really a difficult spot for them emotionally. Like it's even tough for me just to sometimes approach them.
Right. I just want to make it clear that we didn't boo his mother or anything like that. actually said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother.
What the fuck is wrong with Peggy O'Keefe? Oh, she's fucking old. You're being mean to the mother. Well, fuck her too, okay? Fuck her too.
Wanted to be very clear with that.
Because I know you're old and we have to be nice to fucking old people, especially when their fucking kids died.
Okay.
Even his brother, I said the same thing. We're not going to do that.
And yeah, Paul, talk about your mama. What's she gonna do about it? You fucking drunk. Fuck those people, man. Fuck them.
Wanted to be very clear with that.
I hope you burn in hell, you useless, stupid cunt. I fucking hate you.
I actually said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother.
And that's why I'm like with the O'Keefes, like, enough of the fucking pity party for these fucking people. The only good part about John not being alive is he doesn't have to be around any of you useless maggots for a second more. Fuck you. Fuck your high horse. Burn in hell.
Oh, this is who the Glare supports, guys. Just remember that. He's a,
yes, that's Turtle Boy. That is Turtle Boy.
That's who the Glare supports. That's the man who he wants to put all his integrity with.
Tirade that he goes on where he's talking about fuck you, fuck your high horse. John doesn't have to be around you cunts anymore. He's reacting. You can see the screenshot that he's reacting to. It's just the family respectfully asking him to take down the pictures of this man's dead body so that his niece and nephew don't see it.
And he's telling them to fuck off and fuck themselves and all kinds of nasty ass shit.
Yeah,
because they're asking for the autopsy photos that should have been impounded anyway to be taken off his website because it's upsetting the family looking at these images of their dead loved one. Yeah.
Tragedy, Pam.
But this is this is who the Glare supports, tooth and nail. Yeah.
Yep.
So if they even pretend for a second to care about John O'Keefe or his family or anyone who loved him and is affected by this, fucking liars. Fucking liars. They don't care.
Yeah. And to Timothy Dangle, whatever, he says, next time debate someone with knowledge because you both would have been toast against someone who's paid attention for the last 18 months.
Yeah, didn't you like that?
I mean, he could jump. Whoever wants to talk about Karen Read's case, they can jump up and we have a conversation. But the fact is, the Glare begged me to go on his panel. Basically, like came in here and says, "Debate me or not." I mean,
and then act like a little bitch. But Timothy, if you want to come up, come on up. Click the link. Come on up.
I don't mind the discussion. I am a little tired. I'm a little tired now, but like when we talk about Karen Read again, you can jump on up and talk about it or recommend videos to talk about. I like true crime. I like reading stuff, so it is what it is.
Now this is another video you guys made. It's actually a really, really good video that you made this, Kate, didn't you?
Yeah, it's 26 minutes long, but yeah, I'm working on another documentary like this right now, dealing with the domestic violence end of it, because that victim in that case has been very unfairly smeared. And I have a lot of intimate knowledge to that because I mean, at this point, I consider her a friend.
Right. And absolutely. Yeah.
I was aware of what had happened as it was happening. And I mean, she's just really being smeared. She's being blamed for setting him up, for falsifying this, which is completely untrue. What I really wish that people understood more is that when she called the police in the first place or reached out to have help, she was talking about the intimidation. She didn't even realize that she was reporting an assault because he only shoved her. He didn't punch her in the face. So it was definitely not her intent to get him locked up or anything like that. She was just genuinely terrified for herself and her children based on his behavior. Nobody wanted him to be at that house. I can tell you that much. Nobody. It was very unfortunate that he had spent so much time threatening her over the phone that she felt kind of pressured into allowing him to come over, but that never should have happened. And I feel like she's very fortunate that she didn't get seriously hurt, with everything going on there.
I mean, the guy is a scumbag human being. He goes to a woman, claims he threatens her with his lawyer, threatens with, a sock account with some sort of pornography as alleged by the woman. She's pregnant. She has 4 kids. I think he probably convinced her to take that pill. And then basically, he manipulated. He said he was going to stay there. And he decides, I'm not going to stay there. I'm just going to take the information I gathered and threatened you with. And I'm going to leave you here with your 4 kids alone. And you can, whatever. And then when she takes the document, he gets violent and physical with her. And people are okay with that, apparently. I mean, I don't know. That doesn't sound like a man to me. A man who lays his hands on women does not seem like a man to me. Just saying.
And it's the power and control. And I think that it's odd that so many people look at a man like this and go, there's no way he could be a domestic abuser. I mean, he exerts the same sort of power and control over his YouTube audience, right? He threatens them if they don't comply. If somebody steps out of line or has a question that he doesn't like, it's like, oh, we can go after you too. We can show up at your house. We can go to see your family. Like, it's the same sort of behaviors that translate into domestic violence, right? That abuse and control all the time. So I'm kind of confounded by why so many people from his cult refuse to see the writing on the wall there. That, of course, like the way that he behaves on live streams, that's how he presents himself in public. Obviously, when the door is shut and nobody's looking, it's probably even worse than what you see, right? Like, I mean, I don't understand how people could look past that, or that horrible recording, which, by the way, he edited.
And he got rid of the phone. He literally disposed of the
I mean, I could show you. Do you want to compare both versions? It's an exclusive. I haven't even put this on my channel.
Queen?
Yeah, pop it up, baby.
All right, hold on.
By the way, I gotta find this channel. They got people telling me to debate this Kate person. I gotta look this channel up because people are like, "Oh, this person."
Kate is who you're talking to. You're talking to
No,
Kate.
not Kate, but there's some other person they're talking about. I gotta debate on.
I ain't worried about that. But anyways, the link I just dropped is to Kate's video, and it says the most toxic true crime YouTuber. I want you guys to save that link and go watch it later. I'll actually pin it. I'll pin it up here at the top real quick. I want you guys to save this link and go check out this video later. We won't have time to watch it. And thank you so much for the one that just sent the Cash App. Thank you. I just got it, and I appreciate that, love. Thank you so much.
Hold on just a minute, because I'm going to ask my dear friend who downloaded. So essentially what happened was he illegally recorded her and, put that out on his YouTube channel to prove that she's crazy, which is insane because obviously when he's the only one, hold on. When he's the only one that knows that he's recording, he's going to behave a certain way, right? Cool, calm, and collected. So he records her, sets her off, blah, blah, blah. Then he goes back and he edits the video. He dubs in himself saying, I'm recording this. You know that, right? So that it looks like he's gotten consent. He puts it on the YouTube channel, which was shitty. But then he goes a step further and he actually submits this to court at his arraignment and bail argument. And he has his lawyer proffer it, which is a word that means essentially that Tim Bradle, on his credentials as an attorney, says this is real and I'm guaranteeing it. But it's not. It's been recorded. I mean, it's been edited after being recorded. So I actually managed to get a copy of the original recording because Aiden uploaded the original recording to his YouTube channel on an unlisted.
This one right here, baby. Right? This one right here. It says Medfield woman verbally abuses Turtle
That's
Boy.
the one that he edited. So why don't we go ahead? Biff, I just tagged you. I see you in the comments, Biff. I just tagged you. Can you send me the Dropbox with the original recording? We're only going to listen to the first few seconds of this because I don't want to go through this woman's trauma.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine.
We just listen to the first few minutes, and I'm hoping that Biff sends this.
Oh, Cordy sent $100 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Cordy. That was really sweet of you. Thank you. They said thank you. Thank you, Queen. And they subbed up to you too, Kate. So they got a new crush.
Thank you.
Biff said thank you for hosting a reasonable debate here. Anytime. I always keep an open panel, and anybody's
You're not gonna disrespect the true crime case by playing Jeopardy music and cursing at people, like just immediately, just like say "fuck you" to your guest and get the fuck. Like, okay.
And I haven't deleted him, but listen, there's a lot of people that don't know this. So me and the Glare have history, and the Glare has had me blocked in his chat for 3 years. The Glare's not. I don't like him to come over here. He doesn't really like me over there. I don't mess with his kind. He don't really mess with mine. He got drunk as hell a couple months back and told everybody to unsubscribe from him. Anybody that subbed to me needed to unsubscribe from him. He didn't want him over there. Talked a whole bunch of shit, said some real nasty things, and lost about 1,000 subscribers. So from that point on, we haven't really spoke too much. Now he's never been blocked in my chat, but again, like I said, I've been blocked in his for 3 fucking years. I think he unblocked me today or yesterday or something like that because of the debate. But
I think that's going to be short-lived. I think you're going to be reblocked.
Yeah, I'll probably be blocked anyways. I don't really give a fuck about that. But anyhow, his comments have been here, and he's been in my chat. Matter of fact, his fucking funky ass was just over here about 5 minutes ago. After he just disrespected the fuck out of not only my mod, but my buddy B.Tim, who gave him the time of day to even go over there. So, fuck his comments, and fuck him too. That's how I feel about that.
I mean, he rage quit the debate. He played Jeopardy music. He cursed me out. That's a rage quit. That's the end of the
I don't know what
conversation.
comments you're talking about deleting. That motherfucker was just in my chat, and his comments are still there, so...
I think someone blocked him. I just blocked a couple of his comments because, I don't know.
Well, he can either click the fucking link and come up or stay out of my chat then.
Yep.
Been too fucking nice to him for him to fucking be disrespectful like he was. All right, baby, you want me to take this down or you want to listen to a couple minutes of this?
It's up to Kate what she wants to do.
Hold on. Hillbilly said, Queen, please ask Kate to show the Turtle Boy video of manipulating the suicide to the victim. I don't know what you mean, baby.
Holy fuck. Swear to God. That sounds terrible, by the way, just by what that person just said.
Yeah, ask Kate to show the Turtle Boy video of manipulating the side to the victim. I'm not sure what video that is. I don't even know if I want to see that, to be honest with you. That's a little serious. That's kind of serious right there. I don't wanna, that might hurt. That might trigger somebody else. So I don't want to do that, you know? And no, I wasn't taking it out on you, Emma. I hope you don't feel that way. I wasn't taking it out on you. I'm just explaining the glare, you know, and his bullshit tactics. So I don't want you to think I was taking that out on you.
All right, so I got that. Okay, so if you can play this, no, play yours first. Play.
Okay, I'll play.
All right, so
Okay.
just the first few seconds of it, okay?
All right, here we go.
I'm still recording too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Do what?
I knew it.
I'll be with my
I called it.
All right, you can stop it right there. Yeah, okay. So that's what he submitted to court. And you hear him at the beginning. You heard where he said, "I'm still recording this," you know. So
right.
If you go to what I have here, this is the original video, and I have to start it a few seconds off, so you can actually see it go in there. But I don't want to out the person who sent it to me. But I'm just going to play this for you. This is the original recording that he uploaded unlisted. So listen to this. So, do you notice a difference, or?
I do, but I had a hell of a time hearing that at first.
Yeah, it was tough.
He doesn't say, "I'm recording this." He says, "I gotta get going," and she responds with, "Yeah, I know."
I heard the I know, but I didn't. I was trying to listen.
Here, let me make sure the volume's up. It is. It's all the way up. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, because this is being recorded from his pocket, as opposed to the part that he dubbed in, right? It's not that clear, but we can run it through one more time.
I shut that off too. Do you want me to put the thing over the top of it so that nobody can see who it is? You just want me to put this like this?
Oh no, it's okay. You can't see who it is like this. It's at the beginning. Okay. You can see the messages where he sent this person the video. So I'm just trying to hide that. That's all.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And then, it goes off into, he took some stuff out. If you notice that rustling around where it sounds like that actually could be where he shoved her, I'm not sure. That's noticeably absent from the recording that he put on his own channel and played in court. But what doesn't happen in this original recording at all is him ever alerting her that he is recording. And actually, hold on, can you put it backstage for just a second? I'm going to try to get as close to, let me know what it is.
Yeah, it's backstage, baby. It's back here. Oh, you want me to remove it?
No, you can see where the phone goes in the pocket, but only for a second. And unfortunately, it's before it's maximized. So, you know what? I'll get the raw file because we managed to actually download the link from his channel itself too.
Okay.
I just don't have that file. I asked for it. I don't think he's in Discord right now, so he didn't see that I was asking him for it, but we managed to download it. So we have the whole file, not a screen recording from the person that it was sent to, one of the 27 people that he sent it to. So, it's pretty fucked up what he did to this woman overall. But on top of that, he secretly recorded her to try to make her look like the bad guy, and then edited it so that she definitely looked like the bad guy in his mind. Anyway, I don't think that she sounded bad at all in that. I think he did. At one point, honestly, it corroborates her claims of witness intimidation because she very clearly says to him, "I will not lie for you."
Right.
Right. And Karen Read is guilty, for which he does not have an answer. But he edited it to make it look like she knew that he was recording, and it never happened. Never knew. That's a crime in Massachusetts. Wiretapping.
Yeah, it's a two-party consent. That's why I think, personally, I think the guy's a fucking idiot. He just basically put himself in that position. I don't know why he keeps on digging himself in a bigger hole. I mean, this is a guy, honestly, if he just covered this case normally, did his blog, spread the conspiracy, whatever, his thought process, and just didn't harass anyone, I think he probably would be fucking golden. Obviously people would have commentary about him and say he's full of shit, but he wouldn't be in jail. And he would just be.
But then would Karen really have any use for him at the same time? I think that was very much by design why they hooked up, unfortunately. I don't think, you're expecting him to
pat me on the back, I'll pat you on the back. That's what that was.
I think that more and more that's going to come out on the court record as well. That's what I'm going to say about that.
Yep, I was gonna say, I'm sure that's gonna come out now that her phones. Now they got his fucking 10 of his phones, and they just seized both of hers. Yeah, it's done, son.
Well, one of his phones is missing. The phone that he recorded this interaction on conspicuously. He claims to have thrown into a river. Yeah, I don't believe that he threw it into a river. Regardless, and right? But I don't believe that he did.
I don't believe that shit either. But unfortunately, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Just dumb.
Man, it's a hell of a case, that's for sure. But I don't believe the bullshit that they're trying to spew out. That's for sure.
It could be somebody that recorded it in the courtroom. My best guess, though, is that in Massachusetts we use a program in the courts called FTR, for the record, and I believe that the FTR recording should have been redacted, and it wasn't. The sidebars weren't redacted out, so I think that was probably a court error. I could be wrong. It could be somebody that recorded it in court. I just don't think that it would have come through that clear if it was somebody recording from court, because they tend to play a white noise machine over the sidebars so that you can't hear them in the gallery.
Yeah. Wow. Seems like a fuck up to me. It's crazy.
They should have never put any of that stuff on the internet. Somebody's restraining order hearing is not your business. The details of this woman's life, her family, her medical history, none of that is business. And it doesn't change the fact that, she met her burden for the restraining order, and there was probable cause to issue the charges for the assault and witness intimidation. So, it's pretty gross to me. I really hits home with me to see somebody get dragged like that, for something that was awful that she went through.
I think it's fucked up. I think it's really fucked up, and I think like people guilting her is like, to me, it's like, I don't know. I think they resolve, like they're like, well, Turtle Boy did nothing wrong, but this woman did something wrong. It's like, okay,
I think you got a troll in here, Kate.
yeah, well,
I have a lot of them. I love them.
You have a lot of trolls.
I said this was trolling you, Kate. How was the Xmas party with Jen? If anybody was here debating, you guys would both lose. I mean, it's just nonstop fucking little.
I'll debate the glare any day. You know, I don't.
Hell yeah! I think you'd probably do very well against him. I think you knew some things I didn't know about. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I wish I knew that before. I would have been very interesting. You know, I thought, but it seems like you probably were covering the case longer than me, to be honest with you. So you probably knew a lot more than certain details.
Senator, I'm happy to answer this question for you. He says, Kate, were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth, Massachusetts State Police, etc., with questions regarding a possible federal grand jury case? No, I was not. I've been very forthcoming with any involvement that I have whatsoever. I started looking into this entire mess for my own self and for my own YouTube channel, particularly with my personal history with Aiden. I started talking to people and information began being shared with me or relayed to me that I felt was outside of my pay grade. So I suggested that they connect with the police. That is the only involvement that I have. I do so voluntarily. I am not employed by the Commonwealth or the prosecutor or the state police. They do not tell me what to do. I simply will contact them or have other people contact them with information that I find is concerning or pertinent to the case that is outside of my capabilities. That's because I choose to handle this in a way that I think is constructive and responsible. And I'm not just going to go blast gossip everywhere. I'm going to bring the information to where it needs to go, which is the proper authorities. So there is no conspiracy. I am not an agent of the state. They have not employed me. I am a spokesperson for no one. I am someone who has looked into this case extensively. I don't like everything that I see, and I like to make sure that information gets to the right place. I hope that answers your question.
Are you sure? Let me make you raise your right hand. I'm gonna have to swear you in if you see if you're the agent of the chick. You know, also
fine. I mean, everybody always talks about how they're gonna FOIA this with the I mean, please FOIA the DA's office for my name.
you know, like if you're a cop, you have to tell us you're a cop. That's part of the rule, right, Queen? You have to tell us you're a cop, okay? This is I gotta
leave the $20 on the nightstand.
Oh, Jesus.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, Queen, I'm gonna skedaddle. I've been around for a little bit too long.
I bet you're probably tired as hell. We've been on here about 6 hours now, so I'm getting tired too.
Kate, thank you for jumping on. Thank you for educating me on certain things here. Thank you for Sleuthy.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sleuthy, for jumping up. I liked having a discussion with you, and it was very interesting. I have to say, a very interesting day. You guys have a good one.
All right, we'll see you later, B.Tim.
I'm gonna jump too.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate you coming up, baby. Thank you. And you guys, I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you guys for being in here. Gifting all the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for the love and the support. As always, y'all kick some ass. Thank you, Cordy. I really appreciate the $100 donation today. And I appreciate that. And thank you guys for all the memberships and the super chats, super stickers, and the Cash App. Thank you so much. To the one that donated to my legal fund, I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for being here and showing love to B.Tim and showing him support today. I appreciate that as well. Y'all have a good one. I will catch you on the flip side. Happy Sunday.